Good morning, everyone. Yeah, guys, so I'm finishing up putting oh, crap, it just went away. So Michael Mosley's accused of being in a stabbing in December 2019. The long and the short of it is that he was involved. Uh, so, good morning, everybody. So, Michael Mosley was at a bar on December 22nd, 2019, in Nashville. The allegations are he made an unwanted advance on a woman. That woman had three friends with her. These three guys asked him to go outside and they wanted to fight. Well, at some point in that fight, Michael Mosley produced a knife, stabbed two of them to death, and stabbed a third one in the eye, allegedly. So, yes, he's now facing 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Um, Mosley is also currently serving a 12-year sentence for stabbing another person in the eye with a car key at a Walmart. Um, that one stems from an issue of this woman and her husband were allegedly involved in a shooting of his cousin or some family member. So that was more of a vendetta. But yes, things don't look good for this guy from the start. He's going to allege self defense, but we'll see how that goes. Um, that prior offense he was out on bond for when this second one happened. So, Screaming Banshee, welcome. I don't know if I've seen you before, but yeah. Oh, you're Eric. Okay. Well, nice day. Nice you're here on your own. Like and subscribe if you like what's here. Cameron, good morning. Road Dog, good morning. Uh, Robin, good morning. Matthew, Critter, Lori, good morning. Hellcat, good morning. George, good morning. Parallax, good morning. Yeah, guys, I'm working on putting the description together so everybody can read and follow along who Michael Mosley is. So, we are just waiting for it to get started. So, let me finish that up and hopefully something happens soon. So, guys, what you can see here is that water is being poured into glasses. That's a very tactical consideration. Hydration is very important in life. In fact, if you don't have water, you die. Um, but ironically, if you drink too much water, you can die. It's a very precarious position in life. Hyponatremia and dehydration also actually come across as a similar uh, set of. Oh no, and they froze. See what happens if you don't drink enough water? You freeze. Um, but they both display similar symptoms. Sorry, I couldn't help. It's a nice looking courtroom though. Very nice looking courtroom. So, oh, uh oh. Oh no, no, no. See, I'm a little frustrated because I can't get this Channel 5 to show up somewhere. Matthew, I don't know how you can consider that eye candy with only being able to see 2% of the person's face, but you know, maybe you got an ear for it. Uh oh. Uh oh. Got that chop. Oh, looks like we're fixed. Now we're froze again. Hmm. Oh, you remember her ranking? Okay, that's how you got it. Okay, so you've been stalking her for a while. Fair play, fair play. Ah, okay, I've got it myself. We're gonna go use this instead. We're gonna go straight to the source. Uh oh. Well, I guess we'll be waiting for a minute. Um, we'll try to see if there's any YouTube channel for this news Channel 5. No, it looks like News Channel 5 does not do. Hmm. So I think we're just gonna be waiting a little bit, guys. Yeah, this is like Facebook quality. This is bad. Uh, Cameron, I'm trying to see what we can find here. Hold on. Well, guys, I don't think it's gonna matter because if we're stuck on that feed, um, then we're stuck on that feed. I don't think it'll matter if we do it from. Oh yeah, I mean, this is the direct feed from News Channel 5, so this is like the best source. Um, so Facebook's probably have a similar issue. This is not on the internet end. This is their broadcasting end. Well, guys, in the meantime, I know Redonda Vaught was something I know we had talked about previously. She was convicted, if you guys weren't aware, of screwing up giving medicine to a patient. She gave him a paralytic instead of a sedative, caused that person to suffocate. Um, she was charged, was convicted of negligent homicide. She actually ended up giving a statement to the press and speaking with reporters after the verdict. While we're waiting for this to show up, I think we can watch her and just see what she says. Um, I've seen frauded Matthew. Yes, yes, I have as well. This is bad. But also, do you guys the horse trainer trial is on if this one isn't working. Yeah, we may switch over to that one, but that one's going to be a long trial, Cameron. I don't know if I want to get wrapped up in that. Oh, look, Matthew, there's two redheads for you. Wow, that's an old telephone. Is this like an old-timey courtroom? Maybe they'll broadcast this case on the radio. Looks like they got everything fixed up, or whoever quit stepping on the cable, so good start, I guess. Hi, Shaw, Jay, good morning. There might be a feed from Court TV, but that'll probably get us squished like a bug if we just straight up use their feed. I just don't think I think that's courting trouble. Also, this is probably the same stream that we're all using, so I think there's going to be a lot of problems. I assume they have a similar problem right now that we do. Yeah, Jace, Court TV does suck, but also I'll point out that we're all going off the same feed, so they're having the same problems. That's why Court TV is just recapping the case so far. And I'll probably recap it again right now. December 22nd, 2019, Michael Moseley's at a bar in Nashville. While he's at this bar, a woman claims that he made an unwanted advance on her. Oh, here comes the jury. And that, as a result of that unwanted advance, 3 guys wanted to fight him, and he stabbed 2 and injured 1. Is the allegations.
All right, good morning.
This is the defense opening argument now.
All right. Okay, tell them to line the jury up. Yes.
I have two questions. First, we request the rule, Your Honor.
Okay, the rule of demonstration.
Really? They don't give that...
There was a good bit of TV coverage last.
They gotta be giving that guy like a button-down shirt. That's not good.
I will ask a single question and have them raise their hands. If someone raises their hand, we can question them individually.
If you can't afford a
all right,
button-down shirt, you go to Goodwill and get your guy some decent clothes. But some polo shirt's not cutting it.
Any other matters before we bring the
That's
jury
not
in?
appropriate murder trial attire. Hi, Amanda Williams. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, guys, I'm just saying from a defense standpoint, that's not a good look to wear a polo shirt for your murder trial. Wear a button-down shirt at least. If you're not wearing a suit, at least be as formal as you can get. I mean, it's only the rest of your life you're trying to defend. I mean, it looks like he went to the bar, just came home from the bar. It sounds like they're going to question the jury about potential media coverage from last night. Donna Rivas, No, I'm not going to be talking during the trial. No, we're kind of in the downtime, so I thought I'd kind of fill the air. Don't worry, once it gets going, I'm going to want to watch and listen myself. Think of me as like court TV, except you want to hear an attorney talk about stuff when it's actually kind of going slow. Guys, so yeah, anyways, welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm an attorney out of Cleveland, Ohio. I do criminal defense stuff and topics. I'll cover trials if they're available, but I make my own content. If you guys like this, please like and subscribe. Yeah, it sounds like they're asking now. Yeah, I don't talk over the trial, guys. There's no point in that because I want to hear the trial just as much as you do. And then, we might talk, and if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat, and I'll try to answer them while we're on breaks. Amanda said they should have told him to shave his facial hair. It all depends on how well you do facial hair. Like, if you're like me, where you actually have a very good beard, it might not be an issue. But it all depends on how you look. I think for him that would make him a little more baby-faced.
Let the record
but
reflect that all the members of the jury who are hearing the case.
he doesn't look bad.
During the trial are present and accounted for. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming in a few minutes early this morning. Traffic was a little heavy this morning, I thought, so thank you all. I'm glad you were able to make it in. Yesterday, before you left, I gave you some instructions about the media coverage. I need you to be honest with me. If you saw any coverage of this case on the media, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you so much. All right, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, General, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Emma Yoder.
Emma Yoder.
Oh, no more closing argument. I thought we were still doing the opening arguments. We're straight into the case.
Ma'am, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Ms. Yoder, Your Honor, are we ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Yoder, would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, Emma, E-M-M-A, Yoder, Y-O-D-E-R.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I am from Franklin, grew up here my entire life, went to BJ in kindergarten, and then ended up going to school in Nashville, and my great-grandfather went to BGA and all through the past, so, and kind of so on, so I ended up wanting to go to BGA and stay there, and so I ended up going to high school at BGA, and then ended up going to school at the University of Colorado, and then went back to Nashville for a year, and now I'm in Chicago working in media production.
So it's kind of a family tradition for you to go to BGA.
Yeah, my brother didn't keep it going, so it's kind of my responsibility to...
So the tradition ended with you. Okay. And does BGA stand for Battleground Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is that where you completed high school?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still friends with people that you met and went to school with at BGA?
Yes, I am on that group and many others.
And is that friend group a group that you still kind of get together with over the holidays and things like that?
Yeah, we, that was really one of the first times that we got together, just because we were all obviously at different schools, and so it really was one of the only times we all could get together. I think the guys might get together a little more, but the girls weren't in town as much, so me and Thoby ended up going, and it was just special because we didn't really get to do that ever.
Okay. And I want to ask you a little bit more about that in a minute. But first, I want to ask you: were you friends with Clayton Beathard?
Yes, I was.
How well did you know Mr. Beathard?
Pretty well. I mean, BGA was a small school. It was about 70 people, so everyone knew everyone's names, and we're somewhat friends. And Clay definitely, I would say, was a friend. We were in homeroom together a lot. We took a lot of the same classes, so that's primarily where I knew him. But we hung out a lot together freshman year and sophomore year. We hung out with his older brother sometimes, and just messed around, drove around with his family, and it was really nice.
So it sounds like you knew him really well.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about him? Can you describe him for us?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to describe him, but, you know, I mean, he really did have, like, the kindest heart that I've ever known. And obviously, he was incredibly good at sports and this amazing athlete, but after every single game, you'd see him with, like, his younger sister or his family, and he was never, like, with all of us hanging out. He was always with his family. And I think every single person would say that about him. He was a family man, and I'm sure spent most of his time hanging out with them. But I just had, like, this first memory that pops in mind, because I was close with Clay again, freshman and sophomore year more so, and we all got together and with a small group, and we were eating pizza, and he had all these, like, bottles of, like, ranch and ketchup, and he was like, let's make a song, like, let's start a little band. And so he got all of us playing different instruments on all these different weird things. And he demoted me because I wasn't very good. And so he just had me doing, like, one single beat with a bottle. I don't know why that story comes to mind. It was literally, like, just the first thing I thought of, but he took charge, and I just think it's just hilarious to think about. But yeah, I mean, he just has a heart of gold, and it's just so clear to see all the time.
Was he the kind of person that would pick fights?
No, never.
Was he the kind of person who would kind of harass somebody into getting in a fight with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever know him to carry any type of weapon?
No.
Were you friends with Paul Trapeni?
Yes, I was.
How well do you know Paul Trapeni?
Pretty well.
Can you tell us a little bit about Paul?
Ooh.
It's okay. You can take your time.
I don't know, like, the first thing I think of when I think of Paul is his laugh. You would hear it across the room, and that's just the first thing you'd think of. And anytime he did laugh, everyone in the room turned around, because, you know, it had to be something really funny. I mean, Paul was just goofy in every way, but very intelligent and insightful as well. I have so many memories of that night, of just funny things Paul was doing. I think Clay had, like, dared him before we left, to, like, drink a bottle of ketchup or, like, drink a bunch of it, and Paul was like, yeah, I'll do it, like, didn't back down from it. So he just was, like, hiding, trying to drink the bottle of ketchup from Wilson's parents, which was so funny. And we were all walking, him skipping down the street. He entertained us for like 10 minutes in the bar with the game of just flipping a quarter and then us guessing if it's heads or tails. And he kept that going for so long, and we never got bored. He was just the kind of guy everyone wanted to be around all the time. Everyone kind of always gravitated towards him. And I mean, both of them are just, I don't think you could ever find anyone to say a bad thing about either of them. That was just who they were.
You said that he was really goofy. But have you also described him as having kind of a smart wit?
Yes, for sure.
Object to the leading, Your Honor.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can you describe his sense of humor?
Yes, again, goofy, but I mean, he definitely had moments that were smart jokes. They weren't all just like dumb stuff. But again, it's just something that doesn't come naturally to everybody. He definitely just had it, and that's just part of the reason so many people loved him.
Is he the kind of person who picked fights?
Never.
Again, objection to the leading, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my question did not suggest the answer.
I'll sustain your objection. I mean, I'll
This is
overrule the
very
objection.
foundational too. Jeez.
Was Paul Trapeni the kind of person who picked fights?
Never. No.
And was he the kind of person who would goad somebody into getting in a fight?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever know Paul Trapeni to carry a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Are you friends with AJ Bethurum?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about AJ Bethurum?
Yeah, AJ, I went to kindergarten with AJ at BGA, and Paul as well, but I remember AJ like pretty distinctly. I remember his accent in kindergarten. He had this kind of like long country drawl, which was always kind of funny. But I remember when I went to BGA freshman year, AJ was one of the only people that I knew. So I was kind of excited to see him there. And again, AJ's just the kindest heart. He lived on a farm in downtown Franklin, and so we'd all go there a lot to hang out. And I'd babysit for his little sister a little bit, so I became close there. And he was he was class president, which I actually forgot until I thought about it a few days ago. And I remember that I ran for it and he beat me, but obviously I've gone over that one. But
And y'all still stayed friends after he beat you?
yeah, correct. Again, just the kindest heart. Everyone loved him. I mean, it's a small school at BGA, so everyone really did just love each other.
Is he the kind of person who would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
Is he the kind of person who would kind of goad somebody or harass somebody into getting into a fight?
No.
Did you ever know him to carry a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Are you friends with Sam Folks?
I am.
How well do you know Sam Folks?
Pretty well. He actually dated one of my best friends a lot throughout high school. And so, obviously, we hung out a lot because of that. And I just love him to death. He would always just call me Yoder. The first time I ever met him, Yoder, and still calls me that to this day. He, again, is just such an amazing person. Always has everyone's back. He's coaching baseball now, so I mean, he obviously just loves people, and getting to kind of be that role model, and that's just exactly what I see him doing now, but yeah, we were really close all throughout high school, and he's someone who I get really excited to always see to this day.
Is he the kind of person who picks fights?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to carry a weapon?
No.
Is he the kind of person who would goad somebody into getting into a fight or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
All right, now I want to call your attention to December 20th, 2019. And I think you've alluded to this a little bit, but did you meet up with your friend group from BGA on that night?
Yes, we did. Again, it was the first time I'd seen any of them in a long time. Not Thoby, but all the boys, and so we were really excited, and we were originally just going to go somewhere first, but Wilson said to come to his house, and I know his parents really well, and so I was excited because he said they maybe be there, and so we all got up, and we were there for a really long time, just catching up and talking about stories. I don't even know if we had like music playing. It was really just us sitting around and talking and hanging out.
And when you say Wilson, is that Wilson McCullough?
Yes, it is.
And you all started out meeting at his house?
We did, just somewhere that we could Uber from, And we were going to, honestly, it got so late because Wilson's parents ended up coming home, and we talked to them forever and just kept sharing stories. And then honestly, I think it was talked about that we weren't even going to go out because it was late. And then someone had told us that the grade above us was out in Nashville, and I hadn't seen any of them in at least 3 years. So we all got excited and wanted to go see them.
So while you were at Wilson McCullough's house, did y'all take a group photo?
Yes, we did.
If you could look on your screen. Can you tell the jury whether or not that's the group photo that you all took at Wilson McCullough's house?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, go through that picture by touching each of the people that you're describing and tell the jury who each of the people in this picture is.
There's Paul Trapeni. There's Wilson McCullough, Sam Folks, Patrick Wells, Campbell Parker, that's Clay Beathard, AJ Bethurum, David Bates, there's me, and that's Thoby Favre.
And was this everybody of your friend group that met up at Wilson McCullough's house?
Yes, correct, it was.
And was that in Franklin?
Yes, it's close to BGA, so it was kind of fun that way as well.
And you said that it started out being just all the friend group meeting, but then even his parents joined in and y'all ended up chatting with them?
Yes, and just because it's a small school, we all know parents pretty well, almost close to the kids, so that's why we were all excited to see them.
Can you describe what the mood was at this gathering at Mr. McCullough's house?
Yeah, I mean, it was very casual. We all were just kind of in maybe little groups, some sitting down. It was really a catch-up of just old friends.
And you just said catch-up. Is that where the catch-up challenge happened?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. While y'all were at Mr. McCullough's home, did anybody drink any alcoholic beverages?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you personally drink any alcoholic beverages?
Yes, I did.
Did you have so many alcoholic beverages that it affects your memory and being able to testify about what happened here today?
No, not at all. I don't remember some things, but I know it's not because of the alcohol.
Did everybody in this group leave Mr. McCullough's house and go to Nashville?
Yes, correct. We all Ubered there.
Okay, and you said everybody Ubered, so after drinking, nobody chose to drive?
No, not at all.
Did you all go to Nashville?
Yes, I'm not from Franklin. I'm surprisingly not that knowledgeable of downtown, so I really didn't know the bars we were going to or anything. I think we were supposed to go to Broadway, I think, but we ended up going to the bar that the older people in our grade were at.
And do you remember the name of that place?
I think it's Kung Fu bar, I think in Midtown, because we just walked over to the Dogwood from there, I think.
Okay, so you said y'all first went to Kung Fu. How long did you stay at Kung Fu? Approximately.
An hour, 2 hours maybe.
Okay. And then after you left Kung Fu, you said you went to Dogwood.
Yes.
Did everybody that's in this picture travel over to Dogwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you were at the Dogwood bar?
Again, maybe a few hours, hour or two. I don't know. All kind of goes together.
So when I started asking you questions, I started asking you about December 20th. Were y'all at the Dogwood past midnight, so into the 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were at Dogwood, did you have anything additional to drink?
I think maybe one of my friends bought me a beer or something, but I really wasn't drinking at the bar.
Okay. And again, was it a situation where it was so much that you couldn't be able to testify about what happened there today?
Correct.
Was there, well, can you describe the mood of the, let me start over. Can you describe the mood at the Dogwood Bar between you and your friends?
Yeah, again, it was pretty much, we just took from Wilson's to the bar. Messing around. It was really just us hanging out and kind of bouncing around a little bit.
Ms. Yoder, was there a time in the night when somebody who was not with your group came up to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there are a few times through the night, 3 that I distinctly remember. There could have been more. The first, I believe Michael Moseley came up and offered to buy me a drink or something like that.
And can I pause right there for a moment? You said Michael Moseley. Is this somebody that you knew before?
No.
Was this person a complete stranger to you before that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And the person that you describe as Michael Moseley, is that person in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point at that person and tell us what they're wearing and where they are?
He's in a black polo shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that she has identified the defendant, Michael Moseley. So you said that he came up to you and asked to buy you a drink.
Yes.
What was your reaction to that?
I mean, I just told him no. I'm really not exactly sure what I said, just because at the time I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I said no and then went back to my friends.
Did he approach you again?
Yes, the next time I remember was I was dancing kind of with a group of friends in the area, one of the main areas, and he came up and tried to dance with me. I believe he put his hands on my hips, and my friend Thoby kind of saw that, and she saw it was kind of odd. I think he was kind of in my ear, and then I obviously pushed it away, and I walked away, and I believe a few of our friends, I know Sam Folks was there as well, and I think he kind of saw it, and then I just walked off into a different room.
Okay. Did you feel like you clearly communicated that you didn't want to socialize with him that night?
I believe I did, yes.
Did he approach you again after that?
Yes, then he approached me right before we were leaving the bar. He came over and put his arm around me, and I think whispered something in my ear again, and then I just turned away.
Okay. Was there anybody from your friend group there when that happened?
I believe so. It was in the room before you go down the stairs, so our friends were kind of in a group in that same room, and then I was over by myself at the stairs waiting to go down when that happened. And then I think a couple of my friends saw it. I know Sam Folks saw it, and he kind of came over and just kind of put his arm on me and turned me away.
Did he make any statement to the defendant, Michael Moseley, at that moment?
I believe so.
And what do you remember him saying?
I think I remember him saying that he was my boyfriend or something, just to get him away. I wasn't dating Sam Folks ever.
Okay. Just so he kind of came in and made that statement just to get you away
Yeah, I
from
think
him.
just to make it clear, not to keep trying anything.
Okay. And were you grateful for that?
Yes.
Did you hear Sam Folks say anything threatening to Michael Moseley?
No, never.
Did you see him make any aggressive move towards Michael Moseley?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear him call Michael Moseley any type of name or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
So shortly after that, did you and the group of friends you were with decide to leave the bar?
Yes, we did. We all were kind of staying around, decided it was time to go, so we were all gonna Uber home after that.
And you said, you've described there being an upstairs part of Dogwood Bar. Is there a downstairs and an upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that this third interaction that you had with the defendant, Michael Moseley, was at the top of the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So did y'all have to go down that stairwell to get out of the bar?
Yes.
And did you all do that?
Yes, we did. Mostly together.
And after you got to the bottom of the stairs, how close is the exit from there?
It's pretty close. It's almost right there.
Can you tell the jury what happened when you walked out that door?
We all walked outside and we're really just standing on the sidewalk. I had the Uber up on my phone trying to call it because me and Thoby were going to Uber back home together. And so we were just standing outside.
At that moment, did you have any idea that anything bad was going to happen?
No, ma'am. I thought we were all just pulling up our phones to go get home.
What happened after that?
For what I remember, I looked up and I saw a bunch of people in a circle kind of fighting. I have a faint memory of kind of being in the middle of it. And then I remember seeing everyone going to the other side of the street. And there were just so many people. I really couldn't point out any of my friends because I think a bunch of other people were involved. And then it just stayed on that side of the street. And then I walked over once it kind of calmed down.
Did you see what happened to Sam Folks?
I did. That was the main memory I have, was Sam getting hit multiple times. And then that's when all the chaos occurred from there.
Did you hear whether or not Sam said anything threatening to anybody right before he got hit?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Did you hear anybody in that vicinity say anything threatening or ugly or derogatory towards anybody right before Sam got hit?
No, not that I can remember.
Did you hear anybody trying to communicate with Michael Moseley right before Sam Folks got hit?
No, ma'am. I mean, we were all just standing out there by ourselves.
And can you describe fully what you saw happen to Sam?
What I recall is I was standing close to him, and I just saw someone just come up and from their back and punch him in the face really hard multiple times till he hit the ground. And then everyone in our friend group were shocked and didn't know what to do, I guess.
So after Sam Folks was hit and went to the ground, was it easy to maintain balance if you were standing anywhere in the vicinity?
No,
Of that?
I believe I remember getting knocked around a little bit, and so did my friend Thoby, because we were all kind of sitting around together. And so it was just chaos in a circle, and everyone got in it after Sam hit the ground. Just got crazy after that.
Did you see what happened with AJ Bethurum?
No, I didn't. I remember seeing AJ run over later on. So he wasn't, I don't believe he was in the group in the back. I believe he had gone over there after the fact that everyone had moved to the other side of the street, I think.
Okay. Did you see him later?
Yes, I saw him in the ambulance.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury how AJ looked to you?
He was like holding his eye, and there's just blood everywhere. But he was walking in the ambulance, and so I thought that everything was okay with him. I just had no idea that it had gotten to that point. I thought that maybe he had a punch in his eye or something, that he got punched really hard. I had no idea that it was anything else.
Did you see Mr. Beathard? Can you tell the jury what you saw?
I just saw, I saw like one part. I didn't see anything that happened, but I just had seen Clay walking and holding himself. And then I turned around and saw another group still together. And that's all I saw of Clay at the time.
Did you see Mr. Trapeni? Can you tell the jury what you saw?
And can I, you don't mind when you answer, can you say yes or no, because this is being recorded, this is difficult, you need some water?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, if you could just answer yes or no for us, because we've gotta make sure that we get your comments on the record, okay? All right, thank you.
Yes,
sorry.
no.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I did see him. Then I turned around and I saw Paul on the ground.
What did you see? What was happening?
There were so many people around him, so I couldn't really see what was going on. And I didn't want to overcrowd anything, so I kind of stood back. And again, I didn't know the extent of what was going on. I just saw him there, and there were so many people around him trying to help.
In any of this interaction that you saw, inside the bar, outside the bar, right by the door, across the street, when you saw your friends come back across the street, did you ever at any point see any weapon on Clay Beathard?
No, never.
Did you ever see any weapon on or being displayed by Paul Trapeni?
No, ma'am.
What about AJ Bethurum?
No, ma'am.
What about Michael Moseley?
I never saw anything on him.
What about Sam
Inter-
Folks?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group try to start any type of fight with Michael Moseley or anybody else out there?
No, ma'am.
Did you see anything out there that made you think that your life was in danger?
At the time, I didn't, because I was in that group fighting, and then I stood back while everyone else was fighting, and I thought that it was just a fist fight until I saw the aftermath.
At any point, did you feel like when you were out there that night that you needed a weapon to defend yourself?
Maybe outside, but again, I didn't think that it was to the extent that it was.
And you said that you Ubered to the hospital?
Yes, me and Thoby went together.
What hospital did you go to?
Vanderbilt.
And what was that like?
We had all gotten there, and everyone called their parents. And so everyone's parents were there, and everyone was just, other parents were holding other kids. My mom was holding other people the whole time. Everyone was just really worried, because no one thought that what had happened had happened.
I'm going to offer this photograph as exhibit number 1.
Okay.
And could we switch to the computer system, please? Ms. Yoder, did you have an opportunity to review some of the video in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you reviewed the video, when did you review the video for the first time?
Last Sunday.
Okay, like Sunday, just a couple of days ago?
Yes.
Okay, and so that was the first time you'd seen this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify the people in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it fairly and accurately depict some of the things that you've testified about here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the record, I'm going to start playing the video, which is labeled Camera 13. And we're starting at 2:37:55. Ms. Yoder, if you can look at this video and point at the people like you did previously and just say all the people that you can recognize in the video and what's
Yeah.
going on.
That's my friend Thoby. Well, she's walking away now. But she was there. Next to me here, I believe is David Bates. Next to him right here, I believe that's AJ Bethurum. Over here is Campbell Parker, and next to him is Wilson McCullough. And I believe that's, I think, oh, never mind.
Okay.
That's all I can kind of see right now.
Okay. So while we're watching this, I want to ask you a couple of questions about Wilson McCullough. How well do you know him?
Very well.
How can you tell us a little bit about him and how you know him well?
Yeah, me and Wilson dated about 10 years ago, like freshman year of high school, and he was one of my first best friends at BGA, and we just were best friends after that, and still he is my closest guy friend from BGA. We do talk a lot, just update each other with what's going on in our lives. He's just absolutely the purest person I know.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Would he ever do anything to hurt you? Have you ever seen him do anything to hurt another person?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And if you can go back to the video and tell us kind of what the mood is and what you all are doing.
Yeah, we're all just kind of staying around the table, again, talking. Some other people have come in, I believe. But again, we're just talking, hanging out, and there's talk of probably leaving pretty soon. So we're probably just waiting for everyone to get ready to go.
And just for the record, we're now at the video is continuously playing, and we're at 2:40:25 on the video. What do you see happening now?
Some people are leaving, and we're still standing around the table. And I don't know, I guess just messing around a little bit.
Okay. And can you point out the friends that were in your group that you recognize now on the video? I think everybody's moved a little bit.
Yeah, over here, there's Paul in the back. He's talking to Campbell Parker right there. Next to me is Wilson McCullough, and I'm right there. That's Clayton Beathard in the background. Here we have AJ Bethurum and Sam Folks right there. I'm not sure who these people are.
Okay. And for the record now, we're at 2:41:28.
And Paul's getting started with his game.
Okay. And is this Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the quarter game you were saying?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Guys, I apologize, but this is actually from the whoever's transmitting this is having.
Excited about flipping a
problems.
coin on one head or another. I do remember we were cheering for every land. No bets or anything, but we're all very excited.
And what's the mood? No.
I just think everyone's really happy. It was late, so we all wanted to go back pretty soon.
And where are you in the video now?
I'm still standing right there.
Okay. And can you describe what you're wearing?
Yes, I'm in black jeans and a gray turtleneck and a leather jacket.
And who just walked up to stand to your right?
That's Paul.
Paul Trapeni?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it looks like he's still playing the quarter game.
Yeah, it went on for a long time.
And over here on the screen, is that the stairway that you were describing earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this part the dance floor, or is the dance floor somewhere else?
The dance floor's somewhere else. I believe it's over on the left of the screen.
Okay, so it's like this way?
Yes, I think so.
So here at 24358, do you know who these two people are?
No, I believe some people in our group made friends with them earlier in the night, so I think they were leaving. They were just saying bye.
Okay.
There's AJ going to get it.
So now are y'all going around looking for the quarter?
Yeah.
Even your new friends?
I think we recruited them.
Okay, and at 24440, do you know who this person is?
No.
In the puffy jacket?
No, I don't.
Do you know who this person is? Who I'll describe as a blonde, looks like she has blonde hair, female.
No, I
In a
don't
jacket?
know who she is.
Do you know who this person is in the Nike shirt?
No, I recognize them, but I don't know who they are.
How do you recognize them?
I believe just from the bar.
Had you ever seen them before that night?
No, ma'am.
You just recognize them because y'all were occupying the same place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and we're at 24533. Can you go around and tell us who you can see?
Yes, we have Thoby Favre, or Thoby right there. That's same folks I touched first, I believe. I'm standing there. That's Campbell Parker and Paul, and then that's David Bates right there.
Who is this?
That's Wilson McCullough.
And do you know who this is?
Yes, that's Michael Moseley.
Could you hear what they were saying?
No, ma'am, I couldn't.
Does it look like they're having a negative interaction?
No, ma'am.
And is this you?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is Sam Folks?
Same folks is right there.
And at 2:47:00, are y'all heading towards the stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what you see happening here?
Everyone is just going down the stairs. I'm getting ready to leave.
And if we could pause right there for just a second. What had just happened up there at the stairs?
That was my last interaction with Michael Moseley.
Can we back that up just a little bit? And we're starting at 2:46:07. So here's you, and here's Michael Moseley.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, he had already seen you on the dance floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd already rejected a drink from him.
Yes, ma'am.
What is he doing right there?
Whispering something in my ear with his arm around me.
How are you reacting to this?
I just think I'm trying not to give it any attention and just kind of turn away a little bit.
And is that when Mr. Folks came up to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And are y'all all traveling down the stairs now?
Yes.
And for the record, we're stopping the video at 2:47:34. Were you also able to review some video at our office of this stairway and everybody going down the stairway?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that video fairly and accurately depict you all as you went down the stairway?
Yes.
Re-
We are all just going together to leave.
Okay, and is this right here the stairway that you came down?
Yes, ma'am.
And up here, is that the top of the stairs where we just left off on the previous video?
Yes.
And for the record, this is DVR2, camera 3, DVR2 is the name of this file. And we're starting on 12/21/2019, Saturday at 2:47:13. At 2:47:24, do we start seeing people coming down the stairs?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And if we could pause here real quick. For the record, we're paused at 2:47:31. Can you point at the screen and indicate who the people are on the screen that you can recognize now?
yes, ma'am. That's Wilson McCullough, Clay Beathard, Paul Trapeni. I believe that's me, and I believe that's Sam Folks behind me.
Okay, and we'll play for a little bit more and then pause it. Okay, if we could pause again at 2:47:37. Can you tell the jury who everybody is now?
Yes, that's AJ Bethurum right there, and then that's Thoby Faber,
Okay, and who is this?
Clay Beathard,
And who is this?
Sam Folks,
And who is this?
Paul Trapeni,
And who is this?
me.
Okay, and we're starting again at 2:47:38. And if we could pause again here at 2:47:43. Can you go through and say who everybody is again?
Paul Trapeni, Emma Yoder, AJ Bethurum, Campbell Parker, Thoby Faber, and then that's Michael Moseley.
Okay, and we'll start again. And we'll pause right here. at 2:47:51, how close are you to Michael Moseley?
Just a couple people away.
Did you hear anybody making any threats towards him?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody trying to get him to fight or saying anything ugly towards him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll start again at 2:47:51. Okay, and if we can pause here at 2:47:56. Do y'all know this person?
No.
Okay. And who is this person?
That's David Bates.
And who is this person?
That's Patrick Wells.
And we'll start again at 2:47:56. And do y'all know this person?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And for the record, that was the last person coming down the stairs. Okay. Were you also able to view on Sunday a video that showed what happened right outside of the bar, on the other side of those doors at the stairway, that followed Sam Folks around?
Outside?
Outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that fairly and accurately depict the scene that you saw when you were leaving the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the record, the name of this file is camera 8_Sam SL. And we're beginning this video at 12/21/2019, Saturday at 2:47:45. Okay, if we could pause here. Who is this?
That's Wilson McCullough.
And who is this?
Clay Beathard.
And if we need to back up a little bit, we can. Who is this?
That's Sam Folks. Here.
Okay, this is Sam Folks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is he wearing a backwards cap?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he wearing a plaid shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who is this?
That's Wilson McCullough.
Okay, and do you know who this is?
That's Clay Beathard.
Okay, and he said this is Sam, and is he the one that has the circle around him?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know who this is?
Paul Trapeni.
Okay, and we're starting again at 2:47:48. And if we can pause again, who is this?
That's me.
Who is this?
Sam Folks.
Who is this?
Paul Trapeni.
Who is this?
Clay Beathard.
Okay, we're starting again at 2:47:51. Do you know who this is?
AJ Bethurum.
Who's this?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Oh, that's Campbell Parker.
Okay, and who is this?
Thoby Faber.
And who is this?
Michael Moseley.
And do you know who this person is?
No, I don't.
Do you know who this person is?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and we're starting again at 2:47:59.
Damn, he went berserk with that knife.
Okay, we're gonna pause at 2:48:52. Where are you in this video?
I'm standing right there.
And we're starting again at 2:48:54. What can you see happening here?
Just getting very violent. And everyone moved to the other side of the street, running after each other.
And what are you doing?
I ran over because I saw how bad it was getting.
how are you feeling at this moment when you're out there?
I'm really confused. I just saw people running, and I wasn't sure why everyone was running away.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay. Mr. Quillen?
Ms. Yoder, my name's Ken Quillen. Did I understand you to say that you started kindergarten at Battleground Academy?
Yes, sir.
And you went to another school for a while,
Yes, until 8th grade.
until 8th grade?
Yes.
And what school was that?
Harding Academy in Nashville.
Okay, and from 9th through 12th, you're at Battleground Academy again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you go to school at Colorado, University of Colorado?
Yes, sir.
And Wilson McCullough went to school at the University of Denver?
Just freshman year, and then he went to the University of Alabama after that.
Did y'all date while he was in Denver?
Not at all, no.
You mentioned going to AJ Bethurum's place, a farm,
Yes, sir.
and was that on Hillsborough Road,
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
the site of a present-day shopping center?
No, I don't think so.
Going to the party on December the 20th, did you arrive with Ms. Favre?
Yes, sir. We wrapped the McCulloughs together.
Okay, did you meet at her house and then y'all drove over, or?
She came to my house, and then my mom drove us over.
Okay. And did Mr. McCullough provide any alcohol?
Maybe for himself. I think everyone brought their own.
Okay, did you and Ms. Favre bring your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how much did you bring?
I'm not really sure how much. I think maybe we shared some mixed drinks or something like that. I think though we brought some wine
Wine?
or champagne or something like that.
Do you remember a champagne bottle, or?
I don't know. She likes the small little ones. So I think she might have brought those.
And you say your relationship with Sam Folks was purely platonic?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And Wilson McCullough, you dated as a freshman?
Yes, sir.
And of course, you've got a Facebook account, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in the August of 2014, would you have been just getting ready to start your 11th grade year? Is that right?
Yes, well, we started dating freshman year, and it went on just a little bit in sophomore year.
Okay. And but you were still dating in August of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember a picture on Facebook? You're sitting, both you and Mr. Wilson McCullough, in shorts, sitting thigh to thigh, your head on his shoulder?
Yes.
Who broke off that relationship?
I mean, it was 10 years ago, but I believe I might have. Or it was mutual. I actually really don't remember.
Now, so you're back at the Battleground Academy as a 9th grader. Were you a cheerleader there?
Just my freshman year.
Just your freshman year. And did you play any sports?
I played lacrosse at Centennial High School, but I didn't play any sports at BGA.
Okay. And you say when you went to the Dogwood Bar, you only had one beer, or is that?
At the Dogwood, I believe I only had one beer there.
Okay, and you had a beer at that Kung Fu place?
I believe so. I believe someone just bought a couple and just handed them, but I didn't have more than one drink.
Was Sam Folks drinking a lot that night?
I really don't know. We were all on our own. I didn't really keep track of how much everyone was drinking.
Did you see him behave foolishly at times?
No, sir.
Now, who were you dating in December of 2020?
Your Honor, I'll object to relevance. If it's nobody involved in this case,
How is that relevant, Mr.?
Well, we have Sam Folks making a statement that, you know, she's dating somebody, back off.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. But Sam Folks did say that she was you were his girlfriend?
Yes, he just said that to kind of get him off my back. He did, again, my best friend all throughout high school, so we're close.
Okay. And was that best friend, is she involved in any of this? Was she present that night?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. I want to pass a photo to you. It's from the second floor stair top camera at 2:47:03 a.m. You recognize that still photo, still frame?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and sort of looking left to right, you see Patrick Wells talking to David Bates. Okay, and
Yes, sir.
Thoby Falber,
Yes.
and AJ Bethurum,
Yes.
and you see Mr. Sam Folks,
Yes, sir.
and he appears to be in motion.
Yes.
Okay, and the man to Mr. Folks' right and behind him is Campbell Parker.
Yes.
Okay, and right in front of Mr. Folks is Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
and right sort of in front of him to the right are you and Mr. Moseley.
Yes.
Okay, if we could, you got it queued up?
Oh, yes, what, are you asking for the overhead? What, you asking for video or overhead?
Oh, I have to do the overhead?
No, I'm just asking, what are you asking?
Well, I was
for,
just,
so that we
I
know
wanted to feed.
we need to know what to direct it to from here.
Feed it through the video.
Okay.
Okay. Now, that,
Give us 1 second, Mr. Quillen.
All right.
Running the witness stand sometimes has a short delay. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Quillen.
Ms. Yoder, on that still photograph, would you take that orange pen and put a W on Wilson McCullough's back? You got that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And maybe on Mr. Mosley's back, put an M. And sort of draw an arrow, you know, from the top towards your head. Now, Wilson McCullough, he was in a position to see you and Michael Moseley at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he didn't intercede, did he?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. If you would pass that photo back, and Ms. Norman and I, or Ms. Hunter and I will look at it and I'll offer it into evidence. Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect that Ms. Yoder has marked Wilson McCullough's back with a W. She has marked Mr. Mosley's back with an MM, and she has drawn an arrow to her head in this picture, and we'll offer it as the defense's first exhibit.
It'll be the exhibit number 2 for the defense.
And I would like to pass to the witness some more photos. Ms. Yoder, you see that first photo, correct?
Correct.
And you see you're in there and you're looking at Wilson McCullough, correct?
Correct.
And sort of behind you and to your left, there's Sam Folks, correct?
Yes.
And you see Michael Moseley,
Yes.
and Michael Mosley's looking to the left.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would, take the orange pen and draw an arrow to the top of Wilson McCullough's head. If you'll move to that second photo. You see Wilson McCullough's back?
Yes.
Okay, if you would put a WM on Wilson McCullough's back. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Third picture. Over to the far right, you see Sam Folks in the plaid. You see him? He's lost his hat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you see Michael Moseley?
Yes.
Okay. And you see a man holding Michael Moseley in a chokehold?
Yes.
And if you would, put a WM on Wilson McCullough's back. And does it appear that Wilson McCullough's getting ready to punch Mr. Moseley in that picture?
I don't think it looks like that. Wilson's kind of facing the other way.
Well, is Wilson McCullough not facing to his left? Is his head not pointing to the left?
His head is, but his body's the other way.
All right. Okay, if you would move on to the next picture. All right, if you would put a WM on Wilson McCullough's back. And you see that Wilson McCullough's right arm is raised. Wilson McCullough's a right-hander, correct?
Correct.
Played third base in high school,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
And did you put a WM on Mr. McCullough's back there?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on, the next picture, it's only maybe a half second ahead. Would you also put a WM on Mr. McCullough's back? And the final picture in that series, you see Wilson McCullough there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you would put a WM on his back. And just for clarification, in the far right, you see Sam Folks there in the plaid shirt. Okay.
Yes.
And did you put a WM on Mr. Wilson's back and Mr. McCullough's back in that last photo?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. If you pass those forward to us, and we'll look. Let's see here. Let's see. Back in order. Your Honor, if the record may reflect that in the first of the 6 photos, Ms. Yoder has drawn an arrow towards Wilson McCullough's head, the top of his head. In the second photo, Ms. Yoder has put a WM on Wilson McCullough's back. On the third photo, the same.
Alright guys, so we're at a sidebar here. This is, yes, parallax, yes, this is cross-examination. This is the woman who Michael Moseley was kind of accosting and talking to, that kind of started everything off. Yeah, good morning everybody. Hey guys, I'm here from my name is Sean Martin. This is my channel, I'm out of the Cleveland area, up in Ohio. And yeah, I stream trials, I comment on them when we have the downtime, but I also do my encouragement. So if you guys like what you see here today, please like, subscribe, and then check out my other stuff. Okay, we'll try that again. So guys, yeah, it looks like we're in a sidebar. This is cross of the woman that was kind of the impetus behind everything that Michael Moseley did that night. We're back to it.
Your Honor, we'll offer these photos as the defendant's collective exhibit.
Okay,
As
that
to
will
be-
be collective exhibit number 3, A through F.
And ask that it be published to the jury.
Okay, you need it back then to put it on the, did you want to label the first or after?
If you keep them in the
Keep them in
that you
order,
want 'em.
please.
They are in order, I put them back in order. And I may have another envelope.
I have an envelope, so don't.
Okay, all right.
We need to,
I would ask that the photos themselves be published to the jury and let the jury look at them close.
okay, you can put them on the overhead. Give us just a second to bring it up. Give us 1 second.
Sorry. I've hit a button. Yeah. that's, yeah, that was. Right. And Ms. Yoder, can you see the screen? That's the first photograph, correct?
Yes.
And you see Wilson McCullough marked with a red arrow?
Yes.
And you made that red arrow?
Yes, sir.
Second photo. You see Mr. Wilson's back marked with the WM?
Yes.
Third photo, again, see Mr. Wilson's back marked with the WM?
Yes.
And to Mr. McCullough's left, you see Michael Moseley in a chokehold?
Yes.
All right, in this next fourth picture, you see Wilson McCullough marked with the WM?
Yes.
And you can see he's getting ready to hit somebody?
Yes.
I believe I might have put that out of order. I believe this is actually the fourth photo there. Okay, you see Mr. Wilson McCullough,
Yes.
right hand in the air?
Yes, sir.
Fifth photo.
Yes.
Wilson McCullough marked
Yes, sir.
WM on the back. Okay. And the last of the 6 photos. Wilson McCullough marked with the WM,
Yes.
still involved in a fight.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Your Honor, we'll offer these as a collective exhibit. You go to the hospital, say 4 a.m. After the incident, and you spoke to a Detective Chandler. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then on the December the 29th, it's Sunday, you are interviewed by Detective Beavis and Detective Joyce out on the Battleground Academy campus. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to the recording of that interview again?
I had the opportunity, but I didn't listen to it.
Okay. Do you remember that interview?
I really don't remember much of it. I was just really confused the whole time.
Okay. Do you remember asking Detective Beavis if he knew if who said anything first?
I don't distinctly remember that.
Do you remember Mr. Folks or Beathard at the top of the stairs saying, "Back off"?
I don't remember them using those words.
Okay. And do you remember asking if the punch was inside the bar or outside the bar?
No, I don't remember that.
Now, did you tell at the hospital, did you tell Detective Chandler that you drank more than usual that night?
I don't recall saying that. I mean, I drank for going out to a bar.
Do you remember asking Detective Beavis if they chased him, meaning Clayton Beathard and AJ Bethurum?
Again, I really don't recall much that I said, but I remember thinking that.
You had a vague memory of that?
I just saw people running around, so I vaguely remember maybe asking that, just in general, what happened.
Do you remember asking Detective Beavis if you were crazy, remembering something, a punch inside the bar?
I believe I do. I think I was just so shocked with what had happened, because I just assumed there might have been something inside that had happened.
That interview was recorded. You understand that?
Yes, I just don't remember myself.
Do you remember flirting with Wilson McCullough that night?
No, sir.
You don't remember sort of doing your hair, playing with your hair, and then touching him in the stomach, and then doing a little dance and
I mean, I think
patting his head?
I mean, I think I was probably fixing my hair all night, and I probably did that with a lot of the boys. I remember holding David Bates' arm. I mean, they're all my close friends. Just kind of how you act with friends.
I'd like to pass a couple of still photos to you. And in the upper left corner, you see the time code, correct?
Yes, correct.
December 21, 2019 to 14:42 a.m.
Yes.
And in the lower right-hand corner, you see the camera designation on the wide shot, second floor stair top camera.
Yes.
Okay. And in the upper left corner of the frame, there's a table there that you see you and Campbell Parker. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you see Wilson McCullough across the table from you.
Yes.
And I think to your left is that Patrick Wells.
I believe so.
It's a little fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of to Mr. McCullough's right, Clayton Beathard.
Yes.
And beyond him, I believe that is AJ Bethurum.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, if you would, on the closer up shot, if you would put a WM sort of on Wilson McCullough's chest. And an EY to the left of your back there, sort of maybe on Mr. Wells' back so it shows up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
And if we may look at those, inspect those for a moment.
Are you needing the overhead now?
Yes, if I may, Your Honor, that would be helpful.
Okay, just give us a moment. It takes just a moment to go from device to device. Just give us 1 second.
And I'll try to zoom here a little bit. Oops. Okay, and that frame from 214.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Quinn. Just
Oh,
hold
we're
it
not.
there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And you see you leaning across the table from Wilson McCullough in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And that's from the night in question at the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, sir.
And we'll show you this tighter shot, even though that's not marked. That's from the same frame, correct? 2:14:42 a.m.
Yes.
You across the table from Wilson McCullough.
Yes, sir.
We'll offer that as our next exhibit. Now, I want to play a video of that time frame with you and Mr. McCullough. It's marked DFTID 7. And pause it until they get it up on the screen. Okay, you see the video?
Yes.
Or you see the start of it? Are we at the beginning? Back it up to the very beginning. We're 17 seconds in. Okay, all right. 2:14:42 to start. Mr. Wilson comes, McCullough comes around the table close to you, correct?
Yes.
And he goes back around across from you.
Yes.
Okay, you touch Mr. McCullough's chest,
Yes.
play with your hair,
I think so.
play with your hair again.
I think I'm on the phone, maybe. Or something.
Start to dance, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. McCullough leans over and you start to play with his hair. Your Honor, we'll offer that as our next exhibit.
The video?
The video, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have a disc?
I have a USB, Your Honor.
And just so that, let me have that close real quick, just wanna make sure that we're.
Okay. I do, and I've provided,
I just wanna make sure.
they have the USBs are formatted.
Well, guys, we're in another sidebar right now. I'll pause mute it for a second. We're in another sidebar right now. 53 people. So, yeah, hi guys. My name's Sean Martin. I am an attorney out of Cleveland, Ohio. This is my channel, Potentially Criminal. Cover a lot of criminal defense topics. I make my own videos, but I also stream trials when they're available. Today's Michael Moseley's trial. He's 2 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. So it goes back to a bar fight back in December of 2019. If you guys like what you see here, please like and subscribe. We'll try to get this trial going through the whole day and through the rest of the trial. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them down below. I'll try to answer them when we get the chance. All right, here we go again.
Was he known as a joker also?
Sorry.
No, I wouldn't say particularly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you,
Okay,
Ms. Yoder.
all right, anything redirect with, Ms. Yoder?
Just briefly, Your Honor, if I could retrieve exhibit number 3 and use the overhead. for the record, I'm putting up on the screen Defense Exhibit 3C. Ms. Yoder, I believe this is the photograph that you were just asked about, whether or not somebody has their arm around Michael Moseley from his back. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after he had already violently punched Sam Folks. Is that correct?
I'll sustain the objection.
What had happened prior to that?
Michael Moseley had punched Sam 4 times to the ground.
And do you wish that whoever that is holding Michael Moseley had held on to him a little bit longer?
Yes, ma'am.
If he had been restrained at that moment, would your friends have died?
Objection, calls to speculate.
I'll sustain the objection.
When you spoke with Detective Chandler at the hospital, were you under an extreme amount of emotional
Yes, ma'am.
situation? That video clip that you were just shown, were you dancing at a bar at the same time everybody else at the bar was dancing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything to be read into that?
No, ma'am.
Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Yoder, you may step down. Watch your step as you're stepping down, please. Thank you.
I ultimately had the feeling this is going to be a pretty quick trial. So yeah, guys, I have the feeling this is going to turn into a pretty quick trial. I mean, this is, I know you guys are used to longer trials if you've been streaming, whether you're from Law and Crime, Nick Ricada, anybody else, or even following along with me the past couple of months. This is a typical murder trials pace. I mean, we know who did it. There's just a question of whether or not it's self-defense. Oh, are they still talking? No, they are not.
We would have had time to put on the witness stand, was present, and left. And after court, Your Honor told him he was to arrive back here this morning, and he has not arrived back here this morning. And at this point, the state would ask Your Honor for a bench warrant.
Ooh, they're asking for a warrant for their witness. Yeah, I mean, Shaw, there might be a lot of witnesses, but I think it's going to be fairly quick because it's going to center around what happened.
Thank you.
So a witness did not show up who was subpoenaed, and the prosecution is asking for a warrant.
All rise. Court stands in 2-minute recess.
Now, oh, hold on, guys. Okay, so, yeah, Shaw, there might be a lot of witnesses, but still, I don't think there's going to be, as you can see, this witness, she's kind of like the biggest eyewitness to everything. I think there's only going to be so much each one of these witnesses can talk about. Remember all that stuff about these guys in the beginning, most of that initial direct examination, that they were nice guys, they didn't fight. There's only so much they're going to be able to bring up going forward. So, but this is the typical speed of a murder trial. It's going to go pretty quick. There might be some witnesses, but there's not going to be like Dr. Husel level amount of witnesses. It sounds like there was a witness who refuses to show up and doesn't want to be televised or take the stand. But the thing is, when you're subpoenaed, you have to show up. That is a court order. You can come in and say, I don't want to do it, or I have a privilege, or I have whatever reason I don't have to testify. You still have to come in and assert that. It sounds like it's one of the state's witnesses, so they ask for a warrant, a witness warrant, and this person will be apprehended and brought into court and forced to testify. So, might be a hostile witness. Critter, could it be a hostile witness? Maybe. It also just might be somebody who doesn't want to be involved. Believe it or not, a lot of people don't want to be in court. They don't want to be in the middle of this. It's not their fight. It's not their problem. They just have to be unlucky enough to see it. They also don't believe, maybe they don't believe, like, I ain't snitching on anybody. Any number of reasons. Maybe they've got something really important going on today that they're going to do instead of the trial. You never know. There could be any number of reasons this happens. So it looks like we're going to be on break for a minute. That's from the News Channel 5 stream. So, yeah, and he could, and that's the thing, Shaw, I didn't see the opening yesterday. He could say he's scared, and that may be true. It sounds like for Michael Moseley, he's a very violent guy. He attacked that other lady in Walmart. He's actually doing 12 years in prison right now, because of that. So, yeah, he might be fearing retribution from Moseley's family, so who knows? Yes, Parallax, you're right. In the Theodore Edgecombe trial, the one witness had a warrant put out for him. Now that one was a little bit bullshit because it sounds like the state got a little proactive and put that warrant out before the trial started. But that said, once you comply with the subpoena order, you are released. So in this case, that witness will be arrested. If they find him, he'll be brought into court. He'll be forced to testify. And then at that point, generally speaking, he'll be released. Yeah, Shaw, well, that's interesting. So the judge agreed, and the media wasn't going to show this guy's face, and he still won't show up. And at that point, people claim that people are scared of other people. It sounds like there's some excuses being made at that point too. So maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. But I think that's a very good point, Shaw. I appreciate all your comments so far. And especially if you happen to watch it yesterday, don't be afraid to say, hey, you're wrong. This is actually what happened yesterday. I appreciate the input and I appreciate the info. So, yeah, thanks. And guys, once again, if you are new here, please like and subscribe if you like what's going on. I don't try to commentate during the trial. That's not fun for you guys. It's definitely not fun for me. Hi, Gina. How are you doing? Anybody else, if you're new, thanks for stopping by. I'm an attorney out of Cleveland, Ohio. My name's Sean Martin. I cover streams. I cover trials. I do my own content and videos about criminal defense topics. Every Thursday night at 9:30, I do a live show, just kind of recapping stuff we may have talked about during the week and other incidents that have gone on. Yeah. So, yes, Gina, is this where all the cool kids hang out? I'd like to think so. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. I will just fill everybody in. I am a practicing attorney. This is not my primary job, being on YouTube. So, this afternoon, I just got a couple of phone calls. I have 2 clients who were picked up and brought into custody that had been out and about on warrants, so I have to go in this afternoon for court. Thanks, Gina. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm a real attorney. I'm not sure I'm a really good attorney, so let's just not church it up too much. Thanks, Gina. I appreciate that. So I will have to, at 1 o'clock, I have to be there. So I'll be here till probably about 12:30 or so, and then I'm gonna have to boogie on out to go take care of those guys. I will come back, but it might be a little while before I'm back. At that point, Critterville, Gabby, and Matthew, along with some of my other moms, will be kind of running the show and minding the shop. So you guys won't see me for a little bit, but I just wanted you guys to understand, especially if you're not where I'm at today. Okay, Ed, not an artificial attorney. Yes, I'm not a holographic attorney or a cyborg attorney. I am a living attorney, flesh and blood, live man, as some of the sovereign citizens would say. Darren, actually, that's not my job. My job is to get my clients released on bond and get them back out on the street. It's not my concern if they're dangerous or not. My job is to advocate zealously for my clients. So I'm going to be asking for them to be released back out on the street. Maybe one of them might have to be on electronic monitoring, but other than that, I'm going to be asked that they get released. Yeah, Shaw, I'm going to leave this running. The stream is going to run. Critterville is one of my mods. She helps me run the StreamYard here. It's going to run. It'll just be kind of on autopilot. I won't be here. You'll just see a screen like this in the corner. So that's what'll happen here.
I mean, it needs to be on file over there when they want to take you into custody. Right.
I take offense to that, Valancourt, because I am on the spectrum. I'm a little bit of a retard myself, so it's okay. But it's the internet. I assume we all are at some level or another. But yes, Shaw, this will still be up. You just won't see me until I get done. Hopefully I get done, but there are a lot of people in court this afternoon, so I might get a little sidetracked. I'll be able to... Yes, if you ever do break the law in the state of Ohio, or you happen to know people in the state of Ohio who are facing criminal trouble, please, I have a email address in the description here. Please send them my information. I'd be happy to speak with them about it. If they're in Northeast Ohio, it's definitely something that can be worked out. If they happen to be somewhere in the state of Ohio, the great state of Ohio, we might be able to work something out. It just depends on how far away and what type of charges they're facing. Thank you for helping me plug that, Playmaker. It's been a little while since you've been here. Good to see you back. Oh, Valancourt, I'm joking. I'm joking about the whole retard thing. We're all goofy and silly. It's the internet. No worries. Trust me, you won't be able to offend me. I am 36 years old. I grew up on the internet when it was in the Wild West stage. You are not going to offend me or hurt my feeler bugs. I promise you.
Yeah, that's I think it would have to be on file. But that strategy for launching
Calling the judge. Well, then I have to tell you where you're going to go. Suspicion of mischief. No, but I had a client who got a DUI because the cop saw his airbag and got deployed. Because they saw his airbag was all poofed out. But I'm not sure what you mean as far as mischief goes. George, am I a private attorney or public defender or both? I am a private attorney. I run my own law firm. I'll throw my website down in below in the description as well. It's Martin Law Office LLC. I represent people. If you come into my office and you plug some cash down, I represent you. Also, if the court were to call me and say, hey, the public defender cannot represent somebody, would you represent this guy? I take court-appointed cases as well. I don't do a ton of them, but I do them because I feel it's, if the court, when people ask you for help, you should help. And I think it's always a good idea to, if the court asks you to help out, you help out. But in addition, these people need legal representation, and I feel that I can represent them and do an adequate job for them. I do so. Obviously, I don't get to charge or make the same amount of money I do as if I were retained privately, but I still go out there and help them the best I can. Oh, geez, Parallax. It's from Clerks 2. Oh, it's been a while, and I don't remember Clerks 2 as well because it wasn't as good as Clerks, the original. Sorry, I completely forgot about that. If you'd done Clerks 1, I remember that movie front and back, but not the second one. The second one was like, it was okay. Little Miss, they actually really got one after future Supreme Court Justice Jackson for her actions on the Sentencing Commission and as a federal judge regarding the sentencing of sex offenders. Her actions as a defense attorney, hey, when you're a defense attorney, you do your job. Much of the same way Sonia Sotomayor did defense work, and also much of the same way I think Breyer was a public defender for a short time as well. You do what you do. You deal with the people you got. Can't hear. Stephanie, can you hear me now? Everybody else can hear me, correct? Okay. Yeah, Stephanie, I'm not sure. I think a lot of people, if you refresh the feed on YouTube, you might hear me better. If somebody could tell her that in chat, that might help. So let's see if that helps Stephanie. Yeah, wow, there's a lot of new people here today. 52 people, that's nice. Not the Chesters. Darren, if you come into my office and you tell me you want representation for a murder, I'll represent you. You come into my office
Remain
and tell me,
seated, come to order,
"Hey,
please."
man, the police are over at my house right now and they're digging up my crawl space to find all the 3-year-olds in there."
Okay, General,
I'll represent you too. We'll talk about the price on that, but yeah, if it's within my wheelhouse and I feel I can competently represent you, I'll probably take your case.
Let's see, do we have any?
If the court were to call me and say, "Will you represent this gentleman? He can't afford an attorney
Are you
in charge of the sentence," I'll still represent. Everybody's entitled to a defense, and in fact, one of the court-appointed cases I had,
Mr.
the guy was accused of touching his stepdaughter, and it turned out he didn't do it, and we won. We had to go all the way to trial, and he was found not guilty. So that's why, until they're convicted, everybody's innocent, and you have to go all out for everybody. Now, there are some cases where people are toast and they got caught, or it's clear something happened, or they admitted to it, but I just, everybody's got a defense, and the people you detest, you have to defend the hardest, because eventually, if you don't defend them, there's nothing there to protect you.
Okay, so you don't have to actually hit anything, it's already set up for you. You can just say, and then if you clear.
Oh, Playmaker, I'm glad things were going well for you. I know you said you were working on
Mr. Owens can help.
carrying a weapon, so hopefully that worked out good and things are going better.
I think that'll just kind of help. Thank you.
Yeah, the more serious your crimes are, the more expensive it is. I don't know if these two guys are court appointed for Michael Moseley, but even if they're not, oof, it's going to be a lot for a double murder like this. Cameron, can I defend you for Facebook jail? No, because I got gulagged permanently off Facebook, and I haven't been back. And I did many a stint in Facebook jail myself. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. They did go after Judge Jackson for what she did involving the Gitmo detainees, but hey, I still think that was a valid exercise of her authority as a public defender. They all need a defense. I hope you're not going back to the dentist again, but
You ready?
All rise.
yeah. All right, guys, we're about to start back up again.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all of the members of the jury who are here in the trial are present in the courtroom. After that short break, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
The state's next witness is Daniel Sevilla.
Okay, Daniel Sevilla.
Sir, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record?
Daniel Sevilla.
And Mr. Sevilla, could you please spell your first and last name also for the court reporter?
DANIELSEVILLA.
Mr. Sevilla, are you from the Nashville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you grow up here in the Nashville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically West Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not gonna ask you where you live now because that's not relevant, but how old are you?
31.
Okay. And you currently work, is that right?
That's correct.
And so you're missing work to be here today, correct?
Yes.
Do you want to be here today testifying in this trial?
No.
And why is that?
Just, I don't know. I mean, I don't have an answer.
I'm sorry?
I don't really have an answer. I just don't, something I don't want to do.
Okay, but you're under subpoena, right?
That's correct.
And so you're here, and you're here to tell the truth, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to that night of December 20th. I believe that was a Friday night into the early morning of Saturday, December 21st. Do you remember that night?
Some of it.
And kind of before you went out earlier in the evening, what were you doing?
Just enjoying the day, watching movies and so forth and so on.
And I don't want to know addresses or anything like that, but where were you at that evening?
At my father-in-law's house.
Okay. And back in 2019, did you go out regularly?
Yeah, I mean, something you do on the weekends.
Okay. And specifically that night, what did you end up doing?
We went to Copacabana, had a few drinks, and then decided to go bar hopping in Midtown.
Okay, and can you explain what Copacabana is?
It's a bar, hangout place for younger people.
What part of town is Copacabana
It's
in?
on Charlotte Pike in West Nashville.
Was that somewhere that you went often?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, were you by yourself or were you with other people?
Ride by myself, and I've met 3 other people there.
Okay, can you describe those other people?
Another Hispanic male, just a girl, another girl, and then another guy, another white guy.
And the white guy, do you
Mhm.
know his name?
Yes,
And what is his name?
Michael
Do you know his last name?
Moseley.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
No, not really.
Could you, Mr. Sevilla, if you could you stand up and could you look around the entire courtroom?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I see him.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Black shirt
And could you point him out?
over there.
Thank you. Can you describe what was going on when you were at Copacabana with the 3 other people?
Just a fun night, joking, drinking.
And you said that you left there to go bar hopping. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you plan to go, or what was the plan when you left Copacabana?
Park at Chewy's Bar, and then just hit the strip from there. No specific place.
And you said park at Chewy's Bar. Where's Chewy's Bar?
I don't know the exact location, but it's in Midtown.
Okay. And so when you leave Copacabana, there's not really a plan, but definitely going to go to Midtown. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you planning on doing at the bar in Midtown?
Just continue with our drinking and continue to have fun.
Okay. Where did you ultimately end up going?
To Dogwood.
And is that a bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever been there before?
No, ma'am.
And do you remember what time you got there?
Approximately 1:37.
And once you got there, what did you do at Dogwood Bar?
Ordered some beers, had, a few fun laughs, and went from there.
And who were you with at the Dogwood Bar?
Mr. Moseley and 2 other people, and myself, of course.
And you said there was a female and then a Hispanic male, is that
Mhm.
right? And the female, who is that?
It's Miss JC, I believe is her name.
JC?
Mm-hmm.
And is that somebody that you knew?
I knew of her. I didn't really know her.
And what about Mr. Moseley? How well did you know him?
We knew each other, just from being around the same area.
So you said that you knew each other. Was he a close friend of yours?
Wouldn't say close or far, just acquainted. We're all from the same area.
And is there an age difference between you and Mr. Moseley?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe that age difference? Are you older or younger?
I'm older.
Okay. So when you're at the Dogwood Bar, what do you remember happening, if anything, while you're there inside the bar?
Just we were having a blast. There was a female there by herself. Nothing bad about it. And he approached her. Nothing happened. And at the end of the night, there was a guy that came up the steps and started an altercation.
Okay. Which I want to kind of go back to before that.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what's everybody, like, what are you doing? Is there...
We're just sitting there talking, conversating, I don't know, drinking.
Okay. And do you remember anything happening of significance before what you just described at the top of the stairs?
No, like I said, the biggest thing was just, a gentleman approaching a lady, and that was it. That was the end of the night, or that was the beginning of it, I guess.
Okay. And have you seen video from inside the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been able to see yourself in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna ask that we play a portion of that video, which, just for the record, in the left corner, it says camera 13_DVR. The date at the top is 12/21/2019, Saturday, 02/44/40. And at the bottom of the screen, it says second FL stair top. Mr. Sevilla, do you see yourself in this image?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can touch the screen.
Hold on just a second.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor.
Is it on? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Sevilla, do you see yourself in that image?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you touch the screen and kind of identify where you are?
Right here.
And do you see anybody else in your group in that image?
I see Miss JC right here.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that we play a portion of that video. And Mr. Sevilla, at this point, do you know any of these other people?
No, not at all.
And had you interacted with any of those other people that night?
No, not at all.
Now, if we could pause right here, this is 2024500 is the timestamp. Do you recognize the person that's just walked into view from the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what type of clothing they have on?
Hoodie, jeans, and tennis shoes.
And is there a logo on the hoodie?
Nike logo.
And who is that person?
That's the other Hispanic guy.
Okay. And do you know his name?
No, not really.
Okay. How well do you know that person?
Not well at all. We're just all from the same neighborhood.
Okay. How many times would you say that you had hung out with that person before?
Maybe a couple times.
Okay. And if we could press play. Which, Mr. Sevilla, the clothes that you have on, can you describe what color they were?
It was a black jacket, regular jeans, and black and white shoes.
And so in this surveillance video, it kind of looks like it just shows up all gray. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you could describe, it's at 2:45:39. What are you doing?
Standing over there, headed downstairs to get a different kind of drink.
And who is the person at the top of the stairs?
Miss JC.
And it is 2:46 and 55 seconds. Now you have walked down the stairs at this point, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're further down the steps when this interaction is happening. If we could stop it there, since Mr. Sevilla is not in this image. And then, have you also seen video from that staircase?
Yes.
Okay, if we could. For the record, this is DVR2_camera. The date is 12/21/2019. SAT 024720. And at the bottom of the right screen, it says First FL front entry. Mr. Sevilla, if we could pause it here. Do you see yourself in this image?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you
Step
touch
up.
the screen just to confirm? And does this image accurately show the clothing that you were wearing that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could press play. And so that's where you went when you walked down those stairs, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at 2:47:58, you're not in this image anymore, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sevilla, can you describe when you go outside, what happens?
Big group of people. Everybody's outside of the club. Normal, time to let out, so everybody's there. Then Mr. Moseley got kind of crowded between a car and a bunch of people, and then a fight broke out, and it was time to run for your life.
Okay. And you said a fight broke out. Did you participate in that fight?
Yeah, but pushing and shoving and getting hit.
And so did you do some of the pushing?
Yes.
Did you do some of the shoving?
Yes.
Did you swing at people?
I'm sure.
And did you actually get pushed?
Yes.
And did you get shoved? And at one point, did you get hit?
Yeah.
Can you describe that moment when you got hit?
Some gentleman came towards me and just punched the living crap out of me.
And that gentleman that punched you, what, if anything, did you remember about him?
He spoke Spanish.
So he was a Hispanic male.
Mm-hmm.
Was it someone you knew?
No, never seen him before.
And can you describe from you walk outside of the Dogwood Bar, where were you when you got punched?
Across the street.
So,
I ran my way across the street.
so that you're all the way across the street, other side of the street, across Division. And what, if any, injury did you suffer?
Just my lip busted.
You got a busted lip.
Yeah.
And is that the only time that you recall getting, like, actually punched?
Yeah, as far as I can remember.
And at any point, did you see anyone with any weapons?
No.
Did you have a weapon?
No.
Did you see anyone get stabbed outside on Division Street?
No, not at all.
And so once you got punched by the Hispanic male, what did you do?
I took off running to my car.
And where was your car at?
At Chewy's parking lot.
And I guess what type of car do you have?
Nissan Altima.
What color was it?
Red.
Did your group of four, did y'all all ride in your car, or how did you get from
No,
Copacabana
it
to...
was 3 of us in one car, and then the other male rode in his car.
Okay, and so when you say 3 of us, are you referring to Mr. Moseley and Miss JC?
And myself.
And then the other male that you pointed out in the Nike shirt, he was in his own car.
Correct.
Do you remember what color that car was?
It was a darker color, Nissan as well. I don't know exactly what model.
Okay. And when you say darker color, your car's red. What's a darker color?
Black or darkest purple or something like that.
Okay. So when you go to your car, who's with you?
Miss JC and Mr. Moseley.
And does everybody get in your car?
Yes, we all 3 got in.
And when you drive away, are all 3 of you still in your car?
No, there was only 2 of us left.
And can you describe how that came to be?
Mr. Moseley hopped out, and then JC climbed over to my front seat.
Did you see where Mr. Moseley went when he got out of your car?
No, ma'am. He just got out and now it was time for me to go.
So when you drove away, it was just you and JC in your car.
Mm-hmm.
And where did you go?
Taco Bell on Charlotte Pike.
Why did you go to Taco Bell?
To drop her off at her car because it was time for me to go home.
And after you went home, I guess, actually, like that moment, you've dropped JC off, you get home. What do you think happened in that moment on Division Street?
Bar fight that we got beat up.
Do you have any idea that anything more serious than that happened?
No, I went to work the next day.
And what happened while you were at work?
I got a call to tell me to check out the news.
And did you check out the news?
Yes.
And what did you see on the news?
A bad story. Two people died at a bar fight that happened to be in the same bar that I was at.
And was there anything on the news related to you?
Yes, my face.
And I guess when they put your face up, what was that image of?
Suspect in a stabbing.
So was the picture a picture like from your driver's license, or what kind of picture was it?
No, it was a picture of me standing at the club when I was drinking a beer.
So it was an image similar to that surveillance footage that we've seen.
It was that surveillance, actually.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I called and checked on everybody, and after that, I tried to stay out of the world, cut social medias off, and turn my phone off. And
So when you said that you called to check on everybody, who did you call?
everybody that was with us, all 4 people.
So you called Mr. Moseley?
Yes,
Did you talk to him?
yes.
What did he say?
Make sure you okay. Yeah, you okay. Yeah, and that was it.
Okay. And you called the Hispanic male?
Yes,
Okay, so you did have his phone number.
yes.
And did you talk to him?
Yeah, same conversation with all 4 of us.
And at some point, I guess, did you ever speak to the police?
Yes, came in and talked to Detective Beavis.
And do you remember when that was?
Not the exact date.
Was it pretty close in time to the night of the
Maybe
incident?
3 or 4 days went by.
Okay. And you spoke to the detective, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you provided him with information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I can have just one moment. Thank you, Mr. Sevilla. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Quinn?
Hi, Mr. Savella.
How's it going, Mr. Quill?
You said you spoke to the detective, was that 3 days later, or was that the evening of the 21st of December 2019?
Not exactly sure on the date. I know it was a few days later.
Okay, it wasn't that night?
No.
Saturday night?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And this fight had occurred on Division Street, is that correct? And on the far sidewalk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how tall are you?
5'5".
5'5". And how tall were these people you were fighting?
Phew. To me, they look like giants. I don't know. I don't 6'1".
Okay.
They're, college
And
football player.
Mr. Mosley's maybe an inch or 2 taller than you, is that correct?
If that so. Maybe his hairline's a little taller.
Okay, and you're a little heavier, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Your party had 2 vehicles in the Chewy's parking lot, is that correct?
Correct.
Your vehicle and
The other guy.
the other guys,
Mhm.
the other Hispanic, and Mr. Mosley didn't have a car there, did he?
Not a choice, no.
Okay. But did he ride, Mr. Moseley ride from the Copacabana
With
to
me.
Midtown with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you're looking, let's see, from the front of the Dogwood Bar, if you're looking out towards Division Street there, Chewy's is on your right,
That's correct.
and the parking lot's over the right where the cars are, your
Correct.
cars. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said a guy started an altercation. Was he wearing a baseball cap on backwards
Correct.
and perhaps a faded plaid shirt of some kind?
Kind of something close to this, but they're different colors.
And he was saying something to Mr. Moseley?
As I didn't really hear nothing that was said, I was already kind of halfway down the
Down there.
stairs.
You didn't hear him say something about being disrespectful?
Objection, Your Honor, he answered the question that he didn't hear.
Elsis, do you have a response to the objection? He said he didn't hear anything.
Well, I've previously discussed minimally with Mr. Sevilla what happened, and
I'll sustain the objection.
okay. Now, the guy who started the altercation, what did you see him do? Were they upstairs at that point?
The only thing upstairs, him just come walking up the steps, and then made my way downstairs, and then downstairs, just bickering back and forth with Mr. Moseley.
Okay. Did you see the man in the ball cap shove Mr. Moseley on the street?
They were just having an altercation, as far as I can remember. I don't really know.
Okay. All right, I want to show you, pass a photograph to you, and I think you'll identify yourself.
Are you gonna use the overhead, Mr.?
Oh, I will use the overhead this time, Your Honor. Mr. Sevilla, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're, I guess you're back to us in that photo?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm at the bottom of the steps, third step up.
All right, I'm gonna put it up. You see the man in the white hoodie there? You remember
Yes, sir.
him?
I don't remember him, but I see him.
Okay. Do you remember if he makes a little hand motion to you?
Not exactly sure, to be honest with you.
Now, did you see the men point back up the stairs? Look at you and point back up the stairs.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing that.
Well, I mean, were there other men who pointed back up the stairs that you can remember?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, it's 27 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you yourself weren't drinking much that night, correct?
I was drinking a few at Dogwood. I've only had about two, but
Okay. And
started at
Mrs.
Copacabana.
Harper was drinking quite heavily at Copacabana, correct?
I think we all were.
Okay. Now, Mr. Moseley wasn't drinking heavily at Copacabana, was he?
I didn't count nobody's drinks, to be honest with you.
How about the other Hispanic?
Not really sure how many he had.
Okay. And let's see, Mr. Seville, I'm gonna write to the left of here, and you tell me if I'm writing this right. I'm just gonna draw an arrow towards you and put DS out to the side, or maybe Sevilla. And does that look right to you? Does that look correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll offer this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, it would be exhibit number six, Mr. Cole.
And if I may speak to the client, Your Honor?
Mhm.
That's all we have. Thank you, Mr. Stowe.
Okay, anything in redirect? Thank you, Mrs. Sabella. You may step down. Just step, Mr. Cole. Miss Allen, I want to give this picture back to Mr. Cole. This one. Okay, you're next. Yes, I am releasing Mr. Sevilla from his subpoena. I mean, you have changed the process. Okay, Mr. Sevilla, you are releasing your subpoena, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, Dave Hangley.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Hangley, would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Absolutely. My name is David Hangley. That's D-A-V-I-D. Last name Hangley, H-A-N-G-L-E-Y.
Mr. Hangley, where do you work?
I work at the Dogwood located in Nashville.
How long have you worked there?
Just about since it opened in October 2019.
And what position did you originally have at Dogwood Bar back in 2019?
So I was considered the number 2 security guard. So we have a head security guard and the number 2.
Okay, and what do you do now for Dogwood Bar?
I am now the head security guard.
Where is the Dogwood Bar?
It's located 1907 Division Street in Midtown.
Is that located here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I want to call your attention to the night of December 20th, 2019, going into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019. Were you working on that night?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what your job was that night?
Just general security work. So the head of security and the number 2, we go around the entire bar. We have 2 floors. We check perimeters outside. We have a small team of guards that will stay on the floor and monitor specific positions, and the 2 of us will kind of go around and just oversee the entire facility.
What time does the bar close?
We close. Closing hours are at 3 a.m. in the morning, so all customers are typically asked to remove themselves from the bar right at that time.
I guess that's a nice way of saying it.
Yes.
What typically do you all do at closing time?
Normally, so we do last call anytime between 2:30 and 2:45, depending on crowd volume. And then from that moment on, lights will come up, sound will go down a little bit, and then we just kind of let the crowd hang out and relax and get their stuff ready, close tabs, hit the bathrooms, make sure their groups are together, Uber rides are picked up, all that stuff. So we just kind of let them sit around for a little while. And then as we get closer to 3, we start to usher them out.
Now, if somebody were to try to come into the bar really close to closing time, what typically would you guys do?
Well, if it was a customer that we know has previously been inside the bar or just left and they need to go back in and close the tab, they thought their friends were coming out with them and they didn't, maybe they left a jacket or an item inside, as long as we can confirm, like, yeah, they were just inside, we'll radio it back up to the guys upstairs and let them know that customers are coming back in.
I want to call your attention to the early morning hours of December 21st, 2019. You said you were working that day.
Yep.
While you are at work, working security, are you paying attention to what's going on inside the bar?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what kind of things are you looking out for?
So our primary is signs of over intoxication, just making sure people are able to carry themselves without any risk of injury or anything like that. So if we see anybody that shows signs of over intoxication, we'll go and get them and ask them to leave. Outside of that, we will make sure that there's no kind of aggressive behavior, make sure that, you know, we're not seeing any kind of body language or hearing anybody in conversation that's sounding aggressive or threatening in any way. So.
Okay, so you're looking out for whether or not people are being aggressive or threatening.
Yep.
Okay, and you said that it's not just you. There's other people that work at the bar as well.
Yes.
About how many people are typically on staff?
For our security team or the entire?
Security team and anybody else who would be just kind of noticing and letting you know about anything that was going wrong.
Sure. So bar staff, we typically will have 1 to 2 bartenders. On a busy night, we'll have anywhere from 2 to 4 at each particular bar. So I don't remember exactly staff count that night, but typically at that point, if we're not making cuts, or we'll probably have anywhere from like 4 bartenders, and then at that point, we'll probably have Asher, myself, and then a handful of guards that are still on duty.
Okay. Now, on this particular night, had you seen personally, or did you become aware of any problem on the inside of the bar that night?
No, it was actually a relatively quiet night. It was a pretty easygoing, casual night with all the customers. It was actually a pretty fun one.
And calling your attention specifically to the top of the staircase on the second floor, and that obviously goes down to the first floor. Did anything out of the ordinary happen up there that you saw?
No, so at that point in the night, we had made the all clear to start ushering people out. Everyone was starting to file down the stairs. We kind of get a little bottleneck at the top there, as you're referencing to, which is usually where we'll try to monitor, because if people get crowded at the end there, and we're yelling at them to get out, they're trying to figure out what they're doing. So sometimes tensions can get raised up there. But that night, like I said, it was pretty calm all the way through. We were walking around. Jake, Asher, and I were monitoring the top floor, and like I said, nothing was really, no body language was going on. We didn't overhear any conversations that caught our attention, and it was us and them. So everyone just kind of gathered around the top of the stairs. Some of the guys actually called out and said goodbye to us and said have a good night. We said back to them. People started walking down, and then when they cleared the doors, we closed them and locked them and started doing our cleanup.
Did a time come when you became aware that something out of the ordinary was happening?
Yes. So, I mean, typically in a normal night, everyone congregates outside the doors, up our chute, and then across the sidewalk. So it's just kind of pandemonium out there. So we just hear a lot of noise, a lot of talking going on. But I noticed there was a group across the street when I was going back up the stairs. We have a large wall of windows where the stairs go, so I'm able to overlook the patio and across the street. And I noticed a group across the street. I recognized a bunch of them from being guys that were in here in the bar. And it just looked like they were kind of roughhousing with each other across the street. It looked, it was like a little huddle. Like I said, I couldn't identify everybody across the street because it was dark out. But I noticed a few of the clothing, and I recognized them from being inside. And it didn't look like a fight. It looked like a bunch of guys just kind of roughhousing with each other. But the weird thing to me was that everyone's arms were down, and it just looked like like a little mosh pit, like shoulder bumping. So I just kind of watched it, and a couple moments after I kind of focused in on it, I saw a gentleman run off to the right towards a bar called Chewy's, which is at the corner on their side of the street. And at the same time, I saw that gentleman running to my right, his left. I also witnessed 2 other gentlemen from the same group start to move across the street back towards the dogwood side of the block. And when I witnessed them, I saw by the time they got to our corner, right outside of our patio fence, I noticed one of them kind of dropped to a knee and then went out of my vision behind the fence. It was also very crowded, so there were easily 20, 30 people just kind of in that vicinity at the same time. So people were getting lost in the crowd, and I did notice that someone dropped down. So I typically won't go outside after we close the bar unless people are on our property. We don't deal with anything off property typically.
But if you saw something that had concerned you,
Yes.
Would you have either gone out there or would you have called the police?
Depending on how immediate danger was, from what I saw, I felt that I should go out myself and just check real quick. It was from what I witnessed, I just was afraid that someone might have been hit in the head. Maybe they had a concussion symptom.
Okay, and let me pause you right there real
Sure.
quick. Okay, so when you saw what was happening that you described as across the street and looked kind of like a mosh pit situation, at that point, did you think that you needed to go out and check or call 911?
When I initially identified people across the street, my initial assumption was, there might be a fight starting. Then like I said, it just looked like roughhousing, but it just seemed odd. You don't see that very often. So I watched it, but I could not see any particular strikes. I couldn't see any specifics. There was a car in front of them. There's a street pole in front of them. So things were obstructing my view. The window itself is not the clearest window to look through. But just the body language and the behavior and the mannerisms. And then when I saw people leaving the group was when I thought something had gone down.
So you saw one person leave, and then you saw two people and one person drop to their knee.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you go from there and tell the jury what happened and what you saw and experienced after that?
Yeah, so I saw the primary run off to my right to Chewy's, like I said, and then I also saw two other gentlemen from the same group come back towards our bar side of the block. Saw the one gentleman drop down, and then he became obscured by other people and physical objects, so I decided to come out and just make sure no one was seriously injured. Went down my chute, turned left down the sidewalk to the corner of our bar property, and immediately I saw that group of guys that had been in the bar. Everyone was kind of hurried and a little panicked, but people were intoxicated, so it was kind of hard to read every body language. But I identified one gentleman, which I came to learn was Paul, was laying down, and a lot of his friends.
Let me pause you there. Paul
Sure.
Trapeni?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I saw him laying on his side. Some of his friends had grabbed him by his arm and were trying to just lift him up, telling him to wake up, get up, those kind of things. So I looked at the group and asked if anyone had called 911. I did not get a quick answer from anybody. They were all kind of distressed and like I said, intoxicated and confused. So I ran right back inside. As I turned around, I also saw another gentleman in a white hoodie, and he did have blood on his hoodie. So I said to my manager, I ran back inside of the door, and I told him to call 911. It looks like a possible 2 injury. We might need 2 ambulances. So I ran back. I grabbed my head of security, Jake Asher, and said, hey, come with me. Ran back around with him behind me. I wanted to get to Paul first because he looked like he was in more distress. But he was surrounded by so many people, and I couldn't fight through them all. So I identified the gentleman in the white hoodie again and started assessing him, told Asher to go around me to Paul. So he was working on clearing that out to get to Paul. I ended up taking who I later found out was Clay. He had a white shirt from the back, was perfectly white, and when I turned him around, from about his collarbone down was solid red. So I told him to lay down. I got him down on the sidewalk, propped his legs up kind of under my leg. I lifted his hoodie, try to find any kind of wounds, and I immediately discovered, with the blood, I don't know exactly how large, but in quick assessment, it looked to me like a roughly 1 to 2 inch wide by 3 to 4 inch long puncture or gash in between his ribs on his left side.
And is Mr. Clay Beathard conscious at this time?
Yes, so he was in much better shape when I first approached the group. He was conscious. He wasn't necessarily speaking too much, but he was kind of looking around. He seemed alert. I identified myself to him, and he kind of nodded at me. That's when I noticed his blood and then laid him down. So he was kind of communicating with me. No, like I said, no real words were being exchanged. And then once I got him laid down and assessed him, it was just kind of go from there. So Asher came around, started working on Paul. I started working on Clay, got him laid down, identified the stab wound. I didn't have anything on me except for a dirty bar towel, which I didn't want to use, so I took his own clothing that was on him and just took my hands and tried to insert my hands into the wound as much as I could and apply as much pressure as I could. At that point, people had kind of huddled around and it was getting pretty chaotic, so I was trying to kind of keep Clay and I clear. I didn't know if whoever did it was still in the area. I didn't know if they were going to come back, so I was trying to keep alert for that. So was Asher. I also had a third guard, Dakota, come out to assist me. My initial plan was to have him help me lift up Clay's legs and just keep him elevated while I put pressure on his torso. But as I was having him come around, I got a tap on the back, and I heard a gentleman ask if he's okay. So as I turned around, I began to tell him, like, yeah, your friend's gonna be okay. And as I looked up, it was a gentleman that I found out later was AJ. And he was alert. He was talking to me, like I said. He came up and asked, is he gonna be okay? I immediately answered him back. But I also noticed when I first looked at him that he had a wound from, over his eye, down across it, over his cheek. So I asked if he was okay. He was still in shock, it seems. So he answered, yeah, I'm okay. I'm like, is your face okay? And he's like, yeah, I feel like I got hit. I think I got punched. And I was like, okay, hey, listen, here's my guy, Dakota. So I got Dakota to work with him, make sure he was okay. So I ended up just taking care of Clay on my own. AJ, I believe, was eventually taken care of. Dakota came back and helped me lift his legs up. At that point, paramedics were already called. I knew they were on the way, and I don't know exactly how long it was in between the call and when they actually arrived, but to me, in the moment, it seemed relatively quick. Division's a hard street to get down, but luckily it was the end of the night and it was open, so they got there pretty fast. It looked to myself and Jake Asher that Paul was already in a bad spot at that point. So when the paramedics first got there, we waved him down for Paul first. Same time, we had a second paramedic come out, so I did a transition with him for Clay. And at that point, they took over, and Asher, Dakota, and I just kind of went into crowd control. There were a lot of people frantic, a lot of people screaming and crying, people sitting in the middle of the street. So a lot of confusion and a lot of scared people. So at that point, we just did crowd control. We just tried to calm people down, got the street cleared out, got people out of the way, helped clear for the paramedics, and then just started doing our close up when they got out of there.
Okay. At any time during any of this, did you see anybody have a weapon?
No, I did not.
And in Mr. Trapeni and Mr. Beathard's personal space, did you see any weapon around them?
No, if there was anything, it would have been something tucked away in a pocket that we wouldn't have identified unless we were doing some sort of pat down after the fact. But at no point during any of my interactions with any of the parties did I see any weapon. Nothing was brandished, nothing was made visible, nothing was shown.
Did the police arrive after that?
Yeah, the police arrived with the paramedics.
And so they came at the same time as the paramedics?
I can't say exactly at the same time, but I started seeing uniforms all around the same, few minutes
And
stretch.
did they block it off as a crime scene at that point?
Yeah, once the paramedics were able, as far as I know, once the paramedics were able to get everyone loaded and transported, they locked it down.
Does the Dogwood Bar have video?
Yes.
And did you all provide the video to the police?
I believe they did, yes.
If I could have just one moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Kelly?
Hi, sir.
How are you?
Good. The Dogwood Bar security cameras, you say at a certain time the music goes down and the lights go up, and some of those cameras, they'll switch from black and white to color at that point?
Some of them do, I think, yeah.
For instance, the second floor R/R elevator camera, I guess that's restroom.
I would imagine. I don't know specific camera technology terms. That would be the IT.
Okay.
But yes, I know some of the cameras on that floor do turn back to color.
So, okay, you're not familiar with if you look at the surveillance video, the lower right-hand corner, it has sort of the conventional name of the camera.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what they are, but yes, there's information describing which camera locations are which.
Okay, all righty. And so you don't regularly sort of look at that camera and pull the video?
I will monitor cameras, yes, but I just don't know specific
You don't pay attention to that?
IT titles for each individual camera name now.
Okay. Now, were any of those folks involved in this mosh pit? Were they regulars?
No one from the group was a regular. No one that we had seen besides that night.
Okay. And are there one or two bars upstairs?
There are 2 bar locations upstairs. Yes, we have
Okay.
one right at the top of the stairs, and then if you make a left and go into the floor, there's another main bar.
And that's sort of a wraparound bar that faces to the patio and to the interior.
Yes, sir.
And there's a bar downstairs that's a wraparound, you know, full circle, well, or
Yeah.
oval. Okay. And you spoke of people running off, is that correct?
At which point? Which moment are you talking about?
Well, I just, you know, you see Mr. Beathard jog back across the street. Did you actually see that, or?
Yeah, at the time I didn't know identities of anybody, but I saw one gentleman run from the group across the street to Chewy's parking lot, and I then after that saw 2 other gentlemen walk back towards our direction.
Okay, but you didn't see anybody walking at that point towards the Chewy's parking lot, I mean, anybody running?
Oh no, I did. Yeah, he was in a hurried. You'd say like a hurried jog.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, now.
He was not taking his time.
And that's one person, or?
That was one person going towards Chewy's. Yes.
Okay, all right, not a group of 4?
No.
Okay, all right, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything to redirect?
Just 1 moment, Your Honor. If we could turn on the computer screen, Your Honor.
If you could look at your computer screen as soon as it comes on. Do you know who this person is right here?
The screen went black.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there it's back.
Where the arrow is.
Yep, that looks like me.
That's you?
Mm-hmm.
So you were actually on the stairs that night?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you so much. You can watch television.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Your Honor, for the record on the video, that was 12/21/2019, Saturday, 2:48:07. And the file is DVR2 camera 3.
All right. Next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Jason Terry.
Jason Terry?
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jason Terry, Jasonterry.
Do you work for Metro Nashville Police Department?
I do.
How long have you worked for Metro Nashville Police Department?
Since August of 2000, so a little bit over 21 years.
What do you do for the police department?
Current assignment is with the Crime Scene Investigations Unit.
And generally, what other assignments have you had within the police department?
Work patrol. I was a detective in the Sex Crimes Unit for approximately 4.5 years, also in auto theft for 5. And I was also attached to the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force for a little over 3 years.
Okay. But currently, you're with the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
That is correct.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that unit and what y'all do?
Crime Scene Unit, our main goal is we'll get called to various scenes. Pretty much if patrol needs us and requests us, we'll come out. Our main goal is to, when we go out on a crime scene, is aid in helping identify document, preserve, and collecting any evidence at the scene.
Do y'all get called out to every single scene?
We do not know.
And what is the process that takes place when you get called out to a scene?
By policy, we are required to respond out to homicides and officer-involved shootings. Beyond that, it pretty much is dictated by the situation. If patrol or investigation feels they need our resources or equipment or training, they'll call us out more times than not. We'll respond out whether it's a violent felony or something as minor as a vehicle crash involving a metro vehicle.
Do you have any particularized training in the field of crime scene investigation?
I do.
And do you actually have a certification?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I'm certified through the International Association of Identification as a crime scene investigator. The training I've had beyond just a lot of on-the-job training is they send us through the National Forensics Academy. It's in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's through the University of Tennessee, and it's an intensive 10-week course that involves various topics of forensics and crime scene investigation, such things as methods of photography, fingerprinting, or even how to excavate a crime scene.
Okay. I want to call your attention to this case. On December 21st, 2019, were you called out to the Dogwood Bar located at 1907 Division Street?
I was.
Is that located here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were en route, were you able to speak with a detective who was handling the case and get a briefing?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why is it important for you as a crime scene investigator to get a briefing while you're on your way?
On an incident such as this, it's really important to touch base just to kind of get a firmer grip on what's going on. It helps me determine that I'm arriving and showing up with the right equipment, the right resources if I need additional personnel. And also there's certain protocols within our unit that we may or may not have to call out a supervisor or page them out if needed.
In general, while you were on your way to this crime scene, what did you learn?
I learned that there had been an altercation in front of Dogwood Bar that resulted in 3 individuals being stabbed, and 2 of those individuals had critical life-threatening injuries.
And once you got to the scene, were you able to learn whether or not there was video that captured at least part of this incident?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to review that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your review of the video, did that aid you?
So, I'm not sure what this sidebar is about, guys. I'm just listening over, like, car speakers. That just seems like a really weird one. Now, this is also the preliminary stages of what this all about to be about. Yeah, guys, like I said, I'm not sure what this is about, but the evidence detective should be able to talk about what he saw in the video, unless they're going to argue it's cumulative. I guess I will pop my head in real quick. 71 to 80 people watching. Guys, if you're new, my name is Sean Martin. I'm an attorney. I run Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area, and I'm actually on the way to court right now. So if you guys like what you're seeing here, like, share, subscribe. That'd be greatly appreciated. And
So I forgot
yeah, we'll get back to the
exactly
trial.
where we were, but I think I was asking you about did you become aware that there was video that captured this incident?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you able to review that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing that video, did that assist you in knowing what to do as far as crime scene investigation goes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did that help you?
Anytime you can witness the video or the incident, it helps kind of define the scope of the crime scene, or at least initially where you need to concentrate your efforts.
Where were those cameras located?
There's a camera above the front door to Dogwood facing out across Division Street. I believe there was also one on, I think it was Loser's Bar, which is just south next door to Dogwood, that I believe also faced out across Division Street.
Okay, so once you knew your general area that you needed to look in, can you tell the jury what you did?
Yes, based on what I witnessed on the security video, went back outside, walked across the street, because this was on the sidewalk on the west side of Division Street in front of 1908 Division Street, where it seems where everything occurred. Walked over there, checked the area, noticed on the sidewalk about midway between the sidewalk and the road, it looked to be several blood drops on the sidewalk. Also noticed it was just a little glass tumbler a little further north than that. It just kind of seemed out of place for the location, hadn't been there a long time.
Okay. And did you notice any other area where there would be a blood trail?
I did. In the middle of Division Street, kind of in the southbound lane before you get to the double lines, there was, it looks like the beginnings of a blood trail, and you could see it cross over Division Street, the northbound lane, onto the sidewalk where there was a considerable amount of blood right there near Dogwood.
At that point, did you decide to photograph the scene?
I did.
And is there a methodology that you usually use when you photograph a scene?
There he is. In crime scene work, you usually want to take a series of, or you want to take 3 different types of photographs. One of them is called an overall photograph, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's just overall the scene as a whole. You do it from different perspectives, different angles. The second one is what they call a mid-range photograph. And the mid-range photograph, it depicts an individual item in relation to the rest of the scene or a fixed object in the scene. It has more to do with spatial relationships of objects. The final one is close-up photograph, and that's exactly what it is. It's a close-up photograph of a specific item.
What is an evidence marker?
Evidence marker, just we will place those at different items of interest or evidence. It kind of helps denote, especially when you go through and collect and when you document, where something was located and what exactly it was. And it's especially helpful when you have quite a bit of evidence out on the scene.
Okay. And here in Nashville, are our evidence markers yellow?
Yes, they are they're plastic, they're kind of an inverted V look. They're fluorescent yellow, they stand out, and they have black numbering on them.
And, okay, so you said that they're numbered.
Yes.
Is there any significance as to which piece of evidence gets to be number 1 and which one gets to be number 2?
No, there's no significance in it. We all have our, the things we like doing best. You kind of like just looking at it, you have a flow of it, but there's no inference to, such as if number 1 happened before number 10. That's not necessarily the case. They're just mainly to document evidence, where it's at, where it's located, and assist in cataloging that
Okay,
evidence.
I'm handing you up photographs which are labeled A through X. And Your Honor, I've previously showed these to defense counsel.
Okay.
And if we could use the computer screen, please. Could you look at these photographs and tell the jury whether or not those are the photographs that you took on December 21st, 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that those photographs would aid the jury in understanding what the crime scene looked like?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I would offer those, I would offer that as the next collective exhibit A through I, or A through X.
Exhibit number 7.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I have this on a digital presentation for us to go through for the jury.
Okay.
Okay. Detective Terry, I'm starting with photograph A. Can you tell the jury what this is?
On any scene, we do what they call is, like it says up top, the ID photo work order. It just kind of denotes where we're at. The complaint number kind of identifies the photographs to follow and what they're in relation to.
Okay, and I'm showing you photograph B. Can you just explain for the jury what this is?
That's just an overall front shot of the Dogwood Bar from Division Street looking in.
Photograph C.
Again, it's just a continuation, an overall of in front of Dogwood, kind of starting to progress south as an overall photograph.
Okay, and what is this?
That is crime scene tape.
Okay, and why do y'all put up crime scene tape?
It protects the scene, kind of keeps folks out, keeps the scene from being disturbed and disturbing any evidence.
Okay, and this is the crime scene tape, and then do we also see crime scene tape going all the way around the bar?
We do.
Okay. And photograph D?
This is also just a view of the sidewalk just south of the Dogwood Bar. And what you see right there is an overview of the ending point of the blood trail. So the little spot you see right there, it's blood.
Okay, and you can point at you can touch the screen and show it to the jury.
That location right there is where the blood trail terminated at.
Okay, and photograph E?
Again, more close up, more of a mid-range photograph of that same blood.
Photograph F?
This is facing from the sidewalk looking back west across Division Street, kind of towards, kind of inverse where the blood trail began at.
Photograph G?
Again, continuation of the same series, just overall of where the blood trail is.
Photograph H?
This is from the the southbound lane of Division Street. Looking at the building on your left there is 1908 Division Street, and the sidewalk where the blood drops are located, and they're approximately right over in that location.
Okay. And does this also show the extension of the crime scene tape to
It
this
does.
house and fully all the way across the bar as well?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Photograph I.
Again, it's showing where the kind of the blood trail begins, which would be right over in this location, because you can see it going that way.
Photograph J.
Again, the beginning point right there of the blood trail is facing towards the west side of Division Street.
And photograph K.
These are the blood droplets on the sidewalk. And one thing I didn't mention earlier, anytime we're on a scene, we like going through and taking the series of photographs before we place out any evidence markers, kind of denotes this is how we found the scene when we first arrived, before we put out any markers. Now, what we'll get into is you will put out the markers, then go through this same series of photographs again.
Okay. Photograph L.
It's just a close-up of the blood drops on the sidewalk.
Photograph M.
This is looking back from the blood drops towards the glass tumbler, which is right there.
Photograph N.
This is where the security camera of the dogwood facing back out towards Division Street.
Photograph O.
A close-up of the same video camera, security camera.
Photograph P.
An overall, kind of a overall mid-range photograph with the blood droplets at the evidence marker number 1 and the glass tumbler back at the evidence marker number 2.
Photograph Q.
Mid-range photograph of the number 1 marker with the blood droplets.
Photograph R.
Close-up of the same marker and same blood drops.
Photograph S.
Close-up of the glass tumbler.
Okay, and when you are identifying evidence, do you know whether or not it's going to become relevant at some point?
No, you do not.
So sometimes you might identify something that ends up not really mattering to the case all that much.
Right, you have a glass tumbler with Santa emblems on it. It's not dirty. It's middle of December. There's no dew on it. There's no frost on it. It just didn't seem to belong in the location where it was found, and that's why it was of interest to me.
Okay. Photograph T.
This is looking back approximately where the tumbler's at, looking back towards the east side of Division Street, across Division Street.
Photograph U.
Again, going in the opposite direction with the blood droplets, which begin here and head towards the sidewalk.
Photograph B.
A continuation of that same series of the blood drops to the sidewalk.
Photograph W.
Close-up of where the blood trail terminated.
Photograph X.
It just shows where the tape is and also where number 2 is, looking back west of Division Street.
Did you collect any samples from the blood drops that you located?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury how you went about doing that?
When we collect blood samples, or especially in this case, and we're talking specifically about the number 1 marker, the blood droplets on the sidewalk, we have packaged cotton swabs that we use. We also have little tubes of distilled water if need be. And in this case, you just open up the swab containers, take them out, break the seal on the distilled water, add a couple of drops to water to each swab head, and you just set it on the sample. In some cases, you just rub it in to get the sample. Other times, you just sit it there and absorb what's there. Once it's collected on the tips of the swab, you re-put it back in the packaging, fold it over, you put integrity tape on it, which you'll see on some items. You'll see some blue and white tape. We call that integrity tape. You initial it and date it and put the particulars of the case you're working, where you found the drops, what date and time you picked them up. You also write that on the outside of the packaging.
Can we use the overhead, please? And you've just been handed up something. Can you tell the jury what that is?
What this is the paper sack in which the separate package involving the swabs were placed.
And how do you know that that is the sample that you collected on this particular night?
On this sample, you have my initials, JT, the top left. It's my handwriting, same complaint number, same location, the date and time that I collected the sample, and exactly what's inside. And here's listed as 2 DNA sample swabs of blood. And on the back, this is when I said integrity tape, that's what that is.
If you want to hand that up, I'll put it on the overhead and the jury can see it a little bit better. Oh, yes.
Do you want me to come back inside, ma'am?
Okay. So can you just point out to the jury what you were describing just a
Right.
second ago?
Again, my initials, JT, the date that the package was sealed, and the blue and white tape, it's evidence tape, or we call it integrity tape.
Why is it important to put integrity tape on something like DNA evidence?
Well, it prevents it from being compromised, it protects the integrity of what's inside, and prevents it from being contaminated.
And when you, so after you collected this and sealed it in this manner, what did you do with it?
At some point, once we cleared the scene and got back, it's packaged exactly the way you see it, and it gets transported down to our property room for storage.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the property room and whether or not it's a secure facility?
Yes, our property room is a secure facility. I can talk about the way it is on my shift. I work third shift, 10:30 at night to 7 in the morning. The property room is not manned 24/7. They usually come in 5:30 or 6. So during our hours, we have key card access to the front door of the property room, which leads into the lobby, and then we have a separate key card access to another door that leads into an offshore workroom. Inside that workroom, since nobody's working, there's various lockers of different sizes in which we place the evidence along with the paperwork to secure it. There are master locks on these which don't have keys attached, so as soon as you lock them, the only way it can be reopened is by someone from the property room.
Would the property room accept a piece of evidence that was not received in a sealed condition?
No, they would not.
Your Honor, I will offer this as exhibit number 8. Can you tell the jury what a Faro scan is?
Yes.
And if you could hold on for just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
If we could switch back to the computer, please. Okay, can you tell the jury what a Faro scan is?
Right. Faro scan. Faro is a brand name of a 3D scanner that we use on certain crime scenes. What it is, it's a device that sits on top of a tripod, and it collects and conducts millions of measurements per second using laser technology. Along with all the data that it's taking in, it also photographs the area as it rotates 360 degrees. All that data is saved onto an SD card, and that data can be converted through Faro software into a 3D rendering of a crime scene.
Okay, did you do that in this case?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And after you collect the images for the Faro scan, or after you did that in this particular case, was a copy provided to the DA's office on a thumb drive?
Yes.
So going back just a little bit, just in case anybody wants to look at this later, in order to open this, you would click the Start Scene to Go. Is that correct?
Yes, in Windows, that's correct. It does,
And then you click on that image.
yes.
And from here, if you wanted to look at the Faro scan, would you choose one of the markers?
Right, you can choose the scan, it's labeled as 000, sometimes it numbers them starting at 0 instead of 1, and you would click on whichever one you wanted to look at.
Okay, so for the record, I'm gonna click on scan 000 and choose the panorama view. And so once you do that, if I started cycling around here, does it just show a 3D view of the crime scene?
That's correct.
And are these your evidence markers that you have located?
They are. It's number 1 to the left and 2 to the right.
And if the jury wanted to go around, they could just use this panoramic view, is that correct?
Right, you could go 360, you can also rotate overhead. It covers 360 degrees this way, and I believe it's 330 degrees across the vertical. So basically the only thing it doesn't scan is its own base.
So is this the front of the Dogwood Bar?
It is.
And is this Losers where that other video was collected?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
And if the jury wanted to get a little bit of a different perspective, then could they click on another one of the scans?
Yes.
And here, there's a different scan called 001.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I click on that and choose the panorama view, then you can go through the crime scene this way.
Right. You can rotate side to side, up to down.
And is this a tool that you all use in all homicide investigations?
It is.
Your Honor, I would offer the Faro scan as exhibit number 9. Were you able to collect any evidence from Officer William Hamblin?
I was, yes.
What does it mean to take an inventory of items?
In this case, it's what I had received from Officer Hamblin was the personal belongings of Mr. Trapeni and Mr. Beathard that were collected from the hospital. In this case, for a couple of reasons, chain of custody reasons, what I'll do is I'll go through the bag in the presence of Officer Hamblin to show him exactly what I'm receiving from him and what he had received from the hospital. It just maintains the chain of custody. Secondly, it's a form of accountability because we are dealing with someone else's property at that point to make sure there's never any issue and there's no question exactly what was accepted and when and what I ultimately end up turning in.
And did you inventory these items in the presence of Officer Hamblin to maintain the chain of custody?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Once you received the personal items from Officer Hamblin that were Mr. Beathard and Mr. Trapeni's items that were collected from the hospital, what did you do with them?
Again, once we leave the scene and return to our offices in Madison, we have a room just off what we call our, just the entryway where we come in. We have a room that has about 7 or 8, what we call, they're drying cabinets. And we will take clothing, and unfortunately in this case, you had a lot of the clothing had a considerable amount of blood on it. We put it in these drying cabinets and secure it, whereas I'll secure them in there, and I'm the only one that has the key at that point. And it just usually overnight until the material's dry.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did, yes, ma'am.
After you got the items out of the drying cabinet, what did you do with them?
Later that night, or beginning of the next shift around 11 p.m., I removed them out. And as I did so, you kind of go through another more detailed examination of them. In this case, I photographed each item that I had collected, and once that was done in the cataloging, then they were packaged and subsequently transported to the property room for storage.
And why did you do that?
Which part?
Why did you take it to the property room for storage?
Because that's the way to keep it secure. And just at that point, there was no longer a need for us to have it on our property. It's a secure location.
Let me have counsel approach for just a second.
I'm handing you up some photographs which are labeled A through II. Could you look at those and state whether or not those are the photographs that you took?
Yes, these are photographs that I took.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the personal belongings that you collected in this particular case?
Yes, they did.
And do you believe that showing those to the jury would aid your testimony?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would offer those photographs as exhibit number 10.
Okay, we selected exhibit 10, A through
II.
A through II.
And Your Honor, I've got it digitally prepared to show on the overhead, if I have your permission to do that. I mean, not on the overhead, I'm sorry, on the computer. Sorry. I misspoke. Okay. Okay, I'm showing you photograph A. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, it's another ID photo work order. Even though it's the same case, it's a different time frame and a different location where these photographs are made, therefore a new photo work order card.
Okay, I'm showing you photograph B.
That's the wallet of Mr. Trapeni that was with his belongings.
Photograph C.
Those were two brown shoes that were in Mr. Trapeni's personal belongings.
Photograph D.
Two socks that were also in Mr. Trapeni's belongings.
Photograph E.
Cell phone that was in Mr. Trapeni's belongings.
Photograph F.
Keys and his belongings.
Photograph G.
And this is just the bag after completing the photographs and packaging. This was what it looks like once I'm done.
Okay. So did you go about the same process that you described with the swabs where you packaged it up and put evidence tape on it and took it to the property room?
Yes, just absent I didn't photograph the swabs, but yes, it's the same process.
Okay. Show you photograph H.
That is a white hoodie that was in Mr. Beathard's personal property.
Photograph I.
Just a close-up of, we call them defects, cuts, rips, whatever you want to call it to the fabric. I might refer to them as defects, just kind of a mid-range photographs of defects found in the clothing.
Photograph J.
Close-up photograph of the same defects.
Photograph K.
A close-up of the defect on the top left.
Photograph L.
And just the close-up of the other defect, more of a rip.
Photograph M.
Same photograph, same series of photographs, just with scales.
Okay, and why do you put the scales in the photographs?
It again, just it's kind of a spatial thing, and it's also it shows how big these rips are. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but just looking, if you don't know the size of the hoodie or the size of the cut, it just helps define that.
Okay, photograph N.
Kind of a mid-range photograph of the same cuts, defects.
Photograph O.
Close-up of the defects.
Okay, so it looks like you're doing with these photographs the same thing you did at the scene.
Right.
Far away, mid-range, close.
Same series, just without the scales and with the scales.
Without a marker, with a marker.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, photograph P.
Just the close-up of the top cut, top defect with a scale.
Photograph Q.
Scale photograph with the larger cut.
Photograph R.
Just the back of the same hoodie.
Photograph S.
This was a shirt that was in Mr. Beathard's belongings.
Photograph T.
Again, going into the same series, more of a mid-range of a defect to the shirt.
Okay, and does that appear to be on his left side?
It does, yes.
Okay, photograph U.
Again, a close-up of the defect.
Photograph V.
Overall of the same shirt, just with the scale in place.
Photograph W.
Mid-range photograph of the same defect with scale.
Photograph X.
Close-up of the defect with scale.
Photograph Y.
Just the back of that same shirt.
Photograph Z.
Khaki pants that were in Mr. Beathard's personal property.
Photograph AA.
The back of those same pants.
Photograph BB.
Socks that were in Mr. Beathard's personal belongings.
Photograph CC.
Shoes that were in his belongings also.
Photograph DD.
This was Mr. Beathard's wallet and ID.
Photograph EE.
Cell phone that was with Mr. Beathard's belongings.
Photograph FF.
Necklace, cross necklace on a chain that was with his belongings.
Photograph GG.
Wristbands, very wristbands that were with his belongings.
Photograph HH.
Just a different angle of the same wristbands.
Photograph II.
Again, Mr. Beathard's property once bagged.
Okay, and again, did you go through the same process of sealing that and placing it into the property room?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And you placed it in there in a sealed condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did not.
Can you tell the jury whether or not there were any weapons found in the belongings of Mr. Beathard?
There were none.
Can you tell the jury whether or not there were any weapons found in the belongings of Mr. Trapeni?
There were none.
And can you tell the jury whether or not you found any weapon on the crime scene?
I did not.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I think it is 12:15, we'll break for lunch, and Mr. Quillen, you can call.
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
Cross-examination of Terry after lunch, will you come back after lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
The photos, okay, we got those. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna, take a break so that you can have lunch. Again, my same instructions apply. Don't talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else. No outside research. If you have your phones, don't look at anything that may be posted by the media. Okay? All right, thank you.
All rise.
Okay. Officer Terry, you may step down and we'll break for lunch. You may be seated. I do want to talk about Mr. Quillen's, I guess, in anticipation of his objection, that he's going to file, so that because I'm assuming that we'll have to take that matter up with your next witness, and I'd rather, when we come back, to just go straight into, the proof and not have to break again. So, the way I understand it, Mr. Quillen, you're, objecting to Detective Beavis testifying or providing his narrative, I guess, of the
Well,
video.
if I may, let me just file the,
Okay. Have you filed a copy with the, you got a copy with the state?
I have a copy, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Quillen, what is your objection?
The objection is to Detective Beavis or any other law enforcement officer who wasn't on the scene testifying or summarizing or characterizing the action within that video. And of course, I wouldn't, if somebody was actually there, like Emma Yoder, what does something show? Well, she's there. But as far as what the video shows, that's really for the jury to determine. And the evidentiary rule is 1004, commonly known as the best evidence rule.
Okay, all right. Anything further, Mr. Quillen?
I'm sorry, no, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. General Norman?
Your Honor, the state would not, the video is the best evidence rule, but the state would be offering Detective Beavis' testimony as a lay opinion, and he is allowed to testify and explain what he sees and what it appears to be. This issue was specifically addressed in State v. Banks, which that's Brandon Banks, which was.
Banks?
Yes. State v. Brandon Banks, which was a Division 5 case. It's 2019 WL 4917164.
4917164?
Yes, Your Honor. In that case, Detective Gish testified to several videos and images, and the defense made an objection that it was a narration, but it was allowed because it is a lay opinion and it would assist the jury. But it's the exact same issue that we would have here.
Okay, then Mr. Quillen, you have a response?
Well, my response to that was I don't see how lay opinion would assist the jury since the jury's lay. I mean, if somebody's an expert, then they're an expert. But, if to interpret a video, you might have to watch it multiple times, and the jury's quite capable of doing that.
And Your Honor, Detective Beavis' testimony will be that he watched the same video probably 100 times, so he is extremely familiar.
Well, and then I guess the other thing, and I'll go back and read Banks during lunch, but I would imagine that the other point would be that Detective Beavis, is he the lead detective on the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
As the lead detective on the case, he has to, I guess, as part of his investigation, has to review evidence in order for him to determine what his next steps are in the investigation, right?
Well, that part is true, Your Honor.
Okay. And then that would include being able to watch the video and him, based upon what he observes in the video, to determine the next steps, right?
Well, I mean, his commentary, at least in his summary, is he may comment, okay, at 2:40, and I'm just drawing this number,
Sure.
2:47:08, Michael Moseley had a chance to retreat and withdraw and something
Well,
like
that's
that.
a legal conclusion. I don't know that, I mean, he wouldn't testify to legal conclusions,
What-
right?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
His reports-
I think that's different. I mean, I think that him drawing a legal conclusion is objectionable. In other words, you know, an individual had an opportunity to retreat and didn't. That is a legal conclusion. I think it's different than here, you know, a witness, you know, draws back his right hand with a fist. That's, you know, narrating what this witness is testifying to that the individual did. That's different. Right, well, I see Mr. Pullen is not agreeing with me, which is okay.
Well, I think we can go forward from here, and if I need to flesh out the
Okay.
objection, I
All right,
will.
I'll read Banks.
Quietly
and
and,
we need to, he's following this, when we get a chance. Okay, anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Just, I would also point out that after Detective Beavis testifies, obviously, he is subject to cross-examination.
That is true.
To whatever Mr. Quillen
That
has
is,
asked.
that is very true. I mean, yeah, because, I mean, and that's very true. If he testifies, for an example, that an individual in the video drew back his right arm with a fist, you can cross-examine him and say, well, are you sure his hand was balled in a fist? Was it not, you know, I mean, you can cross-examine him on those points, I guess is the point, right?
Well, I mean, in contrast to Ms. Yoder, who was there on the scene, and, you know, I would just object to any characterization. I mean, I'm not objecting to an identification. You know, if they draw a circle around somebody and say, that's so-and-so, or an arrow to the top of somebody's head, that's merely an identification, which he's entitled to do because he's interviewed those folks and compared it with driver's license photos and stuff. So,
Okay.
you know, I'll maintain the objection.
All right, we'll talk about it after lunch. Since they have lunch here, I can't imagine it's gonna be long, 40 minutes enough, 45 minutes enough for y'all, if we can.
If we could have 45 minutes, I want to make sure we solve any technical issues with the video.
Okay, 45 minutes. All right.
All rise. We're saying 45-minute recess. He takes me.
Okay, but I'm not gonna have to, we're gonna have him set up for a VCR. Daniel, Murphy represents the business on the VCR, so.
Yeah, he takes me.
I guess he's doing all right over there in that car.
They checked me. We got
me that it's on point. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, Mr. Quillen. Okay, well, it appears to be very much on point. I mean, the exact same the issue went up on appeal. The exact same objection to Detective Mayo's and Detective Gish's editorial commentary is how it was described in the case of video that was provided. And the Court of Criminal Appeals found no error. And I think a relevant portion it reads, pursuant to Rule 702 of the Tennessee Rules of Evidence, this testimony was admissible, and it goes on to cite 702, which you all know what that is, and it says, absent his qualifications as an expert, Detective Gish's testimony is also admissible as lay opinion testimony, as he merely testified to his perception of what the images and videos showed, his perception of what the images and videos showed after investigating the crimes committed against the victim. And I think that is exactly, and that goes to a point that came up earlier. Basically, and I've not heard Detective Beavis's testimony yet, but if it is in line of what the court has experienced in the past, when detectives have provided similar editorial commentary with either a video or a still photograph, they very much are providing the testimony in the context of what they are perceiving, what they observe in relation to their investigation, and that is allowed. And I think, as General Hunter pointed out, you will have an opportunity to cross-examine any witness who provides editorial commentary. So I'll note your objection. It's been filed. We'll note your objection. I will overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Now, I was told that there are some other issues that the court needs to address outside of the presence of the jury.
Judge, Detective Beavis is the next witness, and there is a cell phone video that he received as part of the investigation. And speaking with Mr. Quillen, he doesn't have an objection to any of the surveillance video we'll be playing through Detective Beavis, but he wanted to object to this cell phone video.
Okay.
And I didn't know if the court wanted to take it up while the jury's arguing.
Yeah, because there's no need to send them out. Do you have the video?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm Detective Beavis who can offer proof.
Detective Beavis, please. And as he's coming in, Mr. Quillen, what is your objection? Is it a chain of custody issue?
Well, yes, first the chain of custody, and then I think a cell phone video on that has algorithms that may saturate colors in a way that the human eye would not perceive as being accurate.
Okay.
And
Your Honor, I don't have any testimony about color saturation.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll obviously watch it outside of the presence of the jury to make a determination.
And Detective Beavis would not be able to testify that's what it looked like if he had been there in person.
Okay. Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Detective Beavis, could you please state your full name for the record?
Sure, it's Zechariah James Beavis.
And you are the lead detective into the homicide investigations of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trapeni, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of your investigation, you obtained surveillance video from the Dogwood Bar as well as the Losers Bar that are located on Division Street here in Nashville, Davidson County.
Yes, ma'am.
And could you describe how many times you have reviewed the surveillance video from both of those bars?
I would say dozens of times a piece.
And specifically the Losers video as well as that outdoor video from the front door of the Dogwood Bar, could you describe how extensively that you have viewed that video?
Yes, I've viewed it with you and with other detectives. We've gone through and watched it and paused it and watched it again. We spent a great amount of time reviewing each of the videos collected in this case.
And did you view it in a zoomed in view as well as on a large screen TV?
Yes, ma'am.
Or a monitor, one of the two. And in doing that, did you, I guess in your investigation, did you also receive a cell phone video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And could you describe those circumstances?
Yes, a civilian reached out, thought that it may be important to our investigation. She was able to get in contact with my team, and it was sent to me, and I was able to review that video.
And when you reviewed the video, did you recognize the image that is captured in the video?
I did. It's a short clip of the incident itself on the side of Division Street nearest Dogwood.
And when you say incident, could you describe specifically what the short clip portrays?
This short clip portrays the stabbing victims coming across Division Street.
And the image that it portrays, did you see that same image in the surveillance video from Dogwood Bar?
Exactly, yes.
And is it captured in more than one of the videos from Dogwood Bar?
It's captured from multiple angles, yes.
I think, are you done? You're not done?
I was gonna pull up a video
Okay. I was just letting, I think Mr. Pullen was about to cross-examine him.
Now, Detective Lucas, could you describe what you are seeing here in this video?
This is the Dogwood Bar, one of the surveillance cameras here. This is from the second level exterior patio area looking down onto Division Street. If you look in the upper right hand corner of the video, that'll be Chewy's restaurant with a parking area there. And then if you continue in that direction, that's going towards downtown Nashville. And if you go the opposite direction, that's headed toward West Nashville.
I am going to attempt to fast forward this. Now, can you describe what is shown right there?
Yes, that's when Clay had been stabbed and jogged back across Division Street.
And is that part of what is shown in the cell phone video?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what's shown from a different angle.
And then can you describe this image here?
Yes, this is Clay exiting Dogwood Bar. This is the main entrance and exit. This is Division Street that you see up here where the vehicles are. And if you continue to the left,
I just skipped ahead a little bit. If you can just let Judge Dalton know when the image that relates to the cell phone video appears.
yes, ma'am, right here where Clay's coming back across the street.
And then also.
And then Paul Trapeni coming across.
And now I'm going to play that cell phone video that you
What happened? Oh my God! What?
Detective Beathard, is that the video that you recognize as being the same image as what was captured in the surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that's the state's offer of proof.
Okay, Mr. Gordon?
Yes, Detective Beavis, who actually shot that video?
I would have to look back at the email. It was a civilian that was there that night.
Well, have you spoken to her?
One of my team members did, yes, sir.
Okay, and who was the team member who spoke to her?
Detective Ronald Raynor.
Now, Detective Raynor, did he speak to the person who shot that or to a Sidney Settle?
I believe it was the Sidney Settle.
And Sidney.
And they were, yes, sir.
So, I'm sorry for interrupting. We'll let you finish there.
I believe they worked together and
Sidney Settle and the person who shot the video.
worked together, yes, ma'am.
Oh.
And so you don't know who actually shot the video?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, all right. And as far as you know, is that person available to testify?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, all right. Now, the cell phone video, that's from street level, correct?
Correct.
And the, maybe 4 or 5 feet off the ground?
It would depend on where they were holding it.
Okay.
About that,
Well,
probably.
you also, we saw a video from the second floor west patio camera,
Yes, sir.
and that's, high up looking down,
Second story, yes, sir.
second story, and the front exterior entry camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the sort of red circles, those were what you added, correct? Or what the
That's what a team-
prosecution, I mean, they were provided to me, so that's,
Yes, sir. That's
Just
what
that sort-
a team member
okay.
added.
all righty. All right, Your Honor, I'll object to that on chain of custody grounds.
Okay, I think what we probably need to look at more so is Rule 901, authentication. And I mean, the Rule 901, B1 says, by way of illustration only and not by way of limitation, the following are examples of authentication or identification conforming with the requirements of this rule. Testimony of a witness with knowledge. Is he not is he not presenting a testimony? Is he not a witness with knowledge?
Well, I think he has some knowledge, Your Honor, but whoever shot the video, I think is the person with knowledge
Okay.
who could authenticate it. That would be my position.
Okay.
Judge, the state submits that there are multiple people that can actually authenticate that video. Anybody that recognizes it, that was on the street, the person that shot the video, but it doesn't exclude Detective Beathard from being able to authenticate the video.
And I think that there's even, and I don't put my thumb on it just yet, but I think that case law is replete with, it doesn't have to be the person who shot the video, or it doesn't have to be the person who took the picture that authenticates it, which is why you have 901B1, the testimony of a witness with knowledge. Detective Beavis has testified that he has reviewed the surveillance video, which is admissible, clearly admissible. He's reviewed surveillance video as part of his investigation, and in reviewing the surveillance video, next reviewing the cell phone footage that's been presented, he has knowledge that what is depicted in the cell phone is consistent with what is depicted in the surveillance video. So I think that 901B1 is satisfied. All right, anything else?
Your Honor, I was just gonna add, I looked up a case really quickly.
Oh.
That said exactly what Your Honor just said, but it's at 2018 Westlaw 625126, State of Tennessee versus Antonio Johnson, which is the exact same situation as we have here. It was a video that was offered by somebody who did not record the video, but pursuant to 901, if it was what it purported to be, then it was admissible.
Yeah. The court notes your objection, Mr. Quillen, but I think that based upon Detective Beavis's testimony with regards to his investigation that included viewing the surveillance video and then also viewing the cell phone video and seeing that acknowledging the consistency, that 901 is satisfied. So, but your objection is noted. All right, anything else that we need to tell them start lining up? Anything else that we need to address before I bring the jury in?
No, other than I believe that Detective Beathard is not being called.
Yeah, that's right. You're not a witness right now. So we'll call you in just a moment. I'm sorry. All right. He was on the stand when the jury, so I need to put him back on the stand. Detective Terry, please. They lined up.
They're doing right now.
All right. I was going to jump right into Detective Beathard's testimony there, Ms. White.
I know, reruns and push
Okay, we'll put you back on the witness stand, kind of the position where you were when the jury was excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, did you have something else?
Oh, Your Honor, I was just standing for the jury.
Oh, okay, they're lining up, it may take just a minute.
Okay.
Well, you welcome, you know, sometimes I sit so much, I just like to stand just to stand up, but I did it.
Sometimes this morning.
Does he know that he's disciplined?
Not yet, but I'm gonna get Bryce to text him. I gotta find out from Daniel and Michael Way who testified about the DPR.
I'm good, thank you, though.
All right.
Okay, we may be seated, let the record reflect that the members of the jury who are during the trial are present in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you, I hope you had a good lunch and glad that you're back and y'all adhered to my instructions, right? Okay, very good. Just before we broke for lunch, I believe that the state had concluded its direct examination of Detective Terry, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Detective, I just wanted to ask you a few questions about the geography of Division Street there. You've got a yellow line down the middle of Division Street, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe it's a double yellow line.
And double yellow, and each of those lanes is about 12 feet?
I'd have to approximate, that would sound about.
12, maybe 14?
Yes, sir.
So curb to curb, we're talking, 24.5 to 28 feet?
Could be, yes, sir.
And the sidewalks, at least the far sidewalk's about 8 feet wide, 8 feet deep?
That would sound good.
Okay, and the near sidewalk about the same?
Sounds about right.
Okay, and if you're looking at 1908 Division Street, it has the white
Yes, sir.
thing in the center.
Yes, sir.
You've got a masonry porch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're in between two bushes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've got, once you get past the 8 foot of the sidewalk deep, you've got a little apron that runs up to one or two stairs on the masonry porch.
Yes, sir.
And that little apron there is what, 3.5, 4 feet wide by about 6?
That I wouldn't know, but
Okay,
I'll defer to your judgment, sir.
okay, all right. Now, and to the right, beyond the sidewalk and to the right of the little apron is a little patch of grass in between the bushes.
Are you
the
talking
hedges.
are you talking on the side, on the north side towards the
On
fence?
on
and
the
Lyle Street?
1908 side, looking away from the Dogwood Bar.
Yes, sir. I was thinking on which side of the 1908? Is it more on the Lyle Avenue
More on
side?
the right side is
Okay,
the
yes, sir.
grass is, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the masonry porch, you've got the stairs and then you've got a little wrought iron fence around it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and rails going up to that wrought iron.
Yes, sir.
And the door behind it is locked generally? I mean, do you need a key to get in there?
To the 1908?
Correct.
I have no clue, sir.
No clue, okay. All righty. That's all I have, thank you.
Anything redirect? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, John?
The state's next witness is Detective Beathard.
Detective Peters.
Detective Beavis, could you please state your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Zachariah James Beavis.
And could you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Zachariah.
And are you employed by the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And currently, what is your position with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I'm currently a patrol sergeant, Central Precinct.
And you said at Central Precinct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in that position?
Since March 1st.
And is a sergeant a higher level position than a detective?
It is, yes.
And prior to becoming a sergeant, were you a detective with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I was for over 10 years.
And where were you assigned as a detective?
I've been assigned as a detective to the West Precinct initially, and then to Midtown Hills Precinct.
And as a detective, what types of cases did you investigate?
Precinct detective often investigated everything from vandalisms and thefts on up to assaults, burglaries, robberies, and homicides.
And were you assigned as the lead detective into the homicide of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trapeni that occurred on Saturday, December 21st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Which I believe that also included the attempted homicide of AJ Bethurum.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how did you initially become involved in this case?
This is early Saturday morning. It was December 21st, around 4:40 a.m. I received a phone call and was requested to come into work.
And when you receive that phone call, do you also receive notification that you will become the lead on the case?
Usually, this was decided there on scene.
And can you explain what that means, what it means to be a lead detective and what that kind of distinction is?
Sure. When you're the lead detective, you assemble a team and you work with them very closely. The team's going to include people that I work with on a daily basis in the same office, and also people from other units within the department, and then also other agencies and other departments in the state.
And so you're doing a lot of the work yourself, but you also have other detectives that are assisting you.
Correct.
And is that assistance more so in kind of those first few days of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to initially?
And the Dogwood Bar is located at 1907 Division Street here in Nashville.
And can you describe what you found when you arrived at the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am. I arrived. I observed CSI Officer Jason Terry. He was documenting the scene. I walked through the scene with my immediate supervisors. I learned that one of my partners was at the hospital with the victims at that time.
And who was that partner?
Detective Anthony Chandler.
What did you do after you walked through the scene with Officer Terry?
I started to review the initial video that we had, where we, looking at the video screen in the monitor there at Dogwood Bar, we could see a group of people coming down some stairs on one camera, and then with another camera we could follow that group outside.
And in that surveillance video that you viewed, were you able to see some of the events that occurred outside of the bar?
Yes, ma'am. We were able to see the patrons leaving. It was closing for the bar. They walked to the end of the sidewalk, standing next to Division Street. There was some traffic in the road, people waiting on Ubers and taxis and finding rides to get home.
And at that point, did you receive a portion of that surveillance video?
I did, yes.
And you've described that Detective Chandler was at Vanderbilt. What, if anything, did you do after viewing that surveillance video?
Initially, Detective Chandler was able to come back to the scene, and we held a meeting just to exchange information. I contacted the medical examiner's office and made sure that everyone was receiving the same information in a timely manner. And then we regrouped and began canvassing the scene, looking through the area, searching for additional surveillance video cameras.
And did you have anyone that was kind of canvassing the scene and area, looking for any potential physical items of evidence?
We did. It was myself, Detective Chandler, Shoesmith, Riddle, Raynor, and patrol officers who had initially responded to the area holding the perimeter for us.
And what, if anything, was located?
Just noted where several surveillance cameras were. We were not able to find any weapons. Officer Terry had already found some blood spots in the roadway and the sidewalks.
And what, if anything else, were you investigating at that point in the investigation?
In the video, we noticed a SUV that was parked in front of the dogwood. It was a black SUV, and that area is where the fight began. I observed what appeared to be Michael Moseley, the defendant, punching a young man in the face next to this next to this vehicle. The vehicle left. At some point, one of the persons out there was able to get a tag. That tag information was passed on to me, and I was able to track down that vehicle.
And so you tracked down that black SUV that's outside right at the time that the first kind of initiation of the assault of Mr. Moseley on Mr. Folks.
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, can you describe tracking it down? What, if anything, did you find?
Sure, we were able to run the plate and then locate a current address for the registered owner, and that was in Smyrna, Tennessee. We drove down there. Myself and Detective Chandler, able to speak with the lady who owned the vehicle. At that time, we knew she would be a witness to at least some of the incident.
What was that person's name?
It was Miss Mendoza Diaz.
And you were able to speak with her?
Yes, we was able to speak with her in her residence there in Smyrna, and she allowed us to look at the vehicle, and she gave us her statements as to her involvement or what she remembered. And then she also allowed us to take the vehicle to process. There was a lot of people leaning up against the video on the crime scene, and I saw it in the video, and I wanted to have it, processed for prints and DNA evidence.
And at that point in the investigation, did you have information specifically identifying a suspect and everything that happened?
No, ma'am.
Is that part of the reason that you requested the prints and DNA analysis?
That is correct.
And I guess, had that decision come further in the investigation, would you have still made that request?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after that vehicle, you requested that vehicle be processed, what's kind of the next step in the investigation?
I returned back to Midtown Precinct to the office, and we started going through the video again and finding out what we had and what needed to be accomplished. I knew I wanted to push some of the video out to the media and try to have some people identified who was inside the bar that evening. I was able to get that pushed out to the media through our public office, and later that night I was contacted by Detective Ronan, who advised me that a young lady wanted to talk to me about the incident, and she had identified herself as being there and being part of the fight.
And when were you given that notification that there was a female that wanted to talk to you?
It was at midnight, so I'd been working on it the 21st, so it would be just into the early morning hours of the next day, December 22nd.
So I guess, is that about 18 hours after your initial response?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
And this female, I guess, can you describe the circumstances of how she contacted, how did you even know that she wanted to talk to you or the police?
She has some family that saw the clip that I'd released to the media and recognized her, confronted her about it and told her that she needed to come forward and do the right thing. They were able to reach out through friends and contact Detective Ronan ultimately, and he then in turn contacted me, and we set up the meeting at Midtown Precinct.
And did you interview the female?
We did.
And who is the female that you interviewed?
Her name was Miss J.C. Harper.
And did she provide you information during that interview?
She did. She had advised that she was at the bar that night with the defendant, Michael Moseley, and two other individuals. She referred to one as Daniel and couldn't recall the name of the fourth individual at the time. But we sat down and she went through what she remembered happening that night. And initially she was nervous and reluctant to speak to me, but she was able to calm down and be forthcoming.
After the interview of Ms. Harper, what was kind of the next event that occurred in the investigation?
Well, I asked Ms. Harper as she was leaving to please reach out to the other person that she knew that was with the group, and his name was Daniel, and let Daniel know that I just need to speak with him, and I would like to schedule a time for him to come forward. And I also gave the same invitation, extended the same invitation through JC to Michael and the fourth individual who'll become known as Sergio. So on her way out, yes, she did relay the message, I believe, to all of them, and then Daniel decided to come and talk to me at Midtown Precinct.
And when did that interview occur with Mr. Sevilla?
So it was still December 22nd. It was about 10 after 8 p.m. that night.
And did Mr. Sevilla provide you information during that interview?
He did. He advised me.
And I'm not actually asking like the details of what he said, but was he forthcoming in providing you some information?
He was, yeah.
Can you describe his demeanor during that interview?
Initially nervous, but then it became more relaxed, and it seemed like he eventually enjoyed even talking. He seemed to be a talker and enjoyed conversation, and we went through the events of that evening as he remembered.
Was there anything that he was specifically reluctant, any type of information that he was specifically reluctant to provide to you?
Yes, he knew I'd already spoke with JC, and so he referred to her as by name. The other two individuals that was with them that night, he didn't want to refer to them by their names, only some made-up nicknames he gave them so we could continue our conversation.
And you said that you had put information out in the media, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe the information that was put out to the media?
That we were seeking to identify any of the persons in the video. It was a short video clip and some stills from the Dogwood Bar.
And can you describe what those stills and video depicted? Who was shown in the video?
So it was the defendant, Mike Moseley. It was JC and Daniel and Sergio. And then there was also David Bates, Paul Trapeni, Wilson McCullough, Sam Folks, Patrick Wells, Campbell Parker, AJ Bethurum, and Clayton Beathard, and Thoby Fauver, and Emma Yoder.
At some point, did you locate additional video footage in addition to what you obtained from the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am. We were able to obtain some video footage from the Losers Bar, which if you walk out of Dogwood Bar and turn left and walk down half a block, that's about where it is. And so it's just down from Dogwood Bar.
And in addition to the surveillance video from the Losers Bar, was there any additional video of the incident that you located throughout the course of your investigation?
Yes, we had a citizen who happened to be there that night, standing on the sidewalk, and was able to lift her cell phone and get a clip of the incident captured on her cell phone.
Detective Beavis, can you describe your review of the surveillance video from the Dogwood Bar and the Losers Bar over the course of your investigation, in addition to preparation for presenting this evidence at trial?
Yes, we reviewed all the videos a great number of times. We watched them on different monitors and different televisions. We would zoom in at different parts and zoom out, try to get the best perspective we could from each of the videos. I requested that our SISU unit, which is Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit, to assist with that, and they were able to circle certain people in the video, and so we make it easier to follow where they walk and what they're doing, and just to keep your eye on one central point of the video.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to play one of those videos with Detective Beavis and then ask him to describe that video to the jury.
Okay. And you need your computer?
Yes.
Okay.
Detective Beavis, this first video file is in a folder that is labeled number 1, DW standing for Dogwood Front Door. Can you describe what is shown in this video and what perspective you are seeing?
Yes, this is a camera situated right above the main entrance and exit for the Dogwood Bar. As people are walking out, near the left side of the sidewalk, there's a man seated in a chair.
Detective Beavis, if you could touch the screen so that the jury kind of sees each area that you're referring to.
Yes, ma'am. This man is supposed to be the security for the bar, and right here we have Division Street. And this side is going towards downtown. This side is going towards West Nashville. Chewy's restaurant is located over here, just out of frame, and then you can see a little parking lot area here.
And if you could clear those marks from the screen.
Push the 3 lines at the bottom. You see those 3 lines? Push that.
Yes.
And then clear.
Okay,
There you go.
thank you.
Detective Beavis, could you describe, is there an event that occurs prior to the actual incident outside the bar that was relevant to the investigation?
Yes, ma'am. At one point, you're able to see the defendant, Mike Moseley, walking out of the bar with an unknown individual, and they turn left here on the street, and they're followed by his friend who was at the bar with him, Sergio.
And could you describe, at some point in the investigation, were you able to identify that 4th person that was with Ms. Harper, Mr. Sevilla, and Mr. Moseley that night?
Yes, ma'am. His name is Sergio Alvarado.
The timestamp is 022539. And Detective Beavis, could you describe what, if anything, is being shown right now?
So Michael Moseley is walking out. He's near the road now. He's turning, falling behind the man in the sweater vest or the vest, and coming out now, putting up a hood. This guy, that's Sergio Alvarado, and he's following behind them.
Detective Beavis, did you review other videos from the Dogwood Bar that also showed those people walking down the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there other video that shows anything related to Mr. Moseley exiting the bar with Mr. Alvarado and that unidentified man?
They're able to be seen from the second level cameras as well, and the cameras from Losers also pick them up.
And at some point, do they return to the Dogwood Bar?
They do.
describe what, if anything, is shown here?
So the man with the vest and the defendant Michael Moseley is walking back. They're going to attempt to regain entrance. The man with the Nike hoodie, that's Sergio. He's standing next to Moseley now. It appears that the security officer is giving them a little trouble making re-entry, probably because the bar is about to close. This is about the time the bars close in Nashville, so last call will be coming up soon. And Moseley and Sergio are able to get back into the bar at this point.
Now, Detective Beathard, were you ever able to identify that unknown person that Mr. Moseley left with?
I was not.
I am going to skip ahead to approximately 2:47. It's 2:47 and 40 seconds. Detective Beathard, is this the image that is shown on the surveillance video without any enhancements to it?
Yes, ma'am. This is everyone exiting the bar. And this is the person with the arm around him is Moseley. The person who has his arm around Moseley is Sergio. Daniel's standing behind on Sergio's side, and JC's standing right behind Moseley. And this is where he approaches Sam and starts punching him in the face. And they make their way over towards that SUV that I mentioned earlier that we tracked down. At this moment in this area, you can see Clay coming back across the street and Paul.
And is there anything specifically that you're able to see in that image?
When I first saw it, I saw Clay coming back across the street, and it looked like he was injured. He reminded me of watching a football game, and you see a player with an injury, and they'll limp off to the sideline. That's what it reminded me of. And then Paul follows behind him. And they come back over in this area.
Do they remain in that area until emergency responders actually respond to the call?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And this video clip plays until that emergency response, is that correct?
That is correct.
I am going to stop the video at this point. Detective Beavis, you've described video from the Losers Bar. Can you describe, is that in a different format than the video from the Dogwood Bar?
It is. It's a different format. Down at the bottom of it, once it starts playing, if you view the full image, you'll see the timestamp is down here.
You need him to minimize that?
Yes, could you hit the three bars to the right? It might help. Actually, I'm going to close out a minute again.
describing the timestamp, could you point to the screen and explain what you're referring to?
It's down here at the bottom area.
Can you point to the screen and identify what the timestamp is?
Yes, ma'am. So it's in this area right here, the 2030-02.
And so this video actually starts at that 02:30 a.m. on the 21st of December 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what specifically are you able to see at the initial onset of this video?
This is Sergio. Dogwood Bar is going to be down here. He's following behind the defendant, Mike Moseley, and the unknown person that was headed in this direction.
Does this video actually capture the return trip of the three of those persons that you just described?
I believe this one does, yes, ma'am.
And could you press the three bars to the right? Could you describe what, if anything, is shown here at 2:30 and about 47 seconds?
It's Sergio, Moseley, and the unknown man walking back to Dogwood Bar, which is in this area.
And then that image matches up with the image that we just saw of them returning to that Dogwood Bar. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I have just skipped ahead to 02:48 in about 28 seconds, which again, is this the original format of this video?
This is, yes, ma'am.
And when you were viewing it in the player, were you able to zoom in?
Yes, ma'am, like this.
But this is kind of the original format.
Yes, ma'am. It is.
And Detective Beathard, are you able to see what is happening even from this?
Yes. So
Would you like me to back up?
if you would back up and then possibly pause it at a few points.
This is at 02:48 and 07 seconds.
So the incident where the two young men are stabbed happens right below this area here. Or, I'm sorry, the three young men are stabbed in this area. Clay's wearing the white hoodie. He's more in the center of the screen now, in the middle of the road. That's JC standing next to him, and Moseley's jumping around next to her. There's where Clay was able to push or knock down Michael Moseley. Then, if you pause it, Moseley then sidestepped JC and crouched down as if to take an aim point and lunged towards Clay and stabbed him in his heart at that point. You can continue, and then right in the same manner, Moseley then stabs Paul, and then Paul comes back across the street. And before that point, you can see AJ walking up, if we could back up again.
I have backed up to 2:30 and 55.
So, we could, I was, yes.
And do we have that prepared to show to the jury?
I believe on another clip.
But this is the original format of the clip and shows the entirety of what was obtained. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Detective Beavis, you described that you located cell phone video that showed a portion of the incident.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you generally describe what's shown in that cell phone video?
It's going to be a clip from the sidewalk area where Clay and Paul ran back to on the Dogwood side of the street. And it's them coming back over after having been stabbed.
And did you see this image in more than one of the surveillance videos from the Dogwood bar as well as Losers?
Yes, ma'am. I saw the image in the ones that we just watched, and then there's a couple other angles from Dogwood cameras as well that show the same image as the cell phone video.
And are you able to recognize the image in that cell phone video as being from this incident from that night and of Mr. Beathard and Mr. Trapeni?
Yes, ma'am. It's the exact same image.
Detective Beavis, I am opening that video, which is in file folder 4.
Why are you fighting? Oh! What happened? Oh my God! What?
Is that the totality of the video that was sent to you?
And that's the video that was sent to me. Yes, that was a cell phone video.
Detective Beavis, I'm opening what is in folder 3 that is labeled Dogwood second floor balcony view L for left. If you can describe the image that's shown in this video.
So this is the second level of the Dogwood bar, the patio area. This is the exterior portion of the bar.
And if you could touch the screen just to kind of orient the view and what we're looking at as to the other kind of buildings and locations.
When Clay, Paul, and AJ were stabbed, it's going to be in this general area here. Again, this is Chewy's, the parking lot, going towards downtown, and then headed the opposite direction toward the Losers bar.
Which the timestamp now is 2:47 and 51 seconds. If you could describe when, if ever, you're able to see anything related to this incident.
Yeah, so at the 2:48 mark, they start exiting the main entrance exit from the Dogwood bar and walking towards the street. And that's going to be on the right side of your screen, down here. And then they'll make their way this direction. That's Moseley. You can see him swinging at, or appear to be punching Clay. He appears to be, to me, stirring up more trouble. If we could pause it. So,
They editorialize
I'll sustain this to the starting of the trouble portion
yes, ma'am.
and move it straight.
Detective Beavis, I'm backing it up a little bit. Which right here at 2:48 and 38 seconds, can you describe what is shown right here?
That's Moseley punching Clay right under this arrow here.
And do you recognize the other two people that are shown in this image?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Well, this looks to be David Bates here, and possibly Wilson McCullough. above this line here is JC. That's Michael Moseley. And that'll be Sergio. I believe that's Sergio or Daniel. I can't tell from this angle right now.
Okay, which I think when we look at the other images, it'll be a little bit more clear, but you think it appears to be Sergio Alvarado, is that correct?
Yes, with a Nike hoodie on, it's black in color.
And is Mr. Beathard shown in this image?
He is. He's right over here.
And I'm positive at 248 and 43. Can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a clear sidewalk back here, and over in this area is where Moseley and Sergio and JC and Daniel's vehicles are, and it's a clear path to that area. If they decided they wanted to leave, they could have.
Objection again,
Sorry.
I'll sustain.
conclusion.
I'll sustain to the
Do you
conclusion.
see any other persons in the image?
Just the group of people are moving towards Clay and JC, Sergio and Moseley. Then here comes Clay coming back across the street.
Now I'm going to stop this video at 249 and 30, but does this video continue into the emergency response?
It does, yes, ma'am.
The next video is labeled number 5, DW second floor balcony view R for right. If you could describe what is shown in this image.
It's the same balcony. It's from the opposite angle, would be the right side of the bar. Directly under this camera would be the main entrance and exit to Dogwood.
If you could touch the screen just to orient to exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah. So the main door would be beneath this area. That's Division Street.
Which the timestamp is 0248. And if you can let us know when anything occurs that is related to this incident.
So it's this time that everyone's have already came down the stairs and turned left, exiting the bar, walk out to the street where the black SUV was, and this is about the time that Moseley begins to punch Sam. And in the center of the screen, kind of obstructed by these chairs, you can see the fight coming out into the road. And then you can see where Clay and Paul just walked underneath that line, back across the street.
This is at 249 and 20 seconds, which I'm going to stop the video, but this video actually continues into that emergency response. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This next video, which is in folder labeled 6,
describe this video? Which detective, can you describe this video? We've seen video in the native format for this image. Can you describe what was done and how this is different?
So in this video, we've requested our SSU unit to enhance and circle one person, and that was Paul. He's seen coming out right now with the red circle around him, wearing the jacket, and he's leaving, headed towards Division, leaving the bar.
And at some point, does this video also zoom?
It does, yes.
And if you could describe what's happening in the video.
Okay, so Paul goes over and he's just smacked the sign, the street sign there. You can see Sam with his cap around backwards. And then Moseley approaching him now. And then starts punching him in the face. Paul's still over here to center screen to the top. And here's where we had it zoomed in. And he's been stabbed at this point, and he's coming back across the street. And that's going to be by the time of the cell phone video that we watched earlier. And he's waiting for emergency response over on the sidewalk at this point.
Detective Beavis, this video is labeled in folder number 7. It's labeled Losers Zoom. Can you describe what is shown in this video?
Yes, ma'am. It's the same video we watched earlier. Exit all that.
And what is different about this video?
The only difference is that it is zoomed in.
Is this how you viewed it during the course of your investigation?
At one point, yes, ma'am.
And if you can describe what happens as you see it, if you recognize anything.
So again, Dogwood Bar is here. After the fighting starts, everyone moves in this direction, and then eventually ends up over in this area. And then after Clay and Paul are stabbed, they come back to this area.
And this circle
Was this added by the SISU division?
It was, yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna pause it here. Detective Beavis, can you describe what is shown now?
So now we see an arrow, and I believe this is pointed at the defendant, Michael Moseley.
And does that arrow continue to follow him throughout the duration of the video?
It does, yes.
And if you could describe what is seen, and if you need me to pause or rewind it, if you could please direct that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what was just shown there?
So that's the point where, as I described before, that's where Clay was struck by Moseley.
Was there anyone else that was struck in that video?
It appeared to be that several people were getting pushed or shoved or struck, yes.
And
And
can you
then,
describe what is shown here?
okay, so here, Clay, JC, Sergio, and Mosley's still being indicated by the arrow.
And can you describe what is shown here?
So this is JC. She seems to have everybody separated. This is Clay.
And who is the person walking up?
And that's AJ. Right here, the tall individual with the dark jacket.
And there appears to be two people next to Clay to his right. Are you able to identify those people?
So that appears to be Daniel, JC, Moseley, and Sergio. And at that point, if we keep it paused, possibly even go back, you can see where Moseley lunges out towards AJ, and AJ backs up. And then pause it there, and then AJ and Moseley make contact here again, and Clay is here at this point, Sergio, and in the middle is JC.
And are you able to identify who this person is?
I believe that's Paul.
And can you describe who this person is to the left of Paul? And if you're not able to, that's fine.
Yeah, right now, not from this view.
Okay. Can you describe what just happened?
All right, so this is where Moseley and Clay are over here in a confrontation, and Clay is about to push down or knock down Moseley. And then that's JC getting in between them. So you can see Clay here, JC's standing directly on the other side of her, and then the arrow is still indicating where Moseley is at this time. And then this is Paul. And then if we can pause it there, that's where Moseley stood up, stepped around JC, who had separated them, and then he lunged. He crouched down and then lunged at Clay, striking him in the chest area.
I'm going to back up.
Right here.
And can you describe what has just happened?
So Clay had just been stabbed in the heart, and after that takes place, it looks like JC is trying to continually break up the fight and separate everybody. Paul steps in, and Clay then comes back across the street.
I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. You can describe what is happening.
Okay, so again, that's where JC had everyone separated. Mosley stands up and then sidesteps around her and strikes Clay in the chest. And then as Clay backs up, he strikes Mosley, strikes Paul.
I will back it up if you can just describe when the next thing happens.
Okay. So you can see Paul right here. In turn, he's walking back. And Mosley and Daniel, JC and Sergio are walking this direction back over to their cars.
And are you able to see AJ Bethurum in this video?
Yes, he's standing here in this area. Right. Here, the man furthest away from the camera. And the three of them just drove away, headed that direction towards West End, Broadway. I'm sorry, the four of them: Mosley, Sergio, JC, and Daniel. This is AJ standing here holding his eye.
Detective Vivas, this next video file is labeled 8DW front door clay zoom. Can you describe what is depicted in this image and how it is different from what we've seen before?
This image has the circle around Clay, and you can track him through this video. I believe this one also zooms in at one point. But it's the same video as we've seen before. That's Clay speaking with JC. That's Daniel this side of Clay. Clay had knocked down Moseley and appeared to be talking to JC again, and that's when Moseley sidestepped JC, lunged around, and struck Clay in his chest.
And Detective Beavis, can you describe what is being shown here, not with Clay, but related to Mr. Moseley?
Let's see. That's where Moseley and JC, Daniel and Sergio walk back over to this area over here where their cars are parked.
And is it correct to say that Mr. Beathard does not move from that spot during this clip?
That's correct. Yeah, they'll wait there until emergency services respond.
I'm going to stop this clip. The next video is in folder labeled 9DW Front Door Moseley. Can you describe what is shown in this image and how it is different from the other images we've seen?
So it's the same scene that we've seen. When Michael Moseley comes out here, we put the circle around him. Yeah, it's Sergio with his arm around him. And we zoomed in. There's JC this side of him, and Daniel right here. It's where he approaches Sam and starts punching him in the face. If we can pause it. So at this point he breaks free and he steps back. This is after he punched Sam in the face. He fixed his hair, gathered himself, and ran back in towards the crowd. There's where he's confronted by Clay. JC intervenes. He lunged towards AJ.
Can you describe what is about to happen here? Would you like me to back it up?
Yes, if you back it up just a bit. Okay, so it's where Clay pushes him down and then backs up. JC intervenes. And Moseley runs around her and lunges at Clay and then at Paul. Still following Moseley. And that's it. Fixed his hair again and adjusted his shirt. And he's walking away.
Detective Beavis, the next video is labeled number 10, TW Stairs.
This is Daniel standing down here. So at the bottom right, the door is going to be about right here. Exit. We have Clay and Paul. There's Wilson was in front of them. Sam. Oops. AJ and Thoby. If we could pause it here. Back it up just a bit. That's Moseley finishing his beer, and JC's behind him, and next to him, putting his arm around Moseley, is Sergio. And then right here is Daniel.
And do you recognize anyone else in this image?
It's David and Patrick Wells.
Detective Beathard, have you seen the group photo that was taken earlier that night of the group of 10 friends?
I have, yes. I believe it was Thoby that shared the photo with me.
And as far as clothing goes related to Mr. Bates, is his clothing different in this video than in that group photo?
In the group photo, he just has a dark black t-shirt. In this photo here, or in the video, you can see that he's put on a blue 2-lane hoodie.
And Mr. Bates is wearing that blue 2-lane hoodie throughout the surveillance video, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, can you identify the person that's behind Mr. Bates?
That's Patrick Wells.
Detective Davis, the next folder is labeled 11DW, second floor main bar. Can you describe what is shown in this image? Can you generally describe what location that is?
So this is the second level. These are the stairs that you see everyone exiting down, and then the door will be down here.
For the record, the label on this video is 12/21/2019, SAT 0238. Currently is at 25W, and then in the bottom right corner it says second FL stair top. And is this a portion of the video that begins at approximately 2:30 in the morning until the group of friends of Mr. Beathard, Mr. Trapeni exits down the stairwell?
Yes, ma'am.
And the last folder is labeled 12DW front door Sam. And Detective Beavis, can you describe what is shown in this video file?
So this is Sam Folks exiting the bar, walking out to the street, waiting on his friends and a ride.
And does this video specifically have that circle around Sam Folks and continues the circle around Mr. Folks for the duration of the same incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Beavis, you've described that you located the woman who owns that black SUV that's shown in that right corner of this video.
Yes, ma'am.
And are some of those people, do they actually run across the street during this incident?
They do. They see what they perceive as a fight, and then they run over there to try to assist, and then they collect their whereabouts and come back to the SUV and leave together.
And did you speak to all 5 people that got into that SUV that were there that night?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask to introduce the thumb drive with the 12 video files. Exhibits number 11.
Yes, sir, Mr. Plum.
Your Honor, I think it's going to be kind of difficult. I mean, if we could on the record list it as a collective exhibit and then say it's in a subdirectory on a USB or whatever with file 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that'd be much easier to
I guess for reference purposes.
follow, you know.
That makes sense, so we'll say
And-
that it's collective.
Because that's what I'm thinking.
And I'm sorry, how many files are on that?
12, Your Honor.
Okay. Collective exhibit A through what's 12?
Detective Beavis, as part of any homicide investigation, as a detective, do you have any involvement in the autopsies whatsoever?
I do, yes, ma'am. I attend the autopsies.
And can you describe what, if anything, that you did related to the autopsy of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trapeni?
So on Monday, 23rd of December, I attended the autopsies. I learned that Clay had 1 stab wound to his heart. Paul had 2 stab wounds, 1 in his heart and 1 in his back.
And what area of his back?
His lower left back.
And what, if anything, did you do related to any DNA samples for Clayton Beathard and Paul Trapeni?
So we will collect what's called or referred to as a blood spot from the medical examiner's office, and that's completed after autopsy. And then we're able to use that as the standard for the victim's DNA. If we were to need to compare it to any blood evidence or DNA evidence that we found elsewhere.
I am asking one of the court officers, Mr. Owens, to hand you an item. If you could take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
Thank you. This is going to be Clayton Beathard's blood spot.
And did you collect that from the medical examiner's office?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 12.
Yes. You said that was Mr. Beathard's?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Beavis, I'm asking that you be handed another item. Do you recognize the item that is being handed to you?
Yes, it's the blood spot of Paul Trapeni III.
And did you collect that?
I did.
And that was collected as part of that autopsy, is that correct?
After the autopsy, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 13.
Yes.
Detective Beavis, can you describe, I know you've said that you put information out into the media, but can you describe when, if ever, you were able to locate Mr. Moseley? And what circumstances? Were you just looking for him, or had any decision been made related to the charges in this case?
I had reached out to him through Daniel and through JC, hoping that he would give his statement, his account of events. I was unable to be in contact with him. After the autopsy, I had a meeting with the DA's office and my chain of command, and reviewed the evidence to the point that we had it, and decided to move forward with obtaining arrest warrants for Michael Moseley. And then, so that was December 23rd. Christmas Eve, December 24th, I spoke with TBI agents Craig and Burkhart. We were able to have Michael Moseley put on the TBI's top 10 most wanted in an effort to try to locate him. I spent Christmas Eve with a couple of officers and volunteers from patrol looking for Mr. Moseley along with the TBI agents. We looked in the area, West Nashville, where we knew that he had been earlier in his life growing up in that area, and couldn't locate him at that time. It wasn't until Christmas Day, it was on a Wednesday in 2019, that we were able to receive a ping where his new phone was being located.
And can you describe what you mean by that? You just said a ping for his new phone.
He had swapped phones. TBI was instrumental in finding him and tracking him down.
Was there an attempt to ping his old phone number that he was using at the time of this incident?
Yes. So we learned that he had a new phone because he logged into a Gmail account with it. And when he did, Agent Andy Valley was able to figure out where that phone was that he was logging into.
And once that location was known, what, if anything, occurred?
So the location is 2960 Petway Road in Ashland City in Cheatham County. I requested Metro SWAT to meet with me in Ashland City, and also Cheatham County Sheriff's Department, Ashland City Police, Cheatham County's EMS to meet with us at the City Hall there and go over what we had with the TBI. We met together near the fire hall, there at the City Hall in Ashland City, and continued, the TBI continued pinging his phone, Moseley's phone, and did some research of the 2960 Petway Road address. Found that it was a house that was listed for sale, so it was vacant. No one was living in it. No one was supposed to be in it. We drove by and looked, didn't see any vehicles parked in the front yard. Noticed a house, a residence to the left and to the right of it. We notated that, came back, and we pulled together a plan to how effectively and safely that we could execute a search warrant for this location based on the pings of his phone. TBI obtained that search warrant. Was able to have a medevac on standby in case there was any violence in this incident. I went over.
Detective Beavis, that kind of situation that you're describing about having the SWAT team and the medics, is that something that's done in any case where you have an outstanding homicide warrant that you're trying to serve on a suspect?
Most any case where it's believed that there'd be a potential of violence, and in these incidents where two people had already been killed and another was attempted to be killed, I believed it was worth taking all precautions that we could.
And is that part of kind of standard operating procedures within Metro Nashville Police Department, depending on the circumstances of the incident?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And so this was not something completely out of the ordinary, but more consistent with the circumstances of the particulars of this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we conducted a safety brief and then went to the location. We blocked off both ends of the road. Cheatham County Sheriffs assisted in this, And then Ashland City Police also went to each of the residents on each side of the target address, just for the safety of the residents living there. You know, we didn't know what, if anything, could happen. SWAT pulled up in the front yard area of the residence, surrounded the house, and was able to call out Michael Moseley. He did respond eventually. He put his hands up in the blinds of the front window so we could see. He was showing his hands, and he did eventually walk out. When he walked out, he was smoking a cigar. He was wearing gym shorts and a sleeveless shirt, but he did walk over and surrender to the SWAT team.
And so he came out and surrendered to you and was taken into custody, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you request anything related to ID?
I requested that our CSI ID officers meet us at Davidson County Sheriff's Office booking, where we book our prisoners, and I requested them for photographs and DNA evidence. I coordinated with another detective who was not on scene with me, and requested that he complete search warrants for both, for Mr. Moseley's DNA.
And was that done at booking, where the CSI person appeared and took pictures?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And were you present?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe Mr. Moseley's physical appearance? Did he appear to have any injuries to his face?
He didn't have any injuries that I observed to his face. I did note that he did have injuries to his right hand, specifically in the webbing of his hand and on his finger.
And what about his physical appearance? Did he look the same as he did in the surveillance footage, or was there anything different about his appearance?
It was different. He had shaved his head for whatever reason, and his clothing was different.
And at some point in the investigation, did you locate any vehicles that were associated with Mr. Moseley?
Yes, we located a Honda Civic that was registered to Mr. Moseley. It was at a community center in the Jolton area, which is close to Ashland City. We also located a white pickup truck that was left abandoned on the side of Briley Parkway. Both of these vehicles were towed and search warrants executed on them to process for latent prints and DNA.
And you said one of those vehicles was a black Honda Civic,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one you said was at a community center in Jolton, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, did you interview the 8 people that were with Mr. Beathard and Mr. Trapeni that night?
I did. I scheduled a meeting where I could use a large facility and just go through and speak with all of them individually in a separate room, one at a time.
And were these lengthy interviews, or what was the duration?
They're all very, very quick, probably under 5 minutes or thereabout.
The interviews that you conducted, can you describe the, I guess, kind of demeanor of those 8 people that were with Mr. Beathard and Mr. Trapeni that night?
Yes, as expected, they've just lost, 2 friends and almost a third. It was very sad. They were more than willing to speak with me and assist in the investigation, and we took the time to speak with them and hear what they saw from their vantage point. And if they had any questions, I was more than happy to answer them as best I could, and made sure that everyone had contact information for me and my detectives.
And those brief interviews that you described that occurred on the 29th, did you go through surveillance video and ask them to give a recounting, or was it more of just speaking to them and seeing what, if anything, they remembered?
It was the latter. It was just speaking to them face to face. I imagined they would have some questions for me. I wanted them all to have my contact information, and I needed anything that they could remember from the night from their individual vantage points. And we took note of anything that, they remembered. And that was it. For those interviews were very simple.
Detective Beavis, I'm asking that you be handed an item. If you could let me know if you recognize the item.
This is a buccal swab, which is Q-tips, and we use it to collect DNA from people or evidence. This is one that was used to collect DNA from AJ Bethurum.
And you just said, kind of describe buccal swabs as Q-tips. Can you describe kind of that process of obtaining DNA from a person?
Yeah, so they're really long Q-tips, and we use 2 of them. And what we'll do if someone voluntarily consents to give us some DNA sample, or if we have to use a search warrant, execute a search warrant on them to use to obtain the DNA sample, the Q-tips or buccal swabs will be placed in their mouth and just touched in the jaw, inside the jawline area, and then it's done twice, and then we turn those into evidence.
Your Honor, this time I would ask that the item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 14.
Okay. Yes, 14.
And I have one last item to hand to this witness. Detective Beavis, if you could let me know if you recognize the item that's about to be handed to you.
These are buccal swabs for Daniel Silva.
And when were those obtained?
I believe those were obtained during the interview that I did with him.
That you've already testified
December,
about?
yes.
And so that was, I believe, maybe December 22nd?
December 22nd, I believe, is when he came in, the night of.
And so that night when he came in for that initial interview, did he consent to providing you with that sample?
He did, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 15.
Yes.
And Detective Beavis, at some point, did you do a follow-up interview with AJ Bethurum?
I did.
And can you describe that interview? Was it more in-depth than the initial interview that you conducted of all 8 friends on December 29th?
Yes, I met with him at Midtown Hills Precinct, and we reviewed his statements, and I showed him some of the video, and I really wanted to ensure that I saw everything from his perspective that night and understood everything as he saw it.
And so you showed him the video and kind of did a more detailed interview with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've described that you were able to identify Mr. Sergio Alvarado. When were you able to do that?
So we were able to identify him and learn that he was, he had a residence in West Nashville as well. Now, myself and Detective Chandler went by multiple times, left business cards and attempted to speak with him. I was not able to make contact with him. At one point, Detective Chandler was later able to speak with him.
And was that sometime after the incident?
That was, I believe, in January sometime. I'm not the one that tracked him down. It was Detective Chandler.
Were you involved in kind of the steps of the investigation and those attempts to track him down?
And that's correct, yeah.
And what were the steps of that part of the investigation?
So he has some unique identifiers that we could see in some of the videos, and as Daniel and JC described as having unique tattoos on his face. And we were able to get in contact with a PO, his probation officer, and I also asked him to try to reach out and schedule an interview with him. He never would go through with this.
And what, you said his probation officer, what department was that with?
It was Charles Ingram. He was a federal probation officer.
Okay, but you weren't able to locate him even after speaking with his federal probation officer, but another detective eventually was. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do you know what Mr. Alvarado was on probation for? Did that come up in the investigation?
I don't offhand.
I don't know that that's relevant, Your Honor. I'll object on that grounds.
His answer was he didn't know.
I mean, I'll sustain the objection, but he didn't know. Okay, go ahead.
Detective Beavis, do you see Michael Moseley in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point him out and identify what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black dress shirt. I see it next to counsel to my left.
Thank you, Detective Beavis. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, how long do you think your cross will be?
I would guess an hour.
Okay, well, let's take a break. I think we've been here for close to an hour and a half, but we'll take a break, let you all stretch your legs, get you some water or something. Now, don't talk about the case during the break, okay? Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay, about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay.
You talking about the 12
Yes.
videos?
My computer was like this, and I was just like,
I know you're. What is happening in life? Not now, not now, not now.
so we were wondering if maybe the court staff could check with the jury to see how late they're willing to stay today, because we kind of thought that we would get earlier. Hey, do you think that we could check with the jury to see how late they could stay today?
Yeah.
Oh, wanna ask that question?
To have a benchmark?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, detective, you wanna come back to the stand and tell them to line up? Is there anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and detective, if you would speak up a little louder when you testify, you're kinda soft-spoken.
Yes.
You need some water or anything?
I just had some, thank you.
Okay. General, who's your next witness?
Sophie Faber.
How long do you think that testimony will take?
Her testimony will be a little bit shorter than Emma Gilbert's.
Okay. I'm just trying to, as it gets, as we get closer to the end of the day, to try to time it to see how much we can get in.
Maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. I may just ask the jury how late they can stay, if they can stay, like maybe just be a little beyond 5 o'clock. Okay, you ready?
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury are back in the courtroom after that short break. We're gonna begin with cross-examination, but let me just ask this really quickly if the jury will not have this opportunity. It may be that we can probably get one more witness in after Detective Beavis testifies. But I'd say that, would it be a problem for anybody if we went just slightly beyond 5 o'clock, probably no later than 5:15? Is that a problem for anybody? Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Detective, you were talking about when Mr. Moseley left the dogwood for, around 3:25, is that correct?
He exited the door around 2:48.
Well, I'm talking about earlier. He returns at 2:30, 2:30, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then by, say, 2:30, 2:57, he's back upstairs talking to Mrs. J.C. Harper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just show you a picture. That's not the best picture. Let's see. That is from 2:32:57. Let's see. And you see Ms. Harper there in the middle?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, sir.
And Sergio Alvarado and Michael Moseley there?
Yes, sir.
And we note the 2:32:57 up in the top there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Moseley does not leave the dogwood until about 2:47 a.m., is that correct?
The final time he exits around 2:48. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, right around there. And there's no blows thrown before 2:48 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
just gonna put a NM on Mr. Moseley and see if you agree with me, okay?
Yes, sir.
How does that look?
That appears to be Michael Moseley.
I'm also gonna underline that 23257. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's the second floor stair top camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll offer that as an exhibit.
Okay, that will be number, I believe, 16.
All right, I'm going to the bar 2 side camera at 2:24:04 a.m. If you'll. Okay, let me back up for a second. I'm going to ask you about. You've got about 6 hours of video from the Dogwood Bar. Is that correct?
I don't know total, probably.
2 a.m. to 3 a.m. more or less?
Yes, sir.
On the 21st, that includes the front exterior entry camera,
Yes, sir.
the second floor stair top camera,
Yes, sir.
the second floor right R/R elevator camera. I think
Yes, sir.
that's RR for restroom though.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
It sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And camera 27, the second floor west patio camera,
Yes, sir.
and camera 31, second floor west patio entry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have any video of Mr. Moseley dancing with Emma Yoder in that, do you?
Not that I recall, sir.
All righty. Now, on Sunday afternoon, December 22nd, you get an email from Attorney Justin Johnson, is that correct?
I wasn't able to confirm that was the attorney Justin Johnson, the local attorney, through that email initially.
Okay, well, at that point, you'd already interviewed J.C. Harper,
Yes.
and you were going to interview Mr. Sevilla a couple hours after that?
That was several hours after that.
All right. Now, around midnight on, well, about the time J.C. Harper, after you interviewed her, so I suppose that's wee hours of the 22nd. At that point, you focused your investigation on Mr. Moseley, correct?
Yes, I asked her to reach out to him. Yes.
Okay, all right. And you knew Mr. Johnson had represented Mr. Moseley in the past?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
You didn't know that?
No.
And Mr. Johnson called you on that Monday, the 23rd, that afternoon, correct?
I don't believe that I spoke with him. He may have called.
And you didn't tell him that you were busy at an autopsy, or?
Oh, on my cell phone. Yes, I believe I was headed to an autopsy. It was Monday. Yes, sir, on my way to the autopsy.
And at that time, he was more specific about representing Mr. Moseley?
Yeah, he identified himself as his attorney at that point.
Thank you. The Dogwood Bar cameras, their time code synchronized, is that correct?
I believe so.
And on the loser's front camera, which I have, I don't have time code on mine. Is that the way you originally received it?
It depends on how you view it. If you view it as it comes up on the screen, the time code is on a bar at the bottom.
Okay, and the Dogwood bar and the loser's surveillance video, those are all stationary lock-off shots, correct?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And if there are red circles or arrows and stuff, that's something either you or I have put on it?
Yeah, someone would have altered it, yes, sir.
Okay, and you know, if there's like a zoom or zoom in or pan, that's something. So, and you've seen everything I've submitted, correct?
If it's the same videos that the district attorney has, then yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the Dogwood bar is, that video is more or less in a 1.3 times 1 aspect ratio, like an old TV, correct?
I don't have the answer to that, sir.
Okay. And I assume you've reviewed every minute of the video from Dogwood, or did you skip around?
Every minute of the scenes where they were coming down the stairs and exiting, and then the fight scenes, and then I at least reviewed, yes, the rest of it.
Okay. Okay, let's see. And that's the bar 2 side camera, 2:24:04 a.m., correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
And up in the upper right-hand corner, you see Mr. Trapeni leaning against the table.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to put a PT next to him and tell me if I'm putting it in the right place. Okay, does that accurately reflect where Mr. Trapeni is?
Yes, sir, leaned up against the table there.
All right. And next photo, 2:24:15 a.m. You see Wilson McCullough with the beer in his left hand.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to put a WM on Mr. McCullough.
Okay.
And if you'll make sure I'm doing it right.
Yes, yes, sir.
That's correct. And leaning over the table there is Paul Trapeni.
I can't tell
You
from.
don't know at that point. Okay. Well, I'm going to play you the video from, I think it's marked. Let's see. You said that is Wilson McCullough there?
Appears to be Wilson McCullough, yes, sir.
All right. You see the
Look, we
picture?
switched it over to the computer so that you can play the video. Do you need the overhead back up, Mr.
Well,
Floyd?
let's see. He's already, I think we're okay there.
Okay.
I'll submit these two as the next numbered exhibit.
You want those collected?
Collected, two photos.
Okay, the collected exhibit number 17.
And we'll play DFT ID 1. Jimmy? Mr. Code? Starting at 24:04 a.m. on the bar 2 side camera. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what we're just looking at. You see Mr. Trapeni in the upper right-hand corner of the frame?
I do.
And there comes Wilson McCullough into a freeze frame.
Yes, sir.
See that?
Yes.
Okay, we'll offer this as our next exhibit.
The video?
The video, correct. Another, you know.
And that is DFTID 1. That'll be exhibit number 18.
Okay, I'm going to bring out some photos from the second floor stair top camera starting at 2:45, 45 a.m.
You need the overhead?
I will, yes, I'll prefer the overhead for this. Quality of some of these is better than the others.
Give us just a second, Mr. Fuller, sometimes that one in the witness stand takes a second. Give us, is that one on Sharon? Okay. Okay, Mr. Fuller.
Okay, Detective Beavis, you see Sergio Alvarado,
Yes, sir.
Wilson McCullough, correct?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
And Emma Yoder?
I'd say that's likely her, but I can't tell with this.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll just go with what's true. And that's Sam Folks there. If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, from this photo, sir, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, we'll get a little better photo. Okay, but you do agree this is Wilson McCullough?
Yes, sir, that,
Okay, I'm gonna put a WM, and that right there is Mr. Moseley, correct?
that is Mr. Moseley.
All right, I'm gonna do a little arrow to him and then, MM. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go to the second photo. Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
Michael Moseley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do another WM. And MM for Michael Moseley. Okay. Now, you recognize the other people in this photo?
Appears to be,
David Bates?
I can't say for sure.
Okay, well, that's fine. We'll move on. Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
Michael Moseley, you just see the outline of his face, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Whoops, I got a bad one here, let's see. May have given me one. Well, I apologize for this, this is, you've got on this, and maybe I got a different color. 24632, Wilson McCullough.
It appears to be Wilson, yes, sir.
And, Michael Moseley's almost hidden,
Yeah. Yes, sir.
and that's Sergio Alvarado.
Yes,
right
sir.
there.
That appears to be, yes.
And the gentleman here holding the beer looking at Wilson McCullough, that's Campbell Parker, correct?
I'd say possibly, sir. I
Okay,
can't
all
say.
right, we'll just leave it like that for the time. All right, 2:46:33 a.m., another multi-picture. Wilson McCullough,
Yeah, it appears to be the back of Wilson.
Michael Moseley,
Yes, sir.
Emma Yoder.
I can't tell in this
You don't
photo,
know,
sir.
you don't know? Toby Farmer?
She has blonde hair. I mean, it could be.
Okay, all right. Alva Bethurum?
And I can't tell, sir.
Okay, all right. 2:46:34, 1 second later. William McCullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or Wilson McCullough, rather. Michael Moseley?
Yes.
And again, can you tell if that's Campbell Parker?
It could be. It looks like him. Can't say 100%.
All right. 6:47 a.m. Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
Michael Moseley,
Yes, sir.
Emma Yoder.
Yes, sir.
And I'll put an EY by Ms. Yoder. Good enough. And can you find Samuel Folks in that picture?
He could be the individual directly above Sergio. It looks like he's drinking a beer, maybe.
Correct. And you got a little clearer image of Toby Favre in that picture? On the other side of the table, you see her?
I see who you're referencing. I believe it likely is.
Okay, all right, well, we'll stick with that. All right, going to 2:46:52 a.m. Wilson McCullough, center of the photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sergio Alvarado,
Yes, sir.
correct? Michael Moseley,
Yes, sir.
Emma Yoder,
Yes, sir.
J.C. Harper. There's a little glare, lens
There-
glare on her side.
There is. Yeah, I can tell it's a blonde individual. It's likely Jason.
And almost out of the frame there, that's Daniel Sevilla. Here, I'm sorry.
It appears to be a poofy jacket. I would say that's very likely.
Well, we'll leave it. And Sam Folks looking down at the beer there.
Correct.
And 2:47:08, second floor stair top camera. And let me go in a little tighter on this. Okay, Patrick Wells in the back.
I believe it's likely him.
Okay, all right, if you can't tell, you can't tell. Toby Favre and Alvin Bethurum
It appears to be them. Yes, sir.
and Paul Trapeni.
Yes.
And then it gets real fuzzy, but you see Wilson McCullough here at the head of the steps, correct? Get focused. Well, you can see his feet anyway. Let's see. So much. See the shoes and the shirt, the gray shirt?
The person standing on the first step.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see him, but
You can't tell who that
can't tell.
is.
Not from the shot.
All right. But you can identify Patrick Wells in the back there, can't you?
It appears to be Patrick Wells, yeah, with the cap on backwards and the beard.
Okay, and Patrick Wells is wearing a red and black plaid, bold red and black plaid, shirt, correct?
Yes.
All right, so for just the sake of this one, we'll call that PW for Patrick Wells if you don't disagree with me.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Okay, oh, you did, okay. And as far as that man hanging his foot over the stairs, that may or may not be Wilson McCullough?
It may or may not be. Not certain.
All right. Now I want to play the video from, well, let me see. Let me offer this as an exhibit, collective exhibit with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I apologize to the court and the jury for the, I think I included the wrong ones, but we'll offer that as an exhibit.
Okay, that'll be at number 19, collective 1895, I believe.
And we'll play the video, DFTID 2, starting at 2:45 a.m. and ending at 2:47:08 a.m. Go ahead.
Get us a second, we gotta get the time.
Oh, they're not up yet, okay.
Okay, I think it's up now.
All right, if you would punch the button, sir. And you see Mr. McCullough talking to Mr. Moseley there.
Stand next to him, yes.
There you see Emma Moseley Emma Yoder turn around briefly and look that way.
I missed that.
Okay. You see Mr. McCullough pointing towards Emma?
Looks like he's gesturing with his hands. I don't know that he's pointing.
See Mr. Moseley do a 180, turn around?
Facing Sergio, yes.
And you see Mr. Moseley follow Emma Yoder.
Correct.
Wilson McCullough watches Emma Yoder and Michael, turns his attention to Sam Folks, walks forward. Wilson McCullough walks right past Emma.
Correct.
Sam Folks intercedes. Wilson McCullough turns around at the top of the stairs. Is that correct?
Looks like he stopped at the top of the stairs.
Okay. And Mr. Moseley waits for the Battleground Academy people to mostly clear out, except for David Bates and Patrick Wells, and goes down the stairs. Okay. All right, Your Honor, we'll offer that as our next exhibit. And we have it identified in our package as DFT ID 2.
Number 20.
And Detective, I'm going to show you some stairs, still photos from the stairs, the first floor front entry camera. On the overhead. When you're starting with this case, it was very difficult to identify who's who. Is that correct?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay, in this case, we have first floor front entry camera. 12/21/2019, Saturday, 2:47:34 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the bottom of the stairs, we have Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
and behind him, Clayton Beathard.
In between them is Daniel Silva.
Well, Daniel in the black, correct?
Yes, sir. And then Clay. Yes, sir.
And to Mr. Beathard's right shoulder, we have Paul Trapeni motioning towards somebody, correct?
It's Paul Trapeni. I can't tell what he's doing.
Okay, can you tell if that's Paul Trapeni?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Okay. And behind him, over Mr. Trapeni's left shoulder, we see Sam Folks. If you can't tell, that's fine.
Well, I can't tell that.
Let's label who we can just for the jury's reference. That's Wilson McCullough right there, correct?
Correct.
Marking with the WM. And Clayton Beathard will mark with the CB, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Paul Trapeni with the PT.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then 2:47, 46 seconds later, we see Wilson McCullough at the bottom of the stairs looking up,
Yes, sir.
and Clayton Beathard on his left,
Correct.
Samuel Folks,
Yes, sir.
Paul Trapeni,
Yes, sir.
Daniel Sevilla,
Yes, sir.
Emma Yoder,
Yes, sir.
Alvin Bethurum,
Yes.
and I believe that's Toby Bobber.
I believe so.
Okay. And Michael Moseley and Mr. Alvarado.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, and I'm gonna put a PT on Mr. Trapeni, okay?
Okay.
You tell me if I'm putting it wrong.
Good.
Wilson McCullough at the bottom,
Yes.
and, let's see if SF on Sam Folks, it may not show up too well, but I think you can see it there. CB on Mr. Beathard,
Yes, sir.
and I'm gonna draw an arrow towards Mr. Sevilla, if I may. Okay, am I still on the right track?
Yes, sir.
And you see Emma Yoder there?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. And draw another arrow. EY for Emma Yoder. And Sam Folks was behind Paul Trapeni, now he's in front of Trapeni, is that correct?
I'm having difficulty seeing.
All right, okay. Well, let's go forward to another 11 seconds to 2:47:51, first floor front entry camera. All right, we start at the top here. That's David Bates in his, I forget, two-lane hoodie, blue,
Yes.
blue two-lane hoodie.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a DB on him. And he's a big guy, right?
He appears to be tall. Yes, sir.
Have you not interviewed him?
I did. We were seated. He walked in and sat down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is Miss J.C. Harper here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm gonna draw an arrow to her. And put a J.H. for Miss Harper. Michael Moseley.
Yes, sir.
And here is Miss Favre.
Correct.
I'm gonna have to draw a little line out here so you can see that. We'll put TV for Toby Favre, okay?
Okay.
All right. And do you agree that I've correctly identified all these?
I believe you have. Yes, sir.
Well, we can look at them again.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll offer this as our next exhibit. And we'll go to a video, DFTID 3, which is staircase video, which may be somewhat redundant. ready?
So, hold on 1 second. Okay, I think so.
All right. And you see Wilson McCullough
Yes, sir.
pointing back up the stairs. Mr. Beathard points back up the stairs, shakes his head. Bethurum, Ms. Favre, Michael Moseley, J.C. Harper, and then an unknown man,
Correct.
followed by David Bates in the blue Tulane, and then Patrick Wells in the red and plaid with the hat backwards.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all righty. We'll offer that as our next numbered exhibit. Exhibit, as I had identified it, DFTID 3. You need the next exhibit. Now I'm going to want to show you a couple of photos from, well, the time frame we're looking at is 2/48/43, and first we'll look at the second floor west patio camera. And this gentleman here is Clayton Beathard, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to put a CB there.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Okay, it's back up. Go ahead.
CB. And that blonde in front of Mr. Beathard is J.C. Harper.
Correct.
And you see Mr. Moseley somewhat behind Sergio Alvarado.
I do.
And over to the right is AJ Bethurum in dark clothing.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put A.B. for Mr. Bethurum. Okay, does that look right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you a little tighter shot of that. Also the same camera, second floor west patio camera, 2:48:43 a.m. Again, Mr. Beathard
Yes.
and Mr. Moseley,
Yes.
Alvarado,
Correct.
okay, and Bethurum.
Yes.
And is this Mr. Trapeni here, you think? Or is that Mr. Trapeni?
I believe the first one you pointed at,
Okay.
but
All right, and so here we have Mr. Beathard. I'm going to put a CV by him. And just make sure I'm not blotting you there. Mr. Bethurum. Let's see, I'm going to, for Mr. Bethurum and Mr. Moseley. Does that look right?
yes, sir.
And one more in this series. This is from the front exterior entry camera, 2:48:43 a.m. And of course it's small. I guess we could go in. 2:48:43. And that is Mr. Beathard, correct?
It appears to be Mr. Beathard, yes, Clay.
And that's, the girl is J.C. Harper?
That's where she was standing, yes, sir.
Okay. And the man here is AJ Bethurum, correct?
So,
All right. And let's
can't tell.
Can't
that,
tell,
sir.
okay. Well, we do not, well, you're pretty sure this is Mr. Beathard here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put a CV there, and over here we have Alva Bethurum, an AV there. Let's see. And sort of in the, well, I don't know if you can see it. You see Patrick Wells with his left arm around this Stogie Fauber?
Possibly, sir.
Okay. All right, well, we'll stick with this. Now, of course, it's small, but in between Clayton Beathard and Mr. Bethurum, there are what, 3 or 4 people?
It appears so.
Your Honor, we'll offer this as our next numbered exhibit.
23.
Well, we don't have it. I'm sorry, Your Honor. We don't have a video for that.
You need to open it back.
Well, I take that back. I'm fine where I am, Your Honor.
So do you need the overhead or?
I want to do the overhead, Your
Okay,
Honor.
it just takes, when we go back and forth, it takes a minute for it to
Okay.
read between the devices.
All right. Okay. All right, Detective, you see the circle,
I do.
and that's from the loser's front camera?
Appears to be so.
Lower left-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
And of course, in my version, this is a version y'all provided early on. You remember that?
The video from this angle, yes, sir.
Yes, okay. And in that still frame, the people in the circle, we have left to right, Michael Moseley, Sergio Alvarado, J.C. Harper, Alva Bethurum, and Clayton Beathard. Is that correct?
I can agree with Moseley, Sergio, JC, and Bethurum, and the whitewash area.
You go, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go, all right, we'll call that left to right. You see, I'm putting left to right.
Yes.
I'm going to right. Moseley. Alvarado. Harper. Bethurum. And in the white, you're not sure who that is that correct?
The bright spot
Well,
below Bethurum.
Let me get it back to you there. It's kind of bright, let's see. I think my copies, it shows it better in the photo. Yeah. All right, see, is that Clayton Beathard?
That's about where he was standing, yes. It's likely him, yes.
Okay, am I safe to put, after Bethurum to the right, put Beathard? If I got room to write it?
Yes, sir.
Now, the tallest man in that
From this angle, he appears to be the tallest.
Okay. Would there be an angle where he would appear to be shorter?
I would doubt it, but I don't know about by far taller.
And we'll offer this as the next exhibit. And just for the sake of clarity, the next exhibit will be a video which I have marked DFTID 4, and colloquially as the Fight Master video. Starts from, well, I'll tell you. 2:47:47 a.m. and runs to 2:49:24. And when we're ready, we'll punch that up. Front exterior entry camera, correct?
Correct.
See Alva Bethurum talking to Samuel Folks? Emma chatting Wilson McCullough, correct?
That's all.
Okay. Michael Moseley moving to the left, looking to the left. Sam Folks moves to the right, correct?
Moseley first went left and then came back to the right, yes. And then started punching Sam in the face.
Sam Folks, Wilson McCullough pounding on Moseley?
I don't see that, sir.
AJ Bethurum making a beeline for Michael Moseley. Moseley and his crew walking single file to the parking lot, correct?
Correct, yes, sir. Top right.
Okay, another few seconds. And that's the end. We'll stop the video there, and off of that is our next exhibit. For identification, we have DFTID 4 on that. So you enter Sunday the 29th, Detective, you interviewed AJ Bethurum, correct?
It was, yes.
Now, in your talks with him, Mr. Bethurum said he sees Thoby Faber go down and then he makes a beeline towards somebody, correct?
That sounds correct.
And he never actually goes to help out Ms. Faber, does he?
I don't, excuse me. I don't remember exactly what he said in that conversation.
Okay. Well, let's play, when Mr. Bethurum does go across the street and he makes a punch, let's play DFTID 14. you see Mr. Bethurum punching somebody in that, correct?
What, what part of the screen are we referencing?
Top right?
If you could
Play
play
it again and let him get another look. Upper right-hand corner, you see Mr. Bethurum leaning over. He's getting ready to lean in, and he punches somebody. You can't really tell who he punches.
He punches, punches or shoves is what it appears to be. Somebody, I agree with you, yes, sir.
Okay. And in the background, you see Mr. Moseley go down in the grass, correct?
I believe that's the time that occurs.
Play
There's,
it
a,
again
there's a
for
different angle from losers where you can see Mr.
Okay.
Moseley fall down.
Well, look sort of right below the live music sign, the grass to the right of that. I think you see Mr. Moseley hit the grass. You see Mr. Moseley?
I believe that's Mr. Moseley, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. We'll offer that as our next exhibit, DFTID 14.
All right, that'd be 26, I think.
And I'm going to show you where Ms. J.C. Harper gets shoved from the loser's camera from down the street. That's DFTID 16. See her get shoved? You see Ms. Harper get shoved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty. I think we have the times that, I'm sorry, that's DFTID 16. And that was Mr. Bethurum who shoved her, correct?
It appeared to be.
Okay, all right. Next number to exhibit. And you said that Mr. Beathard, I believe you said he pushed Mr. Moseley. That was your language? When Mr. Moseley fell into the grass there?
Shoved or punched, I
Shoved
believe
or
is what it said.
punched? Did you say punch? Or knocked down, pushed down or knocked down?
Okay.
Okay. All right, if we could play DFTID 15. Again, from the loser's front camera. It's short, we might need to look at it again. Watch Mr. Beathard go up. You see Mr. Moseley looking to his left. J.C. Harper runs in to try to push Mr. Beathard away. Paul Trapeni starts to move in. You see Mr. Moseley's hands at his sides? Correct?
I see Mr. Moseley get knocked down by Clay.
Okay. And are you gonna, can you tell whether he's, Michael Moseley is looking off to his left, correct?
Ooh, I can't tell that right now.
You can't tell. You can't tell that's a sucker punch?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll make that our next exhibit, please. DFT ID 15. Now, when you met Mr. Bethurum on the BGA campus on the 29th, he was concerned about criminal liability, correct? He was worried that he needed a lawyer, correct?
I recorded the interview. We could review it. I can't say that.
Well,
offhand.
he showed up with a criminal defense lawyer at later meetings, correct?
Correct, yes. Well, he showed up with what I was told, a family attorney. I don't know if she was a criminal defense or
Well, her name is Kim Hottie, correct?
I believe that was her name, yes.
And she doesn't do divorces,
I have no idea what she does.
doesn't sue people for slip and falls.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has answered the question.
Yeah, he says he doesn't know what she does.
All right, thank you. Now, when you're interviewing people on the 29th at BGA, is it fair to say most of them were confused in one way or another?
I'd say they're all sad.
Well, in the case of Thovey Farver, did she say some of her, she wasn't sure whether she had memories that she'd gotten on television or a dream or something like that?
I recorded the interview, sir. I remember her being concerned about, I believe, losing a purse.
Okay.
And then being concerned about the overall situation.
Well, how about Emma Yoder? Did she say, am I crazy, or was there a punch upstairs?
Objection, Your Honor, the approach.
On the occasion of the interviews on December 29th, excuse me, Detective.
Yes, sir.
You had, of course, Detective Anthony Chandler had already interviewed some of those folks, right?
After the incident at Vanderbilt Emergency Room. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And in the case of Sam Folks, he remembered less on the 29th than he did immediately after?
Well, that's possible.
And you haven't reviewed those notes about what Detective Anthony Chandler wrote?
I did initially, yes, sir.
Okay. Detective, I've forgotten one other video, DFTID, which I would refer to as wild cards, two Hispanic men who run into Mr. Bethurum back. Okay, you say the men run into Mr. Bethurum?
I definitely see a group of people running into another group of people.
Okay. And you interviewed Mr. Bethurum, and Mr. Bethurum said he was hit in the face from the back, correct?
Yes.
Oh, and he said he was from the, were you ever able to identify whose people were running across the street who hit somebody?
Yes, sir. There were the people in the black SUV.
Okay, what were their names of those people who hit whoever they hit?
Clara Beth Bernal, Jorge Gardia, Ivan Gomez, Mario, and Shamuda.
I think there are two men. One of those is a woman, isn't it?
Correct.
But the two men who hit somebody, we don't know who they are in particular, specifically?
Not specifically.
Okay. And I believe that was 17. We'll make that the next exhibit. If I may have one moment. That's all. Thank you very much, Detective.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Plum. Anything in redirect from the state? No, you're not. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Does anybody expect to talk with the potential recall Detective Stevens?
I hate to release him, but I don't want to keep him from his work.
Well, I mean,
If he's, if we, you know,
if we call him, he can come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he'll make himself available.
all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Thoby Faber.
Toby Faber. Ms. Faber, you stand right there and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Would you please state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Thoby Faber, Thobiefauver.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I graduated from BGA in 2016. I graduated from Coastal Carolina University in 2020. I currently live in Nashville, and I'm a figure skating coach. I teach kids aged 2 through 19.
So you said you went to Battleground Academy.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a friend group that you're still close with that you knew from high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Do y'all visit each other on occasion and especially around holidays?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you knew Clay Beathard?
I did.
And was he in that friend group?
He was.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about him?
Very sweet soul. Nothing but gentle and kind. One of the most caring people I've ever met.
How long have you known him?
I've known him since I was at BGA. So I was probably 14.
Is he the kind of person who went around picking fights?
No.
Did you ever see him with a weapon?
No.
Was he the kind of person who would try to goad somebody into getting into a fight?
Absolutely not.
Did you know Paul Trapeni?
Yes, I did.
How well did you know Paul Trapeni?
I knew him really well.
And how long did you know him?
Since I was at BGA, 14 years old.
Can you describe him?
Very goofy, class clown all the way, gentle, teddy bear-like, just a good kid.
Was he the kind of person who would pick a fight?
No.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No.
Have you ever seen him encourage another person to get into a fight?
No.
Do you know AJ Bethurum?
I do.
How well do you know AJ?
I know AJ very well as well.
How long have you known him?
Since I was at BGA.
And can you describe him?
Yes. Very funny, very, very smart. Good kid. Works very hard at everything he does.
Is he the kind of person who picks a fight?
No.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Is he the type of person who would encourage another person to get into another fight?
No, ma'am.
Or to get into a fight? Do you know Sam Folks?
I do.
How long have you known Sam Folks?
Since I was at BGA, I think we started the same year.
Can you describe him?
Funny, sweet, caring, loyal.
Is he the kind of person who picks fights?
No.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No.
And have you ever seen him encourage somebody to get into another fight?
No.
I want to call your attention to December 20th, 2019. Did you and your friends get together at somebody's house?
Yes.
Whose house did you get together at?
Wilson McCullough.
Do you remember what you were wearing that night?
Black jeans, little booties, black shirt, black jacket.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that get-together at Mr. McCullough's house?
Yeah, so we liked to get together when we were back home from school just to see each other, catch up. Super common, we did it quite a bit. And it was just, we hung out and talked for a long time. We just wanted to be together.
What was the mood like?
Very happy, very funny and silly.
At some point, did you all decide to leave there and come to Nashville?
Yes.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I'd say 10-ish.
And had you had anything to drink when you were at Mr. McCullough's?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you had to drink?
I had one drink. I was not really drinking much that night at all.
So you left there and you went to Nashville. Where was the first place you went in Nashville?
Kung Fu.
Why did y'all go there?
I'm not sure why we went there. I just think that was kind of the first, that was just where we got out.
And at some point, did you all leave Kung Fu?
Yes, within 15 minutes. We were barely there.
Okay. And then after you left Kung Fu, where did you go?
We went to the Dogwood.
Did the whole group that was at Mr. McCullough's house go?
Yes.
To the Dogwood?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And about how long were y'all at Dogwood?
I'd say around 2 hours.
Now, from the time that you were at Mr. McCullough's house to the time that you went to Kung Fu to the entire time that you were at Dogwood Bar, can you tell the jury how much you had to drink?
3 drinks.
And was that anything that would affect your ability to remember things today?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the night was like at Dogwood?
Fun. We're kind of a goofy group. We hung out around a table most of the night, just talking, having a good time, playing games, hanging out. We basically spent the whole night together mostly.
And what was the mood there?
Happy, fun, lighthearted. Just wanted to be together and have a good time. We're good kids.
What part of the bar were you hanging out in?
There was a long table that we were at for a while, and we just kind of, that was like the spot everybody congregated.
Was there another part of the bar that had a dance floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how Clay Beathard was acting that night?
Very fun, very sweet. I talked to him for a bit, just talking about what he wanted to do after school, things like that.
How was Paul Trapeni acting that night?
Himself, goofy, silly, having a good time, makes you laugh.
And what about Sam Folks?
Same thing. I mean, yeah, they're a fun group of boys.
And what about AJ Bethurum?
AJ, yeah, he was great. Just talked a lot. Spent a lot of time together. Everybody talked to everybody at some point in that night.
How close are you with Emma Yoder?
Very, very close.
And when you were at the bar, can you remember whether or not there was somebody who was outside of your friend group who was flirting with her?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes. Emma and I were on the dance floor, and I remember somebody just kept coming up, and I would kind of get in between and try to dance away, and it just kept repeatedly happening.
Was it somebody that y'all had ever known before?
No, ma'am.
And can you look around the courtroom and see if you recognize the person who was doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you find that person? Can you point at them and indicate where they are and what they're wearing?
Michael Moseley, he's in a black shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant. And you identified him by name. Do you only know his name because of what we're going through right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know his name that night?
No, ma'am.
When you said that he kept coming up to Emma, what was he acting like when he was going up to Emma?
Relentless.
And did you see whether or not Emma gave him any clear signals to not come up to her anymore?
It was evident. I mean, we just kept grabbing hands, moving away, eventually to the point where we just left.
Now, at some point, did you all decide to leave?
Yes.
And when y'all came to Nashville, did any of you drive your own vehicles?
No. We all Ubered. We were drinking. No.
Okay. So when you were intending to leave, can you tell the jury whether or not you were intending to go take an Uber home?
Yes, we were. We were actually trying to look around and see what direction it would be coming from.
And when you decided to leave the Dogwood Bar, were you on the upstairs portion of the bar?
Yes.
And so did you have to go down some stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you noticed anything out of the ordinary when you were at the top of those stairs?
I did not.
Did you hear Sam Folks say anything to anybody that was inappropriate?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear any loud voices?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody call anybody else a name?
No.
When you went down the stairs, can you remember if you were towards the first, the middle, or the end of your group of friends who was leaving the bar?
The end.
And were you able to get outside the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got outside the bar, can you tell the jury what you saw happen?
Yes. We were out there for a little bit, and then it just kind of felt like a tornado out of nowhere. There was chaos in the right-hand corner of my vision, and it just kind of moved over very, very quickly. I got caught in the middle. I don't know if an arm or a leg went in. I just kind of got pulled in. I remember trying to grab Wilson. I just saw him and grabbed him. And I fell and hit my head. When I got up, I remember Patrick and Campbell trying to help me up. I was okay. I just kind of lost. I didn't lose consciousness, but I did. It went black for a minute. And then Campbell moved me over to the sidewalk, and I wasn't sure why, but I just started to try and locate everybody. And at that time, AJ came up to us and was covering his eye and said he had gotten hit. And we kept saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay? I got hit, I'm okay. I got hit, I'm okay." At that point, Paul, it almost seems like he appeared out of thin air. He had 2 blood stains on his shirt. And some people helped get him down, and at that point, I knew that people were doing what they could So I stepped back and tried to contact one of my family members who is a surgeon at Vanderbilt, just to do anything I could do at that point.
Okay, I want to back up a little bit and go through that with you a little bit, okay? So you described when you stepped outside, it was basically like a tornado. Before the tornado happened, did you hear Sam Folks say anything to anybody?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody raise their voice or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you concerned for anybody's safety right before the tornado started?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that right when that started, you got kind of caught up in it. At what point was it that you actually fell down and hit your head?
I kind of got drug in with an arm and I fell to my knees, I remember. And I think when I stood up and tried to get out of it is when I fell back on the pavement and hit the back of my head.
When you fell back and hit your head and were kind of caught up in that moment, did you have any other injuries?
Yeah, I had two skin knees. My jeans had ripped, yes.
And also, kind of in all of that, did you lose anything that belonged to you?
My purse, yes.
Were you able to see what happened to Sam Folks?
I was not.
Who is it that helped you up when you fell down?
Patrick and Campbell.
After you were able to be helped up by Patrick Wells and Campbell, did you go someplace?
Yes, we went over to the sidewalk.
And is that where you started trying to keep track of where your friends were?
Yes, Emma was at the sidewalk at that point and I started to count. I'm not sure why.
Okay. So you went over to where Emma Yoder was? Did you ever see anybody with a weapon?
Never.
This whole night, did you see Mr. Clay Beathard with any type of weapon?
No.
What about Paul Trapeni?
No, ma'am.
What about AJ Bethurum?
No, ma'am.
What about Sam Folks?
No, ma'am.
Did you see anybody with a weapon at any point?
No, ma'am.
And I've asked you about specific times at the top of the stairs and right before the tornado started about whether or not you heard anybody saying anything threatening to anyone. At any point during this whole night, did you hear anybody say anything threatening to anyone?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see or hear anybody do or say anything that would indicate that they were going to seriously injure somebody?
No, ma'am.
When did you first become aware that Paul Trapeni and Clay Beathard had been injured?
I first became aware of Paul when I saw him. Eye contact, yeah. And I was aware of Clay after I had moved a little bit down the sidewalk to kind of give space for the other people there that were helping, and I overheard Clay was also hit.
What exactly did you see with Paul Trapeni when people were helping him?
He was on the ground. There were a lot of people around, giving him as much help as they could.
At any point in any of this, did you feel like you needed to have a weapon to defend yourself?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if I could use the computer to show a little bit of video. Record, we're showing Exhibit 11, file number 11. Okay, and we've got this started at 2:43:51. Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you touch the screen and show the jury where you are?
Yes. Oh, just kidding. There I go.
I was going to give for her to see. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to point you right there.
Yep.
Okay, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you walking from?
The restroom.
And did you join up with your friends in that moment?
Yes.
Okay, and what was going on at this point when y'all were at the bar?
It was pretty quiet. There were a lot of people that had already left, and we were just literally hanging out on our own, talking.
Okay, and what's happening right there?
Paul was playing some sort of game.
Okay, and what was the game that he was playing?
He was flipping either a cap or a quarter.
Okay, so the mood was kind of festive.
Absolutely.
Had y'all been in any type of argument with anybody at this bar on this night?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm showing you this person and this person at 2:44:45. Did you know either one of those two people?
No, ma'am.
Do you recognize them from being there that night?
No, ma'am.
And what about this person at 2:45:00 who's walking up in the Nike shirt? Do you know that person?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any type of negative interaction with that person that night?
No.
Do you even remember him being there?
No, ma'am.
And if you could, we're at 2:45:30, just narrate what you see happening in your friend group.
Okay. Looks like AJ and I are hanging out over at the table.
And is that over here?
Yes.
Okay.
Emma is across from us, and Sam and Clay are at the end, the
Okay.
far end.
And can you point at them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who this person is?
This one?
Yes.
Wilson.
And do you recognize this person, who he's talking to?
No.
And is this Emma right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this Emma right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, you said that you know her really well. What is her body language telling you right there?
She's very uncomfortable.
I'm gonna object to that. I don't know that we can even see anybody there at all.
Yeah, response.
Yes, Your Honor, she said that's one of her closest friends. She's known her for years and years. She was just with her on the dance floor.
I also sustained objection as to her testifying what the body language appears to be in the image. If she knows, based upon if she can recall what she observed personally on that evening, she can testify as to what she observed in terms of Ms. Yoder's response or body language, in terms of her actual observance and not necessarily what's depicted in the video.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll ask the question in a different way. So when you saw your friend, Emma Yoder, on the dance floor, and she was trying to fend off advances by the defendant, can you tell the jury whether or not what you just saw in the video was different, the same, or something else than how you saw her acting on the dance floor?
This was a little bit more of a uncomfort, awkwardness.
Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Clayton.
All right, if we may approach and consult here for a second.
Okay, guys. So, yeah, holy crap. That went a lot longer than anticipated, so I am sorry for not getting back sooner. Yeah. Got my colors all ruffled up from sitting in the car. So, yeah. Well, hold on. Okay, so I was able to watch this on silent mode, especially when the detective testified. Initially when you watch that CCTV video, it looked kind of serious. Like it was like 1,000,000 on 1. And self-defense may be justified through like disparity of force, because the idea that all those guys had to have weapons is not true. Yes, if one guy comes at you and you have a weapon, he should probably use a weapon. But 8 or 9 guys trying to beat the living shit out of you, you're allowed to escalate force at that point. There's a disparity in their numbers. 8 guys can kill you or cause you harm. And initially, when he walked through the crowd, who knows what happened, but he may have had an argument. But as we can see how the rest of it goes, that he gets shoved out, he recenters himself and goes back into the fight. And then the most damning thing I saw... Yeah, well, I didn't expect it to go on this long, but I had issues. I will say that one video clip where he goes around the girl to stab the guy. Yeah, he's gonna be that. This isn't looking good for Michael. It's not looking like self-defense. Shaw, I won't say too much about for my clients, it's their private matters, but one of them went pretty good. The other 2 not so good. Let's go back to it.
You need the overhead?
I do need the overhead. And
Give us a second.
okay, you see, 243.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Go ahead. The one in the witness stand, for some reason, it goes out and comes back.
Okay.
Does it, but it's up now, so go ahead.
All righty. And you see that's 2:43:49 a.m. on
Yes,
the top
sir.
left corner. And in the back hall there, that's Patrick Wells, correct?
Yes, sir.
And with the hat backward and the red and black plaid shirt.
Yes, sir.
And you're wearing a black jacket, is that a leather jacket?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're wearing black pants or tan, or what color pants are you wearing?
Black.
Black. And they have the fashionable knee tears.
Yes, sir.
And you have is it a black shirt with some midriff maybe, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what I'm particularly interested in those shoes. Tell me about those shoes, because they're. Do you remember where you bought them?
Maybe in Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay, all right, because they got, what, about a 2.5-inch heel and a distinctive outline, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all righty. Now, I'm going to, just for the jury's, so they can identify people, I'm gonna write, T. Fauver down below your feet there, and let's see, Fauver.
Yes, sir.
And back here, PW Patrick Wells. Okay. All right, and we'll offer this as an exhibit.
Okay, what is number 30?
And now, the second floor stair top camera. And you may have seen a particular, yes, you see yourself back here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna put a TF up there and a arrow. And down here, Wilson McCullough.
Yes, sir.
And Emma Emma Yoder,
Yes, sir.
EY. Sam Folks, up at the top left of the table. If you can't tell, that's okay.
That one's hard for me to tell.
All right. Now, by any chance, do we know who this man here in the white button down is? Do you know who he is?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's Campbell Parker there, perhaps? Well, that's kind of dim. We'll leave it with that. We go to the next one. Two 4624 Wilson McCullough, right here.
Yes, sir.
And you up in top of the table there?
Yes, sir.
And in between you and Mr. McCullough is Emma Yoder. Well, you can't see her much, but I'll put a TF for you. Does that look accurate?
Yes, sir.
Two 4629. You're up there at the top, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
correct? Emma Yoder between you and Mr. McCullough?
Yes, sir.
EY for Ms. Yoder? Okay. Two 4643 Wilson McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've identified Mr. Moseley in court here today. Can you tell if that's Mr. Moseley?
Not from that, no. Not.
All righty, in between you and Mr. McCullough is Emma Yoder with her phone in her right hand, is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? And a TF for you? Have I correctly identified everybody?
Yes, sir.
Two 4645. You see Wilson McCullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
You see Michael Moseley, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put an M in for Michael Moseley. Same man here sitting at the table.
Yes, sir.
And Emma Yoder with her phone in her right hand, walking towards the stairs.
Yes, sir.
And you're still up there, to the right of Mr. Bethurum? Or maybe you can't tell.
To the left? I can't.
Well, let's see, to your left would be Mr. Bethurum, is that correct? Your left in the picture. On your left shoulder.
I can see myself. If you want me to.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. Two 4702 AM, second floor stair top camera. I see you walking towards the stairs, is that correct, right there?
Yes, sir.
And Michael Moseley and Emma Yoder,
Yes, sir.
and Wilson McCullough right here.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, let's see, did I put Emma Yoder in here? Let's see, Emma Yoder, correct?
Yes, sir.
EY for Emma Yoder. And again, Michael Moseley right here. Have I correctly identified everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll offer that as the next exhibit.
Are you doing the collective all?
Collective, yes, Your Honor.
It's 31.
Identified by Ms. Toby Fowler. Let's see. Okay, moving outside, Ms. Fowler, front exterior entry camera, 2:48:17 a.m. And I see you sort of in the middle of this lane, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With Mr. Bethurum to your left, underneath the live music venue sign?
I cannot tell that for sure.
Well, let's see, I tell you what, let me, I might just pass you the picture, let me see if we can get a little closer here. Whoops, not that way. And Mr. Bethurum and you, can you tell?
No, sir, I really can't.
Okay. All right, let's. I think the glare off this. All right. Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
and you, Ms. Fowler?
Yes, sir.
TF for Ms. Fowler. And Wilson McCullough here. If you can't tell, that's okay.
No, sir.
All right. Parker Campbell, or Campbell Parker rather,
Yes, sir.
in the hat. And I think I asked you about the fellow in the white button down before, and you didn't know his name?
No, sir.
And how about that woman there? Did you know her?
No, sir.
And the guy with the sort of belted back jacket, you know, the one of those, you know what I'm talking about here? This guy here?
Mhm.
Was he the one who actually picked you up, or the first guy to you, you know, when you go down on the asphalt, and then he and Mr. Wells come up?
No, sir.
Okay, he wasn't the first guy.
No, sir.
All right, all right. All right, we'll go to 24823. You're right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you see Wilson McCullough there? Can you tell?
No, sir, I cannot.
All right, to your, on your right down here, that's Alva Bethurum, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll put an AB for Mr. Bethurum. Okay, moving on. And now Mr. Bethurum, and you're kind of hiding behind Mr. Bethurum?
Yes, sir.
And you're just poking out there behind the live music sign, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's 4833, the same camera, but in type. Now, I would like you to see, you're never going to see it on this camera. Let's see this. Look at these shoes right here. They look familiar to you?
I can't really see anything at all from that. I can't make it out.
Well, I tell you what, if I might just have to pass you this to look at. And I may have a magnifying glass. Do you recognize those shoes now?
No, sir. It's very white. It looks kind of
Okay.
flushed
All right.
out.
Does that appear to be you going down the asphalt?
Sir, it just looks like a white blob to me.
Okay. All right, if you would hand that back. Thanks. That's the same picture again now. Do you recognize this man here?
No, sir.
You don't remember him pushing you or anything?
No, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about this. This part of this white blur here. All right. This is Campbell Parker right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Wilson McCullough there, correct?
Sir, I can't make anything
Can't
out
tell?
of that.
Okay.
No.
All righty. But do you recognize that as being from that night in question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, this is another one that's close. And let me see if I can go in tight and still keep a picture here. You see Alva Bethurum?
Looks like him.
Okay. And two men embracing one woman. That's you, isn't it? Patrick Wells off your right shoulder.
They helped me up. I can't make out what's really going on right there.
Okay, but is that Patrick Wells?
Sir, I can't tell.
Okay, all right. And, all right, so we know this is Alva Bethurum. And, well, let's see, me back out of here. Okay. Here we have Emma Yoder.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll offer this as the next collective exhibit. And Your Honor, if we are close to a time for a break, I would like that.
Well, approach.
Ms. Favre, on December 29, 2019, you're at BGA with Detective Beavis, and you remember that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective asked you if you saw a guy come on to your friend, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that another detective at the hospital asked you if you saw anything, and you told him no.
Yes, sir.
And that Emma is your best friend
Yes, sir.
and did not mention anything in the bar to you.
Yes, sir.
But that she might mention it that night when she got home.
Yes, sir.
And your testimony here today is that you saw Mr. Moseley approach her multiple times.
Yes, sir.
And yet you told Detective Beavis that you didn't see it.
May I elaborate on that?
Sure.
He asked me if I saw an altercation in the bar. I did not see nor hear an altercation that happened in the bar with a female.
Well, do you deny that the detective asked you if you saw a guy come on to Emma Yoder?
I can't recall that.
Approach. Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time in a trial, issues come up, and I often refer to them as housekeeping matters that we need to address outside of your presence, and it's nothing for you to be concerned about, but those issues sometimes arise, and so there is an issue that we need to try to resolve. So what we're gonna do now, it's a good time, it's just a little after 5, we're gonna go ahead and let you go home for the day. And if we can get here around the same time in the morning, about 8:15, that way, the earlier we start, hopefully the more witnesses we can get through tomorrow. Now, again, my instructions, my same instructions, they're probably tired of hearing me say it, but I have to. My instruction remains the same. You cannot talk about this case among yourselves or with any family or friends. No outside research. This case has gotten the attention of the media. Do not watch anything about this case on the news or in the newspaper or on the internet, social media or any of that, okay? So we'll see you at about 8:15 in the morning.
All right.
No.
Let's see what we're going to talk about now. Yes, guys, Tennessee is in Central Time. Oh, hi, Eleonora. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we may be seated. General Norman, if you think you just need a couple of minutes to try to find that?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do this? We're gonna take Justice, do you need to use the restroom? We need some water in that pitcher, please.
Okay.
I'm gonna open it for you because otherwise it'll spill.
Really?
You don't need any
No.
water? Okay. You need to use your restroom or anything?
I'm good.
All right, well,
Have a nice night, Matthew. Thanks for sticking around. Yes, Shaw, you're correct. This is outside the presence of the jury now.
yes.
Because you were unable to remember making that statement to Detective Davis, we're just gonna play it for you.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on real quick, guys. I'm not ready to hang
6
it up yet.
minutes and 26 seconds into it.
Okay, I'm gonna start at 6:18.
Sounds good?
Now, give us a minute, is it gonna play on the system? Give us a minute, General.
So they excuse the jury to refresh her recollection based upon some video things. And you can't do that in front of the jury. So that's why they're going through this now.
Would you put the microphone up too?
So the computer that is connected to the system.
Oh, they're not playing it on the system, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
They're fixing that tonight.
Okay. Okay.
Well, George, think about it this way. If there was a report she could read or a statement she could read, that would be one thing. But because there is no report or something there for her to read, it's on video, so there's only one way to review video, and that's on the TV screen. Yeah, sure, I think she's trying to figure things up and church it up. I mean, she doesn't want to, she's just like kind of like a Theodore Redstone. She wants to make sure that the guy who killed her friends and caused all these problems goes away. So, yeah, I think she's sugaring up the facts a little bit. I'd agree at this point now.
I think that supports my position, Your Honor.
Seems like dumb
I'll be
stuff
honest
to
with you, I
lie
couldn't hear
about,
the
too.
questions from the detective, which would put the responses in context.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, if you, that would be helpful, and I'm trying to listen very carefully, because obviously the questions put the answers in context, and it was kind of fuzzy.
And Your Honor, I've backed it up just a little bit further to
Okay.
6 minutes and 9 seconds,
Okay.
just to be sure to get the question in.
Yeah, that's definitely not me. That is,
Did you
can see your friend being a wanted guy or that.
So, okay, no. And I actually did, when we first talked to Detective Jay, I want to say, so we talked to him in the hospital, I went in and he said, well, did you see an altercation in the bar? And I was like, no. He's like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah. So I went out into the yard and I was like, did something. Like, I did not know of anything, to my knowledge of what I saw or heard, and it was my best friend. She did not mention it to me when we were in the bar. It's probably something she would mention, you know, when we got home.
Okay.
It appears that she answered a different question than what the detective asked her.
Well, I guess that could be a perspective that it's looked at. It sounds to me that the question was, did you see, and I'm paraphrasing because it went kind of.
Ooh, they're
did you
going
see,
over her testimony she did in
person
court.
come up to
Oh.
your friend at the bar, and she said no, and then went into immediately respond or talking about what she told
Interesting.
another detective during a previous interview. So what I heard was, did you see a person come on to your friend at the bar? No, and then immediate. So,
And Your Honor, she's explained that. That was the exact answer that she gave to him.
right, but the question is, did you see a person come on to your friend at the bar? Answer no.
And so now his question is, do you remember saying that? Now she's heard it.
Oh, okay.
She could say yes.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, that's the whole purpose for the jury out. I mean, now that she's heard it, I mean, you can ask her now if she recalls it.
Okay. Well, the jury's gone, Your Honor.
Okay, but that's not my point. Well, the whole purpose of a jury out is for you to now ask her if she recalls it.
Yes, now you can interrogate her further.
Do you recall saying that to detective?
I recall saying that I did not see the altercation happen in the bar. Yes, sir.
Okay, then you do not recall denying to the detective that you saw someone approach Emma Yoder.
No, sir.
Thanks, Zulu.
Your Honor, I'd like the jury to hear that and let them, state can rehabilitate on redirect.
Okay. Does the state care to be heard? Care to respond?
Your Honor, may I ask her some questions now?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll give you guys my thoughts on today.
Ms. Favre, were you able to hear the recording that was just played?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you give an explanation for, that was your voice saying right after Detective Beavis said, did you see somebody coming on to your friend at the bar? You said no, and then you said something else after that about an altercation. Okay, so having refreshed your memory, do you have an explanation for why you said no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you give that explanation?
Yes, ma'am. With all the chaos going on, we obviously were wondering what in the world had happened, what was going on. Everyone said there was an altercation in the bar. I was shocked by this because I didn't see an altercation in the bar. So when he went in and asked me a few days after the incident, I immediately said, no, I didn't see any altercation in the bar. I specifically remember something else, but yes.
Do you, so now you remember making that statement to him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, actually, you know what, I'm just gonna withdraw the question.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Mr. Quillen?
Your Honor, I would just like to make an audio excerpt for it and then play it before the jury tomorrow and let her, then she can explain all she wants.
Okay. All right. And so, as I listened to the recording of the interview with the detective, the question, and I understand her explanation. The question was, did you see a person come on to your friend? And she responded no, and then goes into her explanation regarding the altercation. I think that is, while I think her explanation makes sense, I think it's something that the jury should be able to hear. I think that they can hear her respond no, but then she can explain what what her state of mind was at the time when she gave that response. I think that would be consistent with 80326. Okay. All right. So you're gonna make the excerpt of the?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, so we're gonna bring you back in the morning, okay? We're gonna try to start at 8:30, so that the earlier we start, the sooner we can get here. You think you can be here before 8:30, so we can start at 8:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, you can, anything further? All right, you can step down. All right, with that said, are there any other matters that the court needs to address while the jury's not here? Anything that y'all anticipate?
Can't think of anything, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'd like to iron those issues out if something comes to mind overnight before I bring the jury in the
Well, the
morning.
defense should be fired up.
So I won't have
I
to
would
have
be.
any more jury out here on this. All right, I'll see y'all at 8:15 in the morning so that we can start at 8:30.
That'll be 9:30 tomorrow morning, Eastern time. Yeah, Thoby. That's just a Thoby.
Court adjourned 8:15.
The name Thoby. I don't know. So, yeah, her testimony though, why would she doesn't really need to lie. There's already video of this dude on camera reaching around the one girl with his knife going like, what? Into the guy. That's clearly not self-defense. There's already, the fight has stopped. And I saw that video when I was sitting in court because I had the sound off. And he just reached around the guy and goes, bap! Right into the dude's chest. Yeah, this doesn't look like self-defense. He gets thrown out of the fight, gets his hair all mussed back up, and jumps back in. Yeah, I don't think this is going to go the way they think it's going to go. But also, if their guy wants to have a trial, you don't really have good facts. You got to use what you got to use and go with what you got. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, there's no real need for her to lie. I don't see why it benefited her. So yeah, guys, I got here when when I left, the crime scene guy was taking over testimony. That's pretty boring. There's no issues there. Detective Beavis got on. When he could show all the different camera views that they obtained, woof. Yeah, that first camera view, it looked like, okay, maybe it is self-defense, but when you see the rest of them, ooh, God. Yeah, Michael Moseley, I hope you got an ace up your sleeve, because right now a couple of ditzy blonde girls from a privileged, school that these guys all went to, fancy school, isn't going to make your case. Even if he was macking on these women and they were wanting it, and he was taking care of business in the bathroom with each one of them, knifing up some dudes afterwards, you better have a good reason for it. So yes, I apologize. I was in court. That took forever and a day. Well, Valancourt, remember, these kids were born right around, the beginning of the century in the millennium. I was 15 at the time, but that's when Madison, Addison, Bradison, Laddison, Haddison, or whatever. They're all kinds of weird, goofy white people names that white people gave their kids. So, Thoby sounds right. Yeah, I think very much like the Theodore Edgecombe trial when Jason Clearman's wife testified. She was trying to help. And the best way she thought she could help is by sugarcoating shit. Don't. The facts are the facts. Yeah, he's from across the tracks, but I don't think they would have known that at the time. He's just a dude in the club. So, yeah, that's what I thought. It was just a weird pronunciation of Phoebe, but no, it's Thoby. Oof. But yeah, Gabby, I don't necessarily think they thought he was beneath them. He just probably thought he was a creep. Very likely. So anyways, guys, yeah, my name's Sean Martin. I'm potentially criminal. It's my channel. I am a defense attorney. I was in court doing defense attorney shit this afternoon, so that's why you didn't see me the whole time. I do streams. I generally commentate at breaks or if there's lulls in the trial. I don't commentate during the trial because I usually want to listen almost as much as, if not more than you guys want to. And then I also release my own videos and my own content. I also do a live stream every Thursday night at 9:30, and we kind of talk about stuff during the week that occurred. So if you guys like this, if you guys had a great time today, please like and subscribe. I would appreciate it. And yeah, if you guys have questions, throw them in the comments. I'd be happy to answer them. No, Sean. Oh, what did I say, Gabby? Yeah, Edgecombe was pretty bad. Yeah, guys, as far as in case you wonder, this is I do this for fun. So anytime I've got quarter things going on, I'll have to defer to that. Like tomorrow, right now I'm at home. I thought I was gonna be at home all day today doing work. Tomorrow I'm in my office doing work. So you'll probably see me from my office. We'll be there on Thursday. Will I be on here Thursday? I'll be in the office probably tomorrow and Thursday, maybe Friday not. I don't know. I'm still working on that. But I will be streaming this the whole way through. We won't miss a minute of it. We figured out now that the trial started, all the local Nashville channels are running streams. I don't use Court TV. I don't use Law and Order just because they're tools. So I try to use local. Do I think he'll testify? I think he's going to have to. I mean, it's self-defense. You have to come up and explain, yeah, I stabbed these guys and I have a really good reason for it. And that initial idea of it's like 8 or 9 on 1. Yeah, that's a pretty good reason to pull out a knife and start stabbing all these dudes trying to kick your ass. Unless you're a douchebag and cause it all to happen. I think he's going to have to. But we'll see. The trial might have crashed and burned already at that point. It'll be too late. Like I said, there's going to have to be explanations why he went around that one girl and stabbed. And why he got kind of pushed out of the fight and was far enough away. He could have turned around and ran off, but he went back into the fight. He's going to have to explain when the fight kept dying down, why did he keep trying to stab people? He's going to have to justify that because it's not clear cut. No, it doesn't automatically open the door. So the way your prior criminal history would work is if he's got a felony conviction, he can answer that. He'll have to answer that, yes, I have a prior felony conviction, because that can go to show his credibility. Now, the fact it's a felony crime of violence for what he just did to that lady at Walmart, that there's probably a motion in limine, meaning he only has to answer that he has a prior felony conviction. Otherwise, it's prejudicial. Now, if he goes up there and says, I'm a peaceful guy, I don't cause problems, then everything gets to come in. Every violent crime he's ever done, because he go up there and be like, look, guys, I'm a peaceful dude. I didn't do this. The prosecutor says, really? So he stabbed that lady at Walmart in the eye with a car key. Was that peaceful? When you did this other crime a couple years ago, was that peaceful? When you stabbed these 3 guys, 2 of them in the chest and 1 in the face, was that peaceful? It's really going to determine what... So they brought up he's on federal probation. His defense attorneys probably did, because they're going to try to draw the sting out of it. They're going to make sure it's clear he doesn't have, because some of the stuff is going to happen, and if you know it's going to come out, you bring it up early to hopefully take away from its potency. So it's kind of where we are with things today. You got to get out ahead of it. In legal parlance, it's called drawing out the sting. You're getting ahead of it. You're getting hit. You're taking that whooping right now so it doesn't hurt later. I should print this. I'm sorry, guys. I was printing out a receipt. A plea would have been offered. Would have been good if offered. There probably wasn't anything to plead to. As far as actually was a witness, I was surprised there was no objection. Well, sometimes you can't object to that. There's only so much you can do. If you object to it, you draw even more attention to it. Sometimes you just got to leave it be. Yes, he offered to plead to manslaughter, but they rejected that. And I think that's fair. They have a pretty strong murder case, so why not keep it going? Yes, AJ's testimony is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see, what he's going to talk about. It'll be very interesting. If he's been acting like that, Gabby, I have no idea. No, Valancourt, that's a great question. Does the jury know he's currently serving a prison sentence? No. That would be highly prejudicial. That would probably be grounds for a retrial. I almost argue that'd be grounds for a mistrial with prejudice, like the jury's been tainted. No, because you'd have to worry about the jury imputing that knowledge that, well, he's in trial, he's already in trouble for doing that once, and he did it again. So no, that is definitely not coming in unless he runs his mouth and testifies, and then he does something stupid. Otherwise, it should stay out. From what I understood, all that stuff got precluded prior to the trial. But everything can be opened back up. It just depends. He choked a guy out in prison. Well, hey, some people like that. Some people like that sexual stuff. You never know. I'm not here to kink shame. So. So, yeah, guys, well, I just now realized it's 6:30 and this stream is going on for just nearly 9.5 hours. I think we're going to pack it up for tonight. This will be up and running early tomorrow, so if you guys want to jump on, you can ask questions. I will try to answer them as I go. So, yeah, in the meantime, I hope you guys have a nice night, and starting 9:30 tomorrow, we'll have another stream going. Take care, everybody. Well, actually, are you guys frozen or what? Are you guys frozen in chat? Oh, okay, there we go. Just want to make sure you guys weren't frozen up. Good night, everybody.